The Shepherd's Path. Book 1. In October of 1990, a federal judge issued a restraining order to certain pastors in the New York area. These pastors were activists in the pro-life movement and had been instigators of several nonviolent protests. They, and others, would physically block the doors to an abortion clinic. Hundreds of protesters would effectively shut down the clinic, as well as disrupt major traffic routes. They would also offer sidewalk counseling to women contemplating abortion. The restraining order not only forbade them to come within 100 yards of a clinic or 15 feet of anyone attempting to enter the clinic, but also ordered them to refrain from saying anything to their congregations that might be construed as encouragement to take part in a protest. This included reading any Bible verses that could be taken even remotely as supporting the pro-life movement. Disobedience would result in a fine of $10,000 per incident. Government officials would be in the congregations, monitoring the services. This action sent shock waves throughout the Christian community. Prologue, April 30, 1996. Senator Jack Klein sighed wearily and leaned back in his overstuffed leather chair. He was a well-built man in his late 30s, with dark hair and rugged, handsome features. He contemplated the glowing numbers of the small digital clock on the computer screen in front of him, which read precisely 3 a.m. The screen, as well as a keyboard and telephone, were set into the solid mahogany top of an oval conference table. There were 7 other identical setups spaced around the circumference of the huge table. At the moment, 4 others were in use. Rubbing eyes bleary with fatigue, Jack studied his companions with a touch of envy. None of them seemed the least tired, even though all had been at it for well over 8 solid hours. Jack wished he had their stamina. Rajija Indra's, for instance, looked as fresh as he did when they first began. Seated at Jack's immediate left, the diminutive Indian, holy man, sat quietly, occasionally sipping his abominable green tea. In his simple native dress, no one would guess that he led the largest spiritualist movement in the nation. Next to him sat Christine Smythe, a handsome, dark-haired woman in her late 40s. What little Jack knew about her was impressive. Owner and chairman of the board of one of the most powerful multinational conglomerates in the world, she was involved in everything from military research and development to legalized narcotics. Her pet project was a string of abortion clinics that crisscrossed the nation. The strange figure seated opposite him Jack knew only by name. The broad-shouldered, gray-haired man had been introduced simply as Dr. Samuel Steiger. At the head of the table sat Jacob Hill, their leader. To the general public, Hill was unknown. He appeared to be simply one of the thousands of government officials that inhabit the corridors of national government. Jack did not know many details about Jacob personally, but he did know through painstaking research that Jacob Hill was on his way to becoming the most powerful man in the United States. Congressmen, senators, and even presidents came and went, but Jacob Hill remained. In his years on Capitol Hill, he had slowly built a power base that was as unknown as it was invincible. Just recently, he had allowed himself to become more visible by assuming control of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. The Bureau was an organization set up over a year ago to watchdog large religious organizations. Its purpose was to prevent the scandals that rocked the nation in the late 80s. What most did not know was that Jacob's organization was the single most powerful government agency in existence. It had become, in essence, a private police force for Hill and his cohorts. He was a most formidable man. Since his first term of office over 7 years ago, Jack had come to understand that those who held the real power in the nation were not in politics. It had been sheer accident that he had learned about Jacob, a name dropped at an unimportant cocktail party over 5 years ago about a petty government official who had far more influence than he should have. Going more on intuition than anything else, Jack had begun a personal and very secretive investigation that had brought him finally to this room. After following hundreds of false leads and dead-end trails, he had made a startling discovery. Many of the major issues debated on the floor of the Senate or House of Representatives were already decided by this unobtrusive quiet man and his inner circle. This group literally ran the country. Lawmakers debated endlessly over how to interpret the Constitution while inner circles inside the Federal Reserve controlled the nation's economy. An elite membership buried deep in the Council on Foreign Relations swayed national policy. Jacob Hill controlled them all. He and his innermost circle of confidants worked behind the scenes, content to keep a low profile. Jack aspired to be much more than a common senator. Since his arrival in Washington, he had had his eyes set on the presidency. Deep within his soul he knew he was destined for immortality. Now the thing he most wanted was within his grasp. This was where the real power was held. This was where he belonged. As careful as Jack had been with his investigation, Jacob knew. He watched patiently as Jack slowly and tenaciously followed trails Jacob himself had laid. It was Jacob who finally approached Jack. Offering friendship, he drew him into his circle of friends, carefully gaining his confidence. For all intents and purposes, he had treated Jack like his son, and to Jack's way of thinking, his heir. Jack's mind swam with visions of the kind of power he could control. He intended to be a mover and shaker, a man who bent the world to his will. This group, and more particularly this man, would allow him to accomplish his goal. All right, everyone, let's finish this up. Jacob's calm and cultured voice shook Jack out of his dreaming. Glancing around to see if anyone noticed his momentary lapse, he looked toward the head of the table where Jacob sat. Tall, gray-haired, and rapier-thin, he looked every inch the leader he was. For a moment, his pale blue eyes met Jack's, and he smiled. "Stay with us, Jack," he said with a small laugh. Jack felt the blood rushing to his face and he began to scratch his nose to hide his embarrassment. The one thing he did not want was for these people to see him as a naive, inexperienced politician. The fact that he was one of the youngest senators to ever hold office only hardened his resolve to fit in. "Now," Jacob continued, puffing on his pipe as he leafed through the stack of papers in front of him, "are we all understood as to our strategy concerning this bill?" "We've been over it enough times, Jacob," said Christine. "I think it's time to call it a night." Jacob nodded and turned to the man at Jack's right. "And you, Raj?" "Everything is prepared," he replied quietly, his voice a pleasant tenor. The man had no trace of an accent. "We have solid evidence that one of the most popular televangelists in the country has been embezzling funds meant for third world countries. We will break this story to the media in 1 week. Also, there are assorted scandals set to explode in several large churches, affairs, misuse of funds, spousal abuse. It should rock the Christian world to its very core." Jacob smiled his thin smile in approval, and turned his attention to Christine. "I don't anticipate any problem on my end," she said before he could ask. "The conservative movement is dead. Their latest defeat in the Senate has them totally demoralized and ready to disband. We are now in a position to call for a constitutional convention. The last barriers have been removed for a complete rewriting of our legal system. We thank our young senator for that." There was a smattering of applause, and once again Jack had to control his urge to blush. "No problem," he said. "Although I admit toward the end there, it was close." "Indeed," replied Jacob. "The pro-life amendment was defeated by only 12 votes. Nevertheless, you knew which members on which to concentrate your efforts. You have a keen insight into the hearts of others, Jack. It will get you far." Jack's pride spiraled up like a runaway missile. Praise from a man like Jacob was worth more to him than any honor he could receive on Capitol Hill. His head clouded with dreams of the future, and he missed Jacob's next few sentences. "Ready to put our final plans into motion." Jacob paused and looked grimly at everyone. "I want us all to understand that this is not a personal vendetta against Christianity or any other organized religion. Frankly, if they would stay out of government affairs, I would just as soon leave them alone, but the simple fact is, they just won't give up." He frowned, and Jack felt a momentary shudder. He was very glad he did not have this man for an enemy. "The arrogance," Jacob continued, his voice almost a growl. "They presume to condemn those whose moral code does not conform to theirs, and yet the stink of their own corruption raises from their pulpits. Most of them are almost totally without supervision, particularly these so-called televangelists." Again he paused, and this time he smiled. "Granted, we have severely limited their influence in the past decade, but it is not enough. We have to bring them under complete state control. Let me remind you of a saying I heard long ago. When government and religion travel in the same vehicle, there is no limit as to how fast or far they can go. Right over the edge of the cliff." Quote. Jack nodded with the others. Jacob had a way about him, a command over the minds and hearts of others. It was almost mesmerizing. "This bill is the beginning," said Jacob. "It will give the states the right to regulate churches at a local level. In time, even the sermons will have to be cleared through our people." There was a chorus of agreement from the group, Jack joining in with the rest. Jacob held up his hand for silence. "Let me make a prediction," he said confidently. "Within 5 years, Every church of every denomination will be under our control. The freedom of worship will become the privilege of worship. Nothing will be said without our approval, and the beauty of it all is that those idiots in the pulpit will believe it's for their own good. Spontaneous applause broke out from the rest of the members of the inner circle. Again Jack joined in, but somewhere inside of him, a warning was being shouted. A bell was going off telling him that all was not right, that something was, in fact, terribly and horribly wrong. 6 months later. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Go away. Or, is he grumpy on his 30th birthday? You know what they say, the sense of humor is the first thing to go. Quote. Scott Sampson slowly raised his head out of the hand-knit quilt that covered him. He looked for all the world like a turtle just emerging from his shell. Rumpled brown hair topped an angular face with a set jaw. Opening one eye first and then risking the other, he saw his wife Beth standing in the doorway of the bedroom. She was a beautiful woman of 27. Scott, now with both baby blues open, took an instant to take in her shoulder-length brown hair and petite, 5-foot build. Her sparkling brown eyes danced in merriment at his grogginess. The sunlight streaming through the bedroom window behind her gave an angelic glow and radiance to her skin. You're enjoying this? He accused. Who? Moi, she replied in her best, Miss Piggy, imitation. With a mighty heave, Scott sat up. Glancing over at the clock, he groaned. Beth, it's 7 in the morning, for crying out loud. Sunday morning. Not just any Sunday morning, lover, she replied with a mischievous grin. It's the 1560th Sunday that you have been alive. In other words, light o' my life, you're 30. Beth shouted these last 2 words, and before Scott could move, she took a running jump and bowled him over. Landing on top, she proceeded to tickle him, and soon had him helpless with laughter. Scott had no leverage and could not push her away. I give, he cried through the tears. Uncle, truce, stop, anything. Finally, Beth let up. She moved over to her side of the bed and sat cross-legged, arranging her pink robe discreetly. She eyed him warily in case he decided to counterattack. You don't have to rub it in, he grumped. Oh, don't be silly, she replied blithely. You haven't even reached your prime yet. Just remember, in 2 years, this will be you, he warned. I will get even. 2.5, she corrected. And you won't get even. You love me too much. Humph. Now, are you going to get up? I fixed your favorite breakfast, and if we eat now, we'll make it to church with time to spare. What? Don't I get breakfast in bed? No, at your age, you need the exercise. Scott lunged toward Beth, but she was too quick for him. With a squeal, she bounded off the bed and back to the door. Shaking her head, she said, the reflexes are the second thing to go. Despite Beth's best efforts, they were still late for church. Scott honestly tried to hurry, but there was something about Sunday morning that seemed to demand that he drag his feet. Be honest, he corrected himself sternly as they left the car in the church parking lot. You haven't been excited about going to church since you left home. 2 years ago, Dadastrom Electronics, Scott's employer, had realized that Scott had a special talent in designing and programming computers. They had made him an executive and had given him a hefty raise. Unfortunately, they had relocated him and Beth to Cincinnati, close to the home office. For Scott, it had been a traumatic experience. He had grown up in Detroit. The promotion had meant leaving his family, his friends, and the church he had attended all his life. Admit it, Sampson, he thought, continuing his conversation with himself, you can't find a church to replace the one you left, so you don't care about going anymore. And if the only reason you went to church in the first place was for your friends and family, then maybe you, not as strong a Christian as you'd like to think. Angrily he derailed his train of thought as he and Beth walked through the chilly autumn air toward the Faith Community Church. He envied the way Beth had immediately adjusted to the move. Of course, her father was an Air Force colonel, and relocating had been a way of life. To her, this was just one more place to explore. In fact, it was she who had found their new church home. Scott grudgingly admitted to himself that at least she had found a strong, Bible-centered fellowship. Pastor Herb Niven was a good man who was not afraid to preach the word. As they entered the foyer, they could hear lively singing, muffled behind the closed auditorium doors. Looks like a full crowd, said Beth, standing on her toes to look through the small windows in the swinging doors. Want to go on in? Okay, replied Scott, but let's stay near the back. I see a good place to sit. Follow me. Taking Scott's hand in hers, Beth pushed through the doors and headed straight down the center aisle. The only empty pew space Scott could see was just 4 rows from the front. Sure enough, Beth led him there. Ignoring Scott's half-serious glare, she found the appropriate page in the hymn book and pushed it into his hands. Scott made a mental note not to wait until her 30th birthday to get even. They sang another verse of Heaven Came Down, with Scott's rough baritone voice contrasting with Beth's more refined soprano. When the hymn was over, Pastor Niven got up from his seat on the platform to bring the message. Abruptly, Scott was struck at the man's appearance. Normally, Niven was a robust, athletic, barrel-chested man who looked to be more in his mid-40s than the 63 he actually was. This morning he looked to be twice that. Something had brought about a horrible change in him. He looks a century older, thought Scott to himself. A glance at Beth told him that she had seen it too. Scott watched closely as Pastor Niven began to speak. The message, while biblically sound, lacked his authority and passion. To Scott, he seemed to be going through the motions, as if he were walking in his sleep. Finally, the altar call was given. Even this was done half-heartedly, and no one came forward. After only 2 verses of the invitation hymn, the pastor mercifully gave the benediction. As soon as the Amen was said, Scott headed for the door. He was surprised when Niven asked everyone to remain in their seats. I know this is an imposition, he said, still standing behind the pulpit. I promise you it will only take a moment of your time. There was a rumble of confusion as the congregation gradually seated itself once more. Pastor Niven looked at them for a long moment before speaking. Scott reached over and clasped Beth's hand. For some reason, he was dreading what was to come. I don't know any easy way to say this, so I'll just read this letter from me to the church. Niven pulled a folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket. He opened it, and swallowed hard. Then he began to read. Dear church family, he began. These past 20 years I have labored as your pastor have truly been the best years of my life. Eileen and I have enjoyed your fellowship and been strengthened by your love. Therefore, it is with great difficulty that I hereby tender my resignation as pastor of Faith Community Church, effective immediately. I have already spoken with Ned Slade, the chairman of the deacons, and a search committee will be formed within the week. Please know that I love you and wish you all the best. God bless and keep you. Sincerely, Herb Niven. A stunned hush lay across the auditorium as Pastor Niven replaced the letter in his jacket pocket. He regarded them through tear-blurred eyes for a moment. Just when it seemed that the silence would become unbearable, he turned and left the platform, disappearing into a back room. The assistant pastor, Galen Manning, hurried to step up to the pulpit. He led the congregation in a second benediction, and ended the service. Beth kept a tight grip on Scott's arm as they made their way toward the exit. Just before they left the building, Scott felt a soft tap on his shoulder. Turning, he saw Ned Slade, the deacon chairman. Scott, Beth, I wonder if I might have a word with you, in private. What about, Ned? Scott had rarely spoken to the deacon, and did not feel like talking now. I really can't say here, replied Ned. It'll just take 5 minutes. Please. Scott could think of no polite way to refuse him, and so allowed himself and Beth to be guided into one of the church offices. Ned motioned for them to sit in the 2 chairs provided while he perched himself on one corner of a large mahogany desk. What did you think of the pastor's announcement? He asked. What am I supposed to think? Scott replied, his irritation beginning to show. The man up and quits, just like that. What's going on? Beth, who had remained silent until now, looked at Ned intensely. There's something very wrong, isn't there? She asked. For a moment, Ned didn't say anything. Then he rubbed his eyes, his shoulders sagging as if under a great weight. Something is very wrong, indeed, he replied. If Herb had not resigned, he would have been accused of having an affair with Mary Solo, the church secretary. Scott was incredulous. Impossible. I haven't been one of the pastor's strongest supporters, but even I know he wouldn't do a thing like that. There's proof, said Ned flatly. Eyewitnesses, pictures, a concrete case. In addition to being chairman of the deacons, Ned was also a lawyer. He was on permanent retainer to Faith Community. Everything points to the fact that the pastor is guilty. There's just one problem. Ned paused, then slapped the desk in frustration. He didn't do it. You're right, Scott. Herb has his faults, but infidelity is not one of them. The simple fact is, someone set out to get him, and succeeded. Scott bit back the obvious question of whom, and asked instead, why tell us all of this? We're not that involved here. Shouldn't it be brought before the church body? If you tell them the truth. Ned shook his head. There would always be some doubt. As I said, the evidence is quite convincing. Herb didn't want to tear the church apart. Pausing, Ned contemplated the two in front of him, as if sizing them up. Scott, Beth, the reason I'm telling you all of this is simple. We are under attack here. Someone is trying to tear this church apart, and I have reason to believe that we are not alone. This scenario is being repeated all across the country, in hundreds of Bible-believing churches. Are you aware of the bill that was passed in Congress a few months ago that requires us to clear all of the sermons through a local government office? Do you know that the state can now dictate to us who can and cannot work here? Scott stared at Ned as if he was speaking gibberish. Sure, he had heard of Congress passing a new regulatory act, but didn't that just apply to television ministries? What Ned was saying was far more frightening. Ned nodded, seeing in their faces what they were thinking. It hits everyone that way, he said. That's why we're meeting tonight. The time is coming when it will be illegal for us to meet as a church. We have to get organized, and be ready when that time comes. You're talking about an underground church, whispered Beth. That's right. Just like in Rome in the 1st century. Just like behind the Iron Curtain. All that hoopla about the curtain rusting lasted about 10 years. Now the persecution is worse than ever over there. The Communist Party was replaced by a group of dictators who are set on destroying the church, and the same thing is happening here, right now, right under our noses. That's why we want you to join us. I know that you're new here, but I have a feeling about you. Will you come? It's at 7:30 tonight, at my house. Let us think about it, Ned, stuttered Scott. All he wanted to do right now was to get out of that office. Sure, agreed Ned. It's a big decision. Think about it, and pray about it. I hope we'll see you tonight. With that, he got up and opened the door for the Sampsons. Scott almost tripped over Beth's heels in his haste to leave. They were quiet in the car on the way home. Finally, Beth turned to Scott and asked, "Are we going?" For a moment, Scott hesitated, then shook his head. No, I don't think things are as bad as what Ned said, and if they are, then the last thing we need is trouble with the law. But if they end up closing the church. Beth, stop it. Scott snapped. This is America, for crying out loud. Nobody is going to close the churches. And even if they, whoever they are, did, then what could we do about it? Beth didn't reply. Scott could feel her disappointment, but did not know how to make her feel better. The fact was, he honestly didn't believe what he had just told her. Deep inside, he had the feeling that things were going to get bad, very bad. They drove the rest of the way home in silence. 1 year later. All right, access the Gideon file. Accessing. There it is. I don't know, Jeff. It's awfully easy to get into. Are you sure dumping it into the community billboard is safe? Helen Bradley glanced up from the glowing computer display and raised her eyebrows at her younger companion. He was a handsome black man in his mid-30s. Relax, Helen, he answered, his voice a confident bass. The best way to hide things is in plain sight. The billboard is strictly for public access. It's designed to talk to any computer. In the 80s, computer buffs used them to trade different programs, send messages to each other, and keep current on new developments. Today, everyone uses it. They're a great way to exchange information. Nobody puts anything there they want to keep secret. It's perfect for us. Sure, now everybody and their brother can get into our files. Perfect, he says. FBI Director Jeff Anderson pushed himself away from the desk that held the terminal and arched his back. The resulting cracks and pops inside his well-muscled body reminded him that he had been working on this little project for most of the morning. Not that he minded, of course. He returned Helen's sarcastic look with a smile. Since it's so easy, why don't you try it? With a flourish, he stood up and motioned for Helen to take his place. She moved over to the terminal and began to type. Let's see. First I access the billboard, right. Wait a moment, there it is. Now I call up the general information menu. So far, so good. Goodness, Look at all of those different files. There must be thousands. Over 10,000, actually. Show off. Okay, now I type in the file I want. In this case, Gideon. Wait a minute. It says bad command or file name. Where is my file? Jeff grinned, the chocolate skin around his dark brown eyes crinkling. It isn't there, he said, obviously delighted with himself. Go ahead and look, they're in alphabetical order. Helen scrolled down the long list to the G's and saw that he was correct. As far as the billboard was concerned, Gideon did not exist. So where is it? She asked patiently. Okay, he answered. Type in data search. Good. Now what does it say? Password. Now type in network. Okay. There. Now it says enter access number. Type 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm glad they teach you to count in the FBI. Or does that just apply to regional directors like yourself? Cute. Type the code. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it says improper code. Again Jeff grinned. Right. Any numerical sequence will be rejected. Now, type the numbers again, only this time spell them out. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it says enter file name. Gideon, right. You got it. Helen typed the file name, and was rewarded with a list of names and addresses. There were thousands, spanning the nation. You see, the file name isn't even on the main menu, and if you don't know the proper way to retrieve the information, you can't get it. As far as the computer is concerned, it doesn't exist. Excellent, Jeff. And I suppose that anyone who does have the proper codes can get into the system, from anywhere in the country. Aha, this is a national network. It even has a toll-free number. Of course, I'll change the codes and the password to something a little more exotic. These were just for show. I should hope so. 1, 2, 3, 4 indeed. One other thing, Helen. I have the necessary codes to get us into the FBI system using any home computer. It's linked to every major computer in the country. Law enforcement, travel, credit bureau, you name it. A small number of us have placed what we call backdoors into several of the programs. They give us easy access and don't show that we've been tampering. They're somewhat risky to use, but in an emergency, they might mean the difference between life and death. What about your superiors? Will they know that you have been using FBI computers to establish what's essentially an illegal network? For the first time, Jeff became totally serious. I'm good at covering my tracks, he said. Unless they do what we call a Class 1 search, we're safe. Besides, you would be surprised how many Christians there are in this office alone. He took Helen's hand and squeezed softly. We're not alone, Helen. A lot of my friends see what's happening, and a lot of them are in so-called high places in the government. We just don't know how to stop it. No matter what we try, things keep getting worse. He shook his head. I'm afraid all we can do is get as organized as possible and wait for the storm. It's coming, that's for sure. I know, Helen replied, looking away. If things keep going the way they are now, the church, the true church, will have to be completely underground within the year. The shepherd's path will have to be ready long before that. As far as the computer end is concerned, said Jeff, you will be ready in 6 weeks. The rest should fall into place soon after that. I hope so. I hope we're doing the right thing. The idea of breaking the law scares me. Ask the first Christians about that, said Jeff. They broke the law of the land when they met in secret. The Lord was pretty clear on that subject. I know, agreed Helen. She had been a Christian for over 40 of her 63 years. I just never thought I would see it happen in this country. She stood up and made ready to leave. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your help, Jeff. Anytime, Helen. You know that. We're in this together. Jeff shut off his terminal and began to clean off his desk. I'd better get going, too. While it might look good for me to be here on a Saturday, I don't want to overdo it. Besides, I've got tickets to the Reeds game. They're back in town. I'll see you in a few days, then, said Helen. She slung her purse over her shoulder and without another word, left. Driving back across the Ohio River to her home in Covington proved to be more of a chore than Helen had anticipated. There was a major accident on the main bridge, and traffic was at a standstill. Knowing from experience that it could be a while before things started moving again, she shut down the engine of her small compact and opened the windows. The cool, crisp spring air of April began to blow gently through the car. As she waited patiently for the accident to be cleared, Helen again went over the hundreds of details that were vital for the establishment of what she called the shepherd's path. She was still a little skeptical over Jeff's public access system. Perhaps if she copied the entire system into a few other files, just for backup, it might make things a little more secure. Started by her husband Roy over 10 years ago, the Shepherd's Path now involved thousands of Christians from every walk of life. Across the nation they were linked by a common cause, to establish small, self-sufficient groups of believers that met to pray and worship in secret. Until his death from cancer 3 years ago, Roy had been a well-known evangelist. Together, he and Helen had traveled the country, preaching the gospel of Christ. He had seen the end of free worship coming in America, and had worked to convince believers of the approaching darkness. Helen shared his vision of a national underground network supporting local cells of Christians, and had carried on Roy's work after his death. The Shepherd's Path was the culmination of that vision. Now, everything was almost in place, and Helen knew deep in her soul that it had happened none too soon. Just 6 months ago, her dear friend Herb Niven had been forced to resign from his church. Since then, he had disappeared with his family, and Helen could find no trace of him. Scandals had rocked the Christian world left and right, and many loud voices were calling for tighter government control over religious organizations. Lord, she prayed softly to herself, we are about to go through a great trial. I pray we might acquit ourselves well, not denying or forsaking you, as you have never denied or forsaken us. Give us strength to face the days and years ahead. Help us to stand firm in your word, no matter what. In Jesus' name, Amen. Just as she finished praying, the loud blaring of a car horn behind her told her that traffic had started moving again. She started her car, and began to inch her way forward, her mind filled with apprehension at the dark days ahead. July 2002. A musty twilight was starting to settle over the business district of downtown Covington. The red and green glare of traffic lights contrasted sharply with the orange and blue hue of the rapidly darkening sky. The pungent odor of old exhaust, sewage, and uncollected refuse hung heavily in the dirty air. On a deserted street not far from the center of town, a battered red Lehman slowly pulled alongside a short row of parking meters. The engine idled for a moment, then shut off. From under the hood came a soft hissing, as if the 10-year-old car was sighing at the indignity of being driven in its latter years. For a moment, all was still. Then, the driver opened his door and got out. Scanning the street for any sign of danger, he walked in front of the car and stepped up onto the curb. Fishing a handful of change out of his pocket, he methodically fed it into the proper meter. Then he moved back to the car. As Scott opened the door for Beth, his sense of unease at this journey began to grow. Things had been bad enough over the past few years. He had been demoted, and almost fired from Dadestrom. Most of the people he thought to be his friends there had stopped talking to him. To make matters worse, his marriage to Beth was in deep trouble. It seemed that they could not be around each other for long before they began to fight. Most of their arguments were about money, these days. The pay cut from his demotion had played havoc with their budget. They were constantly bickering over everything. Between home and office, Scott was at his wits' end. The worst part was, he honestly did not know the cause of all his problems. His performance at his job was excellent as usual. He had done nothing to merit the severe reprimand he had received some time ago. All Joe Peterson, his supervisor, would say was that he had somehow violated company policy. When Scott had pressed for a clearer answer, Joe advised him to let matters rest. It was either that or lose his job. Scott knew that if he were to be fired from Dadestrom, no one else would hire him. He was equally mystified at the decay of his relationship with Beth. There was a time when he could talk to her about anything. His deepest fears, his goals and dreams, everything that mattered he felt he could share with his wife. Now it was different. They still slept in the same bed, but that was the extent of their intimacy. They were two strangers living in the same house. There was no warmth or caring left between them. It felt to Scott like things were broken beyond repair. As Beth began to climb out of the car, he offered his hand to assist her. Ignoring it, she got out and closed the door behind her. Scott thought about snapping at her, but shoved the urge aside. This was not the time. Instead he scanned the empty street once again. What they were about to do was illegal and highly dangerous. He cursed himself for allowing Beth to talk him into this ridiculous adventure. As far as he was concerned, she had tricked him into coming, she and Ned Slade. He could still hear Ned's strained voice on the other end of the phone. They could not afford a video link, so could not see Ned as he talked to them. Beth had joined the conversation from the bedroom extension, while Scott gritted his teeth and listened in the living room. Listen, Scott, he said. I know this is dangerous. Believe me, I know what could happen if we re-caught. The choice is yours. If you want to come, I'll give you instructions on where and when. If not, then you won't hear from me again. Scott could hear Beth's heavy, expectant breathing, waiting for him to answer. Tell you what, Ned, he said finally. Let me know how to get there, and I'll think about it. I can't make a decision like this over the phone. Sorry, Scott. Either you're in or out. I need to know now. Scott had opened his mouth to say most emphatically no. Absolutely not. It was right at that moment that Beth had appeared at his side. He had not heard her come in from the bedroom. Tears were running down her cheeks, and she silently mouthed a single word, please. Scott had stared at her for a moment, thinking of the past several months of almost constant fighting. He remembered a time, it seemed like centuries ago, when things were much better between them. He had taken a deep breath, knowing he would hate himself for what he was about to do. Still, if it helped bring a little harmony, or even just some peace to the troubled lives, it would be worth it. Without pausing to consider the consequences, he had told Ned that he and Beth would be there. Ned gave them explicit instructions and then had hung up. Now, just over 24 hours later, Scott was deeply regretting his decision. As far as he was concerned, both Beth and Ned had played on his sense of guilt to get him out here. They had no right to ask this of him. Didn't he have enough problems without flaunting the law like this? Right then and there, he almost told Beth to get back into the car. He would use physical force, if necessary, to get her home. She might hate him for it, but at least they would be safe. Beth looked up at him, as if reading his mind. Her lips were set in a firm, determined line. She shouldered past him and started down the street. He stood there for a moment, staring after her. He had a wild thought of jumping back into the car and leaving her to her own devices. He instantly rejected the idea, horrified that he had even thought it. There was only one other course of action. Shoulders slumping in defeat, he trotted forward and drew even with her. Slowly they began to walk down the empty street, trying not to look too noticeable. This section of Covington looked more like the aftermath of a war than a business district. The city had always suffered from a little sister complex, with big sister, Cincinnati, just across the Ohio River. Only small, family-owned businesses had once occupied this particular area. The completion of 2 ultra-modern malls in the suburbs had been a death blow to them. Now the empty buildings were home to the homeless, the unwanted, and worse, roving gangs. Like vultures, they fed on the remains of the city, terrorizing the weak and the dying. Even the police seemed to have given up. Scott had not seen a single patrol car since they had entered the city, a mixed blessing. The empty buildings stared at them as they made their way toward the destination. To Scott, it seemed as if the myriad of broken windows each held an invisible threat. They stared at him like the empty sockets of a mammoth skull, unblinking, and seeing everything. He glanced over at Beth, as if to say, all right, you've made your point, and had your fun. Now let's get out of here. She continued to stare straight ahead, not acknowledging his look. Scott could tell that she was afraid, too. Suddenly he caught a blurred motion out of the corner of his eye, but when he turned to look, all he could see was a chained and locked door. He was still trying to figure out what had caught his attention when Beth stopped abruptly and gripped his arm. He turned back around and came face to face with hopelessness personified. Muddy brown eyes that only came up to his waist peered out from behind the dirtiest face he had ever seen. Stringy, oily black hair fell to pale bare shoulders. Faded cut-off jeans clung to a stick-thin frame. Scott wasn't even sure if this urchin was male or female, only that she was the single most pathetic sight he had ever witnessed. Like most people, Scott knew that somewhere in the world children were starving and dying, but he had never come face to face with such need. It galled and sickened him. For a moment, all he could do was stare. Then, on impulse, he reached for his wallet, intending to give the child what little money he had. Joe. The woman's angry voice came from across the street. Instantly the child stiffened. Get over here, girl. Now, or else your papa will beat you good. The little girl was off like a shot towards the woman. Scott could not see her well in the fading light, but got the distinct impression that she was staring at them. Great, he muttered angrily under his breath. So much for not being noticed. He turned around to head back to the car, assuming that Beth would follow. This was no place for them. When he looked back, though, he saw that she was still moving toward the destination. He cursed to himself. Cursing was something he did quite a bit these days, and he had become rather creative at it. For a moment, he debated picking his wife up bodily and carrying her back to the car. He knew it would be the only way to get her back home. He toyed with the idea for a moment, then decided against it. Even in this part of town it would cause too much of a ruckus. Instead, he stood there and watched her retreating back. Finally, sighing the sigh of the much put upon, he ran forward to once again walk by her side. This is not a good idea, he whispered as he drew even with her. Beth did not bother to answer. They had been over this too many times already today. Scott opened his mouth again to complain about the risk that they were taking, but closed it when he saw the deep pain on his wife's face. The sight of that filthy, malnourished child had affected her deeply. Children were another sore spot in their marriage. Beth wanted to start a family, but Scott flatly refused. He felt it ridiculous to bring a child into this dangerous, war-ridden world. Even at age 36 he did not feel ready for the added burden. With the way their lives were going, they were lucky to barely support themselves, and that was only after Beth had gone back to work full-time. The only good thing that had happened lately was that Scott had been too old for the draft. The last thing he wanted was to end up in the center of the escalating Middle East war. Looking at his watch, he saw that they were running late. It was almost 7:25, and they had been told to be there no later than 7:30. Otherwise, they would not be admitted. The sun was just casting its last rays over the skeleton of the city when the destination at last came into view. Taking Beth's arm, he quickened their pace. He wanted off the street, even if it meant going through with this insanity. He tried to push all other thoughts out of his head. There didn't seem to be any way out of their troubles, so why worry about it? There, he said softly, and Beth nodded. To all appearances, it was no different than any of the other dilapidated buildings that surrounded it. Chipped green paint clung to dirty masonry, and rotted wood trim barely held itself together. 3 stories high, it was a squat, ugly edifice. A litter-covered alley ran down one side. Only the fact that this business was still open set it apart from its dying brothers. A cracked and faded sign over the single revolving door said simply, Mather & Son Used Furniture. Another sign, this one bright orange and black, hung in one of the 2 display windows. It proclaimed to any who cared that the store was open for business. Beth began to go through the revolving door, but Scott abruptly tightened his grip on her arm and forced her to keep walking. She gave him a half-puzzled, half-angry look as he stopped in front of the display window just past the door. When he released her, she moved away from him. Just look at the furniture for a moment, he said in a low voice. They stood there for what seemed like an eternity, looking over a worn blue sofa and various pieces of imitation wood tables. Inside, harsh fluorescent lights bathed everything in an ugly greenish tint. In the back of the store, seated at a high, old-fashioned desk that commanded a view of the entire room, sat a balding, middle-aged man. He did not seem to notice that he had possible customers. Scott took a deep breath. Beth. Something in the way he said her name caused her to turn and face him. Her brow was wrinkled in an unasked question. Scott struggled, searching for the right words that would change mind. He was angry and scared. Right now he wanted nothing than to go home. Listen, he said after an endless pause, I-10-10. Things haven't been too good for us. It's probably mostly my fault. The admission stuck in his throat. A large part of him did not believe it, but he plodded on doggedly. If we go in there, we're committed to do something very dangerous. His voice cracked a little, betraying his fear. He swallowed, and brought it back under control. If we leave now, he continued, I'll do whatever it takes to make things right between us again. Deep inside his heart a burning shame began to grow. He knew that it was not concern for their marriage that motivated him to speak, but his own fear of being caught. Right at that moment, he would have promised anything to leave. The look Beth gave him told him that she knew it as well as he. She merely continued to look at him, keeping her silence as she had the whole trip. Was that pity in her eyes? Scott could feel his cheeks reddening with embarrassment. Anger welled up inside, A fitting companion for the shame. Without another word, he turned and pushed through the revolving door. Beth hesitated, then followed a few paces behind. Scott started to head straight for the man at the desk, who was exactly as had been described, but thought the better of it. Instead he turned to the left and began to examine the battered bedroom set that sat nearby. Beth stood waiting in the aisle that led to the back. Scott tried to focus on his instructions, but his head felt as dull as the dirty yellow tile that covered the floor. Why fight it? He thought in disgust. I can't win either way. If I don't go through with this, I'm probably gonna lose Beth. If I do, with the way my luck has been, we'll both get caught. With an air of resignation, he walked back to where his wife waited, his feet dragging. He stopped and just looked at her, searching her face for some sign of affection. For the first time, he noticed the tiny worry lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth. The strain in her eyes was like a veil, covering the once bright twinkle that he had always loved. The past few years had been rough on her, too. Okay, let's do it, he said. Together they walked to the back of the store. The man, who until now had taken no notice of the couple, looked up and nodded. Help you, folks? He asked in a surprisingly high tenor. We're not sure, replied Scott with as much nonchalance as he could muster. He moved to stand next to the high desk and looked up. The top of the old antique was chest high, and the man's head was at least 2 feet over his own. A friend of mine told me you might have a roll-top desk. I can't find one anywhere else. The bald man nodded, stroking about a day's growth of beard. Don't get much call for things like that, these days, he said, a trace of disgust in his voice. People don't want real furniture anymore. He jerked a thumb behind him, where a doorway was covered with a dirty, dark green curtain. I got one in the back, but it's buried under a bunch of other stuff. I'll warn you right now, it's in pretty bad shape. As long as it's wood, and not some imitation, I don't mind refinishing it. As he spoke, Scott rested his arms on the edge of the desk. Struggling not to look over his shoulder, he carefully reached down with his finger. Still looking up at the man, he drew a small figure in the dust on top of the desk. One straight line, then one curved, connected at the top, the shepherd's staff. The man did not react, but simply reached over to get his glasses which rested on the other side. In doing so, he casually erased the design with his sleeve. Come along, then, he said. With more dexterity than Scott would have credited him with, he leaped down off his stool and led them through the back door into a dimly lit, musty-smelling stock room. Shelves lined the walls and ran all the way to the ceiling 2 stories above. Discarded furniture was piled haphazardly all around, giving the feel of a junkyard rather than a place of business. The floor, rotting wooden planks replacing the yellow tile, creaked as they advanced. About halfway to the rear wall, a rickety, locked door appeared on the right. The man pulled a jangle of keys out of his pocket and began to fish through them. Finding the right one, he unlocked the door and pushed it open. The resounding creak sent shivers through Scott's spine. The opening revealed a staircase descending into the darkness. The man stepped back and motioned them to go through. Down those stairs to the left. You know the knock. Husband and wife nodded. Get going, then. You're late. Without another word, he turned and went back to his stool. Scott and Beth stood there, looking at one another. Both were nervous and frightened, but neither one wanted to admit it. Come on, Scott said in a resigned voice. He led the way down the steps, going carefully in case he lost his footing on the rotten wood. The dim light from above did little to aid him, and he was forced to rely almost solely on touch. He could hear Beth's heavy breathing as she followed behind him. By the time they reached the bottom, they were in complete darkness. Scott felt the solid concrete floor under him, and turned left. Almost immediately he found the door. He paused, then rapped softly on the wooden frame. He used the pattern that Ned had given him, 3 quick knocks, followed by 2 slow ones. There was a pause, then he could hear a latch being undone. A small sliver of light indicated that the door had opened a fraction. The lamb is returning, said a hushed voice. May he come soon, replied Scott. He was grateful that his voice did not crack. The door opened all the way. Come in, said the voice that he now recognized as Ned's. The Sampsons stepped into the cellar, the door shutting behind them. After the darkness of the staircase, even the single low-wattage bulb hanging naked from the low ceiling dazzled Scott's eyes. It took a moment for him to adjust. When he did, He could make out 12 people in the room. He looked at them for a moment, trying to think of something to say. It hit him suddenly that these people were not what he expected. There was nothing special about the way they looked. He had pictured them to be spiritual giants, so close to God that they would glow or something. Now he saw the truth. These were not heroes, he realized. No one in this room was a super Christian. They were simply believers who wanted to worship their Saviour. For a moment, Scott was able to push his fear into the back of his mind. These 12 believers would continue to meet together no matter what the cost. Their faith was far more important to them than their lives. He could feel the strength here in this dirty cellar, but more importantly, he could sense the presence of God. How long had it been since he had been able to do that? It humbled him, but in a strange way, it also gave him strength. He looked at Beth, unable to find the right words. She smiled at him gently, understanding. Then she turned to the small church, and for the first time in hours, spoke. "The Lord is risen," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. The reply came back in perfect unison, as it had centuries before. "The Lord is risen indeed." It's nice to know, Helen Bradley thought wryly, that some things truly never change. She was sitting in the upper level of the Florence Mall where the fast food restaurants were located. Being dinner time on Friday, the large, open plaza was crowded. A mostly young crowd gathered in small groups around the scattered tables that dotted the area, discussing things that only youth were privy to. For the past 15 minutes Helen's attention had centered on 2 of the young people who occupied a table by themselves. The boy, who looked to be maybe 17, had a strained expression on his face. His whole body language bespoke of uncertainty and nervousness. The girl, on the other hand, was aloof and cool, with all of the sophistication 16 had to offer. Helen knew without a doubt she was 16. 16-year-old girls have a certain look that is unmistakable. As she watched, the boy shyly took the girl's hand and tried to hold it. Calmly, the girl retrieved her hand, and shook her head. The boy was about to say something when several of the girl's friends rushed up to their table and pulled her away. They walked off, giggling to themselves as only girls of that age can do. The boy remained there for a moment, obviously hurting, then got up and shuffled off in the opposite direction, the very picture of dejection. Helen smiled wistfully, remembering her dating days. She wanted to go over and put her arm around that young lad and tell him that the object of his affection was probably just as confused and uncertain as he was. Come to think of it, she thought to herself, I was probably harder on poor Roy than that. What he must have gone through in order to get my attention. For just a moment, Helen wished she could return to her past, when the most pressing concern was what to wear to school, or whether or not the cute boy in history class liked her. But those days are gone, she told herself firmly. And I will not live in the past. Strangely, the poignant scene she had just witnessed had lightened her grim mood. It was nice to know that amid today's troubles, the endless ritual of courtship was still being observed, despite what the news people said. According to the media's statistics, usually a teenage couple slept together, and then had their first date. She settled back into her seat and checked her watch. It was almost time. She took a last bite of her salad, wishing that it was one of those aromatic hamburgers being served just a few feet away. Actually, what she really wanted was a bite of that chocolate sitting in the display window across the food court. Unfortunately, her metabolism no longer tolerated such things. At age 65, she was in perfect health, and she intended to stay that way, even if it meant a somewhat bland diet. Casually, she fingered the homemade piece of jewelry on her left shoulder. The small replica of the shepherd's staff would identify her to her contact. Helen hoped that whoever it was would be on time. She reached under the table to make sure that her shopping bag was still by her purse. Scanning the milling crowd, she searched for some clue as to his or her identity. Helen. Good grief, Helen, is that you? In spite of herself, Helen jumped, startled at the masculine voice coming from behind her. She had been concentrating on the eating area, not on the rest of the mall. Slowly she turned to see a young, handsome, blonde-haired man in his mid-twenties. He was carrying a shopping bag identical to Helen's. Despite the man's familiar greeting, Helen had never seen him before. Tom Donahue, she replied with as much enthusiasm as she could muster. I haven't seen you in years. You're all grown up now. She stood up and hugged her old new friend, then motioned for him to sit with her. She did not like using her real name in meetings like this, but Jeff had insisted. The best way to hide things, he kept insisting, was in plain sight. On the off chance she was being watched or followed, it would look far more suspicious if she began using an alias. Technically, she should not even be here. As head of the Shepherd's Path, she was too important to expose herself this way. Less than an hour ago, however, her courier had called, saying he could not make it. He had given no reason, but Helen suspected fear as a strong motive. It had meant some frantic reshuffling to be able to have this meeting at all. I can't believe I've run into you in the middle of all this crowd, Tom beamed. He sat down in the seat opposite Helen and put his bag down on the floor beside hers. He's good, Helen thought to herself. We were going to call you tonight and let you know we were in town. This is great. It's wonderful to see you again, said Helen. How are Sheila and the boys? They're fine. They're back at the hotel, swimming. We drove straight through from home and they're all a little tired. Well, why don't you come over tonight after they're rested? Helen tried to sound natural, but the truth was she hated meetings like this. She wasn't by any stretch of the imagination an actor. As her close friend, Tom droned on about family and friends. Helen wondered how much longer she would be able to keep up these rendezvous. Because she was the widow of a former evangelist, she had been forced to register with the local office of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. She didn't think she was being watched yet, but she didn't intend to start taking chances. Abruptly, Tom stopped talking and Helen struggled to remember his last words. I'm sorry you can't come over tonight, she replied at last. Let's make it tomorrow afternoon, then. Looking at her watch, she continued, goodness, it's getting late. I've got to get going. She retrieved her shopping bag and stood. Tom hugged her as she made ready to go. Tomorrow, without fail, he said as he helped Helen get her things together. They said their goodbyes and parted, Helen heading toward the east parking lot, Tom going in the opposite direction. Helen's bag felt heavier, which did not surprise her since Tom had switched bags. The bag he now had contained a much-treasured Bible, New American Standard Version, both Old and New Testaments. Since the crackdown 4 years ago, they had become almost non-existent. The Bible drive sponsored by the government had been responsible for their disappearance. On the black market, it was worth over $10,000, and it could mean life imprisonment if either of them were caught with it. If things went as planned, Tom would deliver it to a small body of believers who were meeting tonight. Then he would come over to Helen's house tomorrow to report how things went and receive a new assignment. Helen did not know where or when the church group was meeting. Although she was theoretically the top person in the Shepherd's Path, she knew the location and membership of only a few scattered churches across the country, as well as a handful of safe houses and assorted other contacts. People like Tom knew a few more. No one person personally was aware of more than 4. It was safer that way. If anyone were caught and interrogated, only a small part of the network would be compromised. Even if Helen herself were captured, the Shepherd's Path would continue. Helen reached her car and put her package in the back seat. Curiosity made her look inside. For a moment, she simply stared, then started to chuckle. Someone must have told Tom about Helen's love of chocolate, for the bag contained the largest candy bar she had ever seen. It must have weighed 5 pounds if it weighed an ounce. So much for my bland diet this week, she laughed to herself. My delicate system will just have to handle a little sugar. She started the car and headed home, giggling. She would have been very pleased to know she sounded just like the teenage girls in the mall. The suborbital shuttle sliced through the thin upper atmosphere over the North American continent. Officially, the sleek craft had no existence. Unlike Air Force One, which was constantly in the public eye, this particular shuttle was a phantom, a ghost. There were no exterior markings to identify it, nor call letters to mark its home base. Only the code name, Airs 1, told ground-based controllers that a very private and very classified vehicle was traversing this particular flight path. The shuttle itself was a marvel of 21st century technology. Developed just a few years ago, it was not quite spacecraft, not quite aircraft, but a little bit of both. It inhabited the outer fringe of the atmosphere where it walked the delicate tightrope between gravity and weightlessness. Although still too expensive for commercial use, shuttles like this one were popular with the government. They could cross the distance between New York and Los Angeles in just over an hour. The interior of this particular shuttle was a study in subdued luxury. An equal space on a passenger vehicle could carry over 300 people in comfort. This was designed for less than a tenth of that. The spacious center cabin was a mixture of burgundies and grays, the plush carpet and concave walls bearing the latter, with the sofas and chairs using the former. A wet bar in the back overlooked 4 comfortable couches arranged in a conversation pit in the exact center of the cabin. A large viewing screen dominated the front. Across the 2 aisles on either side of the pit were passenger chairs arranged in single file, a round viewport set into the wall next to each seat. Scattered tables and cabinets made of imported polished teak completed the decor. In the fore cabin was the command and communications center. Here, high technology replaced luxury. The center was capable of tapping into any communications or defense system owned by the United States or her allies. It could also extract information from every major computer network in the country, including those of unfriendly powers. 6 other places in the world exceeded it in sophistication and effectiveness, and they were all ground-based. The command center was quite literally capable of starting an all-out nuclear war. Exactly 7 people knew of its existence. Although it always carried a full crew complement including 7 flight attendants, tonight only 2 passengers were present. One sat quietly reading the Wall Street Journal, while the other slept, only the slow rising and falling of his chest indicating he was alive. Senate Majority Leader Jack Klein thumbed through the pages of the journal, his motions restless. Although he could have just as easily called up the same information on either of the 2 terminals located at opposing corners of the conversation pit, he preferred the feel of the paper in his hand. Try as he might, however, he could not focus on any one article. He lowered the paper just enough to glance at his traveling companion. Jacob Hill looked fastidious even in sleep. Jack envied the man his poise. No matter the circumstance, Hill always seemed to be in complete control of events and surroundings. Although the past 6 years had been good for Jack and his family, he rarely felt in control. This nocturnal flight to who knew where was a good example. Jacob Hill had requested that Jack accompany him, and Jack had not dared to disobey. Jacob had literally made him, and he could destroy him as well. Since his induction into Hill's inner circle, Jack's political career had skyrocketed. He had risen through the ranks to obtain what was essentially the second most powerful office in the nation. Many thought it to be the most powerful. The meteoric rate of his ascent had astonished both friend and foe alike. Now, he was said to be a shoe-in for the presidency in 04. He was envied, admired, and just a little feared by his peers on Capitol Hill. The problem was, none of this was thanks to Jack Klein. Each of his victories, every one of his advances, had been carefully orchestrated by the man sitting across from him. 6 years ago, Jack had been naive enough to believe he had been destined for greatness. He truly felt that he had the ability to be Jacob Hill's equal, and perhaps his successor. Why else had the man taken such an interest in him? Now, he knew better. The bitter truth was, he was an average politician who happened to be the special project of a very powerful man. His accomplishments, his victories, all belonged to Jacob Hill, not to Jack Klein. It was a truth he tried hard not to dwell on. Throwing his paper on the couch, he stood and walked over to one of the passenger seats. Falling rather than sitting into the soft cushion, he reached over and drew aside the small curtain that covered the viewport. An incredible vastness loomed before him. At this altitude, the curvature of the Earth was easy to see. Far below, the United States was shimmering in the eerie glow of a full moon. It was a clear night and he could see scattered sparks of light denoting human habitation. Off in the distance he could make out a large city. Since he had no idea where they were going, he also had no idea what city it might be. How serene it seems up here, he thought to himself, but he knew that peace to be a false peace. The world was in turmoil, on the brink of an all-out war. The Eastern Bloc states were embarking upon the greatest military build-up in their history. NATO, plagued with internal strife and ready to disband, was trying desperately to keep up. China was threatening to invade the Middle East, where war was the rule and not the exception. Intelligence sources reported that they could now field an army of over 200 million. This year alone, over 5,000 American lives would be lost in the never-ending conflict. Unless something was done soon to lance the boil of war, the entire planet was liable to blow. Domestically, things were little better. The Midwest once again was in the grip of a fierce drought, and it looked as if the latest wheat crop would fail. That meant even longer lines at the stores. Alternate sources of energy were still far in the future. With gas prices at over $5 per gallon, how long could the average American hold out? To top it all off, since the government had taken control of organized religion, people had started holding private meetings in their homes. They flagrantly violated the laws that were written to protect them. Didn't they see that they were damaging themselves and their country? That would have to stop. Then there was runaway inflation, rampant crime, and the killer plague known as AIDS. All in all, the outlook was bleak. Jack let the curtain fall back into place and leaned his head back in the seat. Pushing the button recessed into the armrest, he reclined the back to where he was almost laying flat. He turned the small reading light above him off, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. It should have been easy. The dim lighting, the steady thrum of the powerful engines, and the soft hiss of the air conditioning all seemed to whisper, sleep, to his tired mind. Sleep, however, was an elusive ghost that stayed just out of reach. 6 years, he thought wistfully, thinking of his first meeting with Jacob's inner circle. He considered that meeting a major turning point in his life. Incredible that so much has changed in such a short period of time. His rise to power, the constitutional convention that had rewritten the face of the nation, the sweeping changes in the law books, all of it seemed a blur. He rubbed his eyes and massaged his temples, but it did little to relieve the tension he felt. He glanced over at the still sleeping figure of Hill, and wondered about his traveling companion. Despite working closely with the man these past few years, he still did not know him. Jacob had taught and guided him, but had not allowed Jack to get too close. The fact was, he was more than a little frightened of Jacob. Many of the changes made in the nation could be traced directly to Jacob's influence. Take organized religion, for example. Jack had agreed with Jacob that religious groups desperately need to be brought under strict government control. The corruption in many of those organizations was rampant. The average citizen was being bilked out of millions of dollars by some of these con men. He himself had been instrumental in getting the proper legislation passed, but now things seemed to be getting out of control. Instead of simply watchdogging the more suspect groups and regulating their fundraising, Jacob, through the Bureau, had literally destroyed them. Jack had watched as he had maneuvered politicians, corporations, a president, and the American public. He was amazed at the man's subtlety and patience. The results were staggering. In the land of the free, it was now considered an act of treason to even own a Bible. What's next? Jack thought sarcastically. The vote. He realized that Jacob's militant hatred of religion was starting to deeply disturb him. Forget it, he told himself sternly. It's still a free country. People can still go to church, as long as that church is government sanctioned. Thrusting unpleasant thoughts aside, he again closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Slowly, the engine noise, the dim lights, and his own fatigue overcame him and he drifted into a light doze. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 15. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 15. Scott Sampson was in church. There were no ivory towers, or impressive fixtures. The cellar was cold and the walls were crawling with green fungus. The single dim bulb did little more than reveal the horrid condition of the place. There was absolutely no place to sit, and his legs were already beginning to cramp. Still, Scott Sampson was in church, and, much to his surprise, he was happy. His feelings were a crossbreed of ecstasy and amazement. Amazement because he had not felt like this in years, not since attending his home church in Detroit. Ecstasy because he knew, really knew for the first time in what seemed like forever, that God was in this place. Gone, at least for the moment, was the fear that had plagued him all the way here. Ned had started the meeting quite simply by quoting Matthew 18:20. The 12 worshippers had grown still as Ned's quiet voice said, "For where 2 or 3 have gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst of them." At that moment a quiet peace had come to Scott's heart. There was no doubt in his mind. Almighty God, in the person of the Holy Spirit, filled that little room. Although the dim bulb became no brighter, there was a luminance, that was the only way he could describe it, that permeated the room. His physical eyes could see no better than before, but his spiritual eyes beheld the glory of the living God. At last Scott truly understood the phrase, "Now we see as through a glass darkly. But then shall I know," as he studied the other members. It was as if he could almost see them as they would be, not as they are now. He got a glimpse of what it must be like to be glorified. They seemed covered with the radiance of God. It left him speechless. He was surprised to recognize several of the group. There was Ned, of course, and his wife Lily. The Fergusons, Tim and Susie. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 21. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 21. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 15 David F. Gray. Less than page asterisk MERGEFORMAT greater than 15 David F. Gray. Were there. Scott had remembered them as a husband and wife team who taught the youth group at Faith Community. Off in the comer were 2 teenage boys Scott remembered from the youth group. Men, Scott corrected himself. If they have the guts to be part of this, they aren't boys. Then there was Alan Myers. Scott knew him as an insurance salesman who attended Faith Community on a semi-regular basis. Alan had called the Sampsons at home soon after they began going to the same church. He wanted to set up an appointment to discuss their insurance needs. Although Scott declined, Alan had nevertheless been gracious and friendly whenever they ran into each other at church. Scott had caught the man's eye when the meeting started and nodded a greeting. Alan did not even acknowledge the gesture. His eyes constantly roamed the room, as if searching for a way out. He looks like a caged tiger, thought Scott. I hope he can hold it together while we hear. He looked back to where Ned was speaking and promptly forgot about Alan in the wondrous time that followed. After beginning with Matthew 18:20, Ned had then quoted the first chapter of John. Then the second. And then the third. Almost without pause, he had gone on to the first 2 chapters in 1 Corinthians, the first 4 chapters of Ephesians, and topped it all off with the entire book of 2 Timothy. Scott stood with his mouth wide open. The man was a walking Bible. What's more, there was no pretense here, no hot-dogging or showing off. Ned wasn't trying to impress anyone. The tender and loving way he quoted each verse spoke volumes about his love of Scripture. He caressed each word gently, reluctant to let it go. It set the tone for the service. They were not there to listen to a message or a 3-point sermon. They had not come to sing 3 verses of a hymn. They were there to listen to the Word of God. When he finally finished, there was not a dry eye in the group. Ned finished quoting Scripture and paused a moment. These are dangerous times, he said finally. Like the Christians of old, we find ourselves persecuted at every turn. We can no longer meet to worship in the peace and freedom we once enjoyed. He scanned the cellar, looking each person in the eye. At that moment, the entire building could have come collapsing down around them and they would not have noticed. They were completely caught up in the spirit of the meeting. Ned smiled, and his smile quickly widened into a grin. That's okay, though, he said, his voice growing with excitement. Jesus never promised us an easy time of it. In fact, just the opposite. Let us not forget the apostles who were beaten and thrown into prison. They rejoiced that they were found worthy to suffer for our Lord's sake. There were many nods, and a few smiles from the group, but Ned was not finished. He set his face in a determined look, and once again he had the tiny church's complete attention. The apostles were glad to suffer, he repeated, but do not forget just what they were glad to suffer for. When Peter and John were brought before the high priest and the scribes, they were ordered not to teach in the name of Jesus. Listen to their reply in Acts 4:19. Whether it is right in the sight of God to give heed to you rather than to God, you be the judge, for we cannot stop speaking what we have seen and heard. Ned's voice grew stem and powerful, although it was not greater in volume than before. While Scott had not known the man well at Faith Community, he had never seen him like this, so confident and assured. He wished he had the man's courage. This, continued Ned, waving his arm to encompass the entire room, this is not enough. Let's not get the idea that we are brave, or special because we meet like this. Unless we leave here with the determination not only to live for Christ, but to share His love and salvation with as many as we can, then this is for nothing. The words hit the church like a hammer, each one pounding in the truth. Scott almost physically recoiled from the force of Ned's admonition. The bitter truth hit him like a blow. When was the last time he had witnessed to someone? He thought of the people he worked with, of his neighbors next door. He had been so concerned about his own safety that he had never once mentioned God to any of them. He saw the ugliness of his own selfishness, and it sickened him. What was the use of having a light if he only used it for himself? For a moment, Scott bowed his head in recognition of his own failure. He missed Ned's next few words. Be discouraged. Just remember why we meet like this. We meet to worship, and to gain strength from each other and most importantly, from God. This time together is our refuge, a time to rest in our Lord. When we leave here, our mission begins anew. A look of sadness crossed Ned's face. In the years before we lost our freedom, a great number of Christians were involved in politics. Now, I'm not saying this was wrong, but somewhere back then, we lost sight of something important. We became so involved in trying to stop abortion that we forgot to pray and witness to those who performed abortions. We fought so hard to get prayer reinstated in public schools that we stopped loving those who threw it out in the first place. We forgot to care for and love those who stood against us. Now our enemies are multiplied 1,000-fold. Will we fight them? There was a murmured no from the tiny group. Paul did not resist when he was taken prisoner and sent to Rome, continued Ned. He didn't bemoan his imprisonment. Instead, he loved and witnessed to his captors, and many of them were saved. Can we do less? Again the congregation whispered no, this time in greater unison. Remember, said Ned, if we were an army, they could defeat us. If we were philosophers, they could debate us, but if we are love, plain and simple love, what will they do with us? They may hurt us, they may kill us, but they will never stop us. There was a strong chorus of amens, and Ned looked down at his watch. I've talked long enough. You didn't come here to listen to me, but to the Father. I think it's high time we did just that. So saying, he joined hands with the people on either side of him. At his cue, the rest gathered along the four walls, linking hands to form a circle. To Scott, the prayer time was sweet beyond belief. The presence of the Holy Spirit filled the cellar, stronger even than before. He wished it could go on forever, but knew that it must end soon. Ned led them, and each member stood with him and agreed with him. He prayed for each one of those in the room by name, then he prayed for those who would destroy them. He asked that every one of them would have a chance to share the love of Christ before they met again. Scott had attended a prayer meeting before, but now knew that he had never really been in a real prayer meeting until tonight. Oh God, he said silently to himself, but the words caught in his throat. He wanted desperately to ask forgiveness, to turn away from his fear and doubt, to live a strong Christian life, but he simply could not find the right thing to say. His heart breaking, he stood in mute silence. Then finally he asked God for the right things to say. No words came, but suddenly the doubt was gone. He knew, for the first time in his life, that his prayer was being heard. He prayed with his heart, and in the Spirit, with groanings that could not be uttered. It was the first time in his life he had ever prayed this way, and in the privacy of his own thoughts, he poured out his heart to God, asking for another chance to live for him. He knew inside that his battle with fear was far from over, but now he had a friend to lean on, to fight the battles for him. From this moment on, Scott Sampson would not be alone. When Ned finished, Scott lifted his head, surprised to find 2 large tears running down his cheeks. He was not alone. Beth, who held his hand on his right, sniffed a little, and smiled shyly at him. For just a moment, they shared the joy of the Lord. Scott felt his love for his wife blossom anew, and squeezed her hand tightly. She returned the pressure, and leaned up against him. It was the closest they had been in months. Scott looked up at Ned, who was looking at his watch again. There was supposed to be someone else here tonight. I was saving it for a surprise, but it looks as if it will have to wait. He held up his hand to forestall further questions. I said it was a surprise, he smiled. Now, he continued, as wonderful as it's been tonight, we've overstayed our welcome. It's time to break up and go home. Scott, Beth, since you two got here last, you can leave first. Just go back the way you came, and be careful on the streets. This isn't the best section of town. I just hope our car is still in one piece, remarked Scott as they edged their way toward the door. There were scattered chuckles at his comment. Scott reached for the door, but paused a moment to look Ned in the eye. I was scared to death to come here, he said evenly. The only reason I'm here is because of Beth, and she had to drag me kicking and screaming all the way. For a moment, Scott found he was unable to speak. Ned looked at him, his eyes understanding, waiting for him to continue. The thing is, he said in a rush, this is the best thing that's happened to us in a long time. Will you let us come again? Ned laughed heartily. Welcome to the family, Scott. Count on it. We'll call you when it's time. For the first time in what seemed like a lifetime, Scott grinned, then laughed out loud. He felt as if he were a child that had just been given the thing he wanted most for Christmas. He opened the door for Beth, then, just before he walked out, he turned to that small determined group of believers and said, "The Lord is risen." Once again, the church replied joyfully, "The Lord is risen indeed." With that wonderful greeting ringing in his ears, he closed the cellar door. Again blackness settled over them, leaving them in the stifling mustiness. Scott took a deep breath of the cool, damp air, even that seemed fresh compared to the cellar. With no ventilation, it had begun to get a little stale toward the end of the meeting. Taking Beth's arm in one hand, he began to grope toward the stairs with the other. "Can you see it all?" whispered his wife. "Not a thing," he whispered back. "Do you think it's safe to leave?" "Sure. If there was going to be any trouble, it would have come sooner." "Then would you mind telling me why we're whispering?" Scott was in the middle of taking a deep breath, and Beth's last remark caught him off guard. He started to laugh, but ended up coughing when he tried to inhale and exhale at the same time. This caused him to forget where he was and he promptly barked his shin against the foot of the stairs. "Ouch. Eek. That sounded painful." "It was painful," he replied peevishly, rubbing his bruise. "Funny, I didn't feel a thing." "Cute," he said through clenched teeth. "Let's see you navigate." Abruptly, he broke off what he was about to say. It suddenly hit him that Beth was joking with him the way she used to, the way she did when things were good between them. For a moment, he remembered how they used to love each other. Tears came unbidden to his cheeks, because he realized that, in her own way, she was telling him that they could be that way again. She was willing to start over, to forgive him for his childish and timid ways. For the first time in ages, he felt a wave of pure, emotional love rush over him. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to spend an eternity with just her. "Beth," he managed to croak, and then she was in his arms, holding him tight. It made him feel whole again. Squeezing her with all his might, he realized just how much he had almost lost. "Beth," he said again, this time lovingly and softly. "Forgive me. Forgive me for being such a," he would have continued, but her lips found his. The kiss was electric and vital. It was as if they were touching for the very first time, and in a way, they were. His tears mingled with her own and their embrace grew more ardent. Then Beth pulled away, touching his cheek lightly with one hand. "Whoa, lover," her voice tinkled. That was the only way Scott could describe it. It sounded like tiny chimes. "Don't you think we should continue this discussion somewhere else? Your place or mine?" he joked, sniffing at the same time. "Ours," she answered softly, kissing him again. "We've got a lot to talk about. I love you, Scott." Her words thrilled him. Once again, he took her arm and started forward. Beth was right about getting a move on. Soon others would be leaving, and it would not do to have too many going out at the same time. Slowly, they made their way up the rickety staircase. Each step groaned as it accepted their weight. Finally, they reached the landing at the top. Scott felt for and found the door latch. He started to tug it open, and froze. Beth inhaled sharply. "What is it?" she asked, apprehension suddenly in her voice. She felt it too. Scott tried to answer, but couldn't. His heart was pounding. Try as he might, he could not open the latch. Somehow, he knew beyond certainty that it would be disastrous to go through that door. He felt trapped. There was nowhere else to go. There were no other exits out of the cellar. He took a deep breath and tried to slow his heart rate. Gingerly, as if it were a snake that would bite him, he lifted the latch. Putting both hands on the door, he pulled it gently toward him. When he had opened it about an inch, he leaned forward and put his eye to the crack. It took a moment to adjust to the light spilling in. When he could see, he peered forward. He could see the doorway they had come through, and the showroom beyond that. The dirty curtain was only closed halfway. There was the bald man, Scott never did get his name, still sitting at his high desk. Everything appeared to be normal. Nothing had changed since they had arrived except that it was now dark outside. He could see the dim glow of street lights through the display windows. He breathed a sigh of relief, but the feeling of impending disaster would not go away. He wanted to get out of there, back to his home and safety, but could not make himself move. He was just about to force himself through the door when, without warning, the revolving entrance started to spin. In horror, Scott watched as a half-dozen men, some in suits, some in uniforms, rushed in. Without hesitation, they made straight for the bald man. Scott didn't wait. He knew that they had been discovered. There was no place to go, but he had to try to get away. Get back down, he whispered roughly to Beth. Leaving the door ajar, he grabbed her arm and started down the stairs. It was a miracle they didn't fall. Once, when a step gave way, they almost pitched headfirst down the dark hole. Only Scott's death grip on the handrail saved them. The dim light coming through the cracked door helped a little, and somehow they made it to the bottom. Scott's first thought was to get back into the cellar, to try to warn those inside. He ran out of time. The door at the top flew open, and the harsh glare of flashlights shone through. Without thinking, he dove into the narrow space between the wall and the staircase. As heavy-booted feet thudded down into the cellar, he all but dragged Beth under the stairs. There was a narrow crawl space there, filled with stacks of molding boxes. He found an opening between two of the stacks and slid in, pulling Beth in behind him. Part of him thanked the racket the raiders were making. Otherwise, they would surely have been heard. Heart beating like a runaway locomotive, he crouched down in that filthy space as more and more men filed down the stairs. There was a thud, and some muttered cursing as one official tripped on the step that had given way under Scott and Beth's wild flight. There was a loud clicking sound, as of metal on metal, and Scott realized with a thrill of fear that he was hearing the cocking of firearms. Then came a heavy banging on the cellar door. Federal officers, open this door at once. There was a muted shout from inside. Scott thought it was Ned. Then another knock rocked the weak door. One more, and it gave way. Everybody, against that wall, shouted the harsh voice. Let's go, get up off those knees. Move. There was a loud smack, and then a cry of pain from one of the women. Voices rose in protest, and then a powerful voice took command. Everyone, be calm, it said, and this time Scott was sure that it was Ned. Do what they say. We knew that this might happen. We are in God's hands. Don't fear. Yeah, right, came another gruff voice. I got your God right here. Again there came a smack, and this time it was Ned that cried out in pain. Scott closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He had never felt so helpless. Please, God, let this be a dream, he prayed desperately, but of course nothing changed. They had been found out, and all they could do was to face the storm headlong. Well, isn't this special, mocked the first voice. What a nice cozy group. Sergeant, cuff these traitors and get them into the wagon. Looks like a good night, gentlemen. This is quite a haul, a real feather in our cap. It'll look good to the higher-ups. We have to take them all now. Leered the second voice. This one here, we could have some fun with her. There was a groan of despair. Scott recognized it as Susie's. Sorry, Sergeant. Orders are that none of them are to be damaged. They got a little trip ahead of them. Too bad. Okay, let's go. Come on, move. What about our rights? Scott heard Ned ask calmly. If you're arresting us, we should be read our rights. There was a momentary silence, and when the first voice spoke again, it spoke with a chill that froze Scott's heart. You have no rights, it said flatly. When you decided to have your little meeting, you automatically became a traitor to the state. That means you forfeited any rights to be treated like a citizen. Sergeant. All right, enough talk. Let's go. The shattered group was led out of the cellar and up the stairs. From the sound of it, the police, or whoever they were not too gentle. More than once Scott heard someone fall, only to be struck and ordered to keep moving. Not daring to move, he crouched low. Beth leaned against him, pushing him hard against the cellar wall. They listened as the footsteps thudded their way up the stairs and out the door. The flashlight beams disappeared and darkness returned. For just a moment, all was quiet. Scott was actually beginning to hope that they had escaped. He was just about to move when the cellar door again opened and a single ray of light appeared. Nice work, said the first voice, who had evidently remained behind. Thanks to you, we got the whole bunch. Look, you got what you wanted. Is that it? Can I go now? Scott felt Beth stiffen behind him, knowing her reaction was mirrored by his own. He knew that voice. Alan Myers. Of course. Just as soon as you assure me that we got everyone. Wouldn't want to miss someone, now would we? It wouldn't look good for you, or your family. Alan's voice had the tone of one totally defeated. 2 others left just before you got here. You must have seen them. Nobody came out the front. There's a back entrance, but we had it covered. Are you sure they left? Where else would they go? Snapped Alan. He was obviously under a great deal of strain. Don't use that tone with me, mister. What were the names? In despair, Scott listened as Alan answered. Scott and Beth Sampson. They live on this side of the river, somewhere in Fort Mitchell, I think. There was a muted click, then a burst of static. Sergeant, sir. The sergeant's voice sounded as if it were on the other end of the phone. The man in charge evidently had a communicator. There are 2 other suspects. They left just before we came in, so start a search of the immediate area. The names are Scott and Beth Sampson. Call that into Central and get an address on them, and put out an APB to the local agencies. Let's find them, Sergeant. Yes, sir. Now, said the leader, is there anything else you need to tell me? No. Then go on home, but don't leave town, and be sure to stay in touch. Got that. There was a grunt of agreement, and the 2 went up and out into the store. Below, 2 frightened people huddled together, their entire world having just crashed about them. Scott had no idea what to do next. There was nowhere they could go. Their house would now be watched, and there was no one at work Scott could trust with his or Beth's life. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the cold wall, trying to make some sense of what had just happened. Unbidden, the image of Alan Myers came to his mind, and a sudden wave of anger washed over him. Betrayer. Those officers had called the others traitors, but Alan was the real one. The church had simply stayed true to God. They had sworn their allegiance when they accepted Christ as the personal Saviour. But Alan had turned his back on his faith and on his friends. Scott remembered the way he himself had been before coming here tonight. He remembered his fear and anger, but try as he might, he could not bring himself to believe that he would betray the others just to save himself. Why had Alan done this? The more he ran it over in his mind, the more angry and frustrated he got. He also realized that it was getting him nowhere. They were now wanted by the law, and they had to have a plan if they were going to stay free. Scott. Beth's voice, though only a whisper, startled him. Yeah, he said, taking a deep breath. Shouldn't we try to get out of here? Too soon, he replied. You heard what that guy said. They're going to be looking for us. Let's give it a few hours. By then, things may have quieted down enough to leave. He could tell by the way she was leaning against him that she did not like the thought of remaining under that staircase. For that matter, neither did he. Now that everything was quiet, the other residents of the cellar were beginning to make themselves known. Scott was almost glad that they were in complete darkness. He didn't want to see what was making all those scratching noises. He was suddenly aware that his legs were cramping from squatting between the boxes. Gently, he pushed Beth away and levered himself to a full sitting position on the cold floor. He could feel Beth following suit, settling in once more against him. Try to rest a little, he whispered. He felt for his watch and pushed the button that would light up the tiny display. It read 10:30. We'll try to leave just after midnight. All right, Scott. I love you. I love you, too. Don't worry, we'll get out of here. Trying to sound confident, he put his arm around his wife and nuzzled her hair. It was going to be a long 2 hours. Probably the longest he had ever spent in his life. Helen had never been happier. Here she was with Roy, canoeing across the main lake at Versailles State Park. They had spent their honeymoon here, and tried to come back at least once a year since. Just across the Ohio-Indiana border, it was only a 2-hour drive from their home. Roy looked wonderful. Tanned and healthy, he was the husband she knew before the cancer made him into an empty, eaten-out shell. He smiled at her as he evenly stroked the canoe across the lake. The sun was bright and warm on the back of her neck. There was not a cloud in the sky. Soon, they would beach the small craft in a spot only they knew about. Helen would prepare the picnic lunch she had brought, and they would spend the rest of the afternoon just being together. This is perfect, Hon, she said in a lazy voice. The warm air and slow lapping water had an almost hypnotic effect on her. Roy just smiled and nodded. Off in the distance, thunder began to rumble. Thunder. Helen looked up at the sky, seeing nothing but blue. How could there be thunder with no clouds? Again it sounded across the lake, louder this time, more insistent. It seemed to call to her, demanding her attention. Anxiously she looked at Roy, who continued to smile as if nothing was wrong. He kept paddling the canoe. Crash. This time there was lightning, and suddenly the sky was not clear anymore. Huge dark threatening clouds boiled overhead, and the once calm water was now dark and choppy. A large drop of rain smacked onto the deck of the canoe. More followed. Helen felt her cheeks getting wet, and began to get frightened. They should be heading back to shore. She started to say as much to Roy, but to her horror, she couldn't talk above a whisper. Crack, crash. The thunder deafened her. The sky was so dark now that it was almost impossible to see. She squinted toward Roy, but could only make out his outline in the murky darkness. Roy, she called desperately. Roy, don't leave me here. I need you. Don't leave me. The rain began to pour down with a loud roar, washing everything out. Her world disappeared. Roy, she shouted, and sat upright in her bed, completely disoriented. She reached over to touch her husband, but of course there was no one there. Oh, Roy, she said softly as memory returned. Did you have to leave so soon? Her cheeks were wet with tears. She just sat there for what seemed like an eternity, wanting nothing more than to go back inside her dream, to spend just a few more precious moments with her mate. Gradually it came to her that the thunder was still banging, its sound muffled through the bedroom walls. Abruptly she realized that someone was beating on her front door. A cold fear gripped her heart. The clock on her nightstand read almost 2 in the morning. In her line of work, a nocturnal visit like this could only mean trouble. She got up and looked out the bedroom window. There were no police cars, at least. Somewhat relieved, she hurried to put on her robe. She made her way into the living room and to the front door. Turning on the porch light, she stood on tiptoe to peer through the peephole. There, his face distorted by the convex lens, was Tom, her friend from the mall. Without hesitation, Helen unlocked and opened the door. Helen. Thank God. I rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. That's because it doesn't work, replied Helen, standing aside to let her distraught friend in. Hasn't in a few years. Tom, what's wrong? You weren't supposed to be here until tomorrow, this afternoon. Helen, they got them. They got the whole group. The fear that had hovered unnamed in the back of her mind finally coagulated. This was her worst nightmare come true. Okay, calm down, she said as much to herself as to Tom. Come on in and tell me what happened. She led him into the small but comfortable living room and motioned for him to sit on the sofa. Disappearing into the kitchen, she returned a few moments later with 2 steaming cups of coffee. Tom sipped his gratefully. The hot black liquid seemed to calm and reassure him. Settling herself on one of the high back chairs across from her guest, Helen gave him a few moments to gather his composure. All right, dear, she said in her most comforting voice. Tell me what happened, one step at a time. Tom nodded, and then thought for a moment. When I left you at the mall, he finally began, I went straight back to the motel. I stayed there until it was time to leave. Sheila wanted to come with me, but I insisted on staying with the original plan. Besides, someone had to stay with the boys. Helen nodded, encouraging him to continue. Anyway, I left with plenty of time to spare. I wanted to make sure that the meeting place wasn't being watched. When I got there, I just drove by, checking things out. It was a furniture store, by the way. Downtown Covington, bad section of town. Everything looked fine. There were no parked cars along the street, and no one seemed to be hanging around. I even checked out the rest of the neighborhood. Nothing was out of the ordinary, so I parked in the garage that I had been told about. It was a few streets over. I walked the rest of the way. There was a little diner just up the street. From there, I could see the store, so I got some dinner and waited. I wanted to make sure that everything was okay, he repeated, as if trying to reassure himself. You did the right thing, said Helen. Go on. Well, I watched the store until just after dark. The only people I saw go in was a younger couple. I'm pretty sure they were part of the church, because they didn't come back out. I finished my dinner and paid my check, then went to the bathroom. When I came back out, there were a few other customers looking out the window. I went over to see what was going on, and for a moment, Tom closed his eyes and seemed unable to continue. Helen waited patiently. There were police cars in front of the store, he blurted out finally, his voice thick with emotion. They had their flashes on and a bunch of officers were running inside. I couldn't watch, but I had no choice. There was nowhere to go until they left. A few minutes later, they began to drag everyone out. They were really rough on them. They took 'em out and put 'em all into a van. When the van drove off, the officers left began going building to building. One officer came into the diner and asked if any of us had seen a young couple in the last hour or so. When he gave the description, I recognized them as the ones I had seen go into the store before. I guess that somehow they got away. I don't know. Tom stopped abruptly and put his hands into his face. I tried, Helen. I honestly tried to get there. If I could have been just a few minutes earlier, you would have been captured along with the rest of them, finished Helen bluntly. Tom, look at me. Tom raised his eyes to meet hers. He had a haunted look about him. There was nothing you could have done, she told him firmly. From what you've told me, this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment operation. If you had been with them, you would now be in custody, and we would be a lot worse off. I could have warned them. Began Tom. How? Demanded Helen. It happened so fast. She thought for a moment. This was planned. Somehow, the police got wind of this meeting. Not the police, corrected Tom. I saw the uniform of the officer who questioned us at the diner. The emblem said, Bureau of Religious Affairs. I know the Bureau, said Helen thoughtfully. I also know they have their own force, but I didn't know they were working on such a local level. I have a feeling that things have just become more complicated. Tom was silent for a moment, then said, What about that church? Isn't there something we can do for them? Helen shook her head doubtfully. If they had been arrested by local authorities, I would say yes. We've had some success on that end. From what you say, though, city or state police didn't have anything to do with this. I'll make some phone calls, but I don't know. Those poor people, Tom said miserably. Helen stood up and took Tom's cup. You can stay here for what's left of the night, she said. Call Sheila and let her know where you are. She pointed toward the guest bedroom. Everything you need is in there. Get some rest, and we'll try to figure out what to do in the morning. Without another word, Tom went into the bedroom and closed the door. Helen put the cups in the sink and retired to her own bedroom. She had tried to sound calm and confident for Tom's sake, but inside her heart was breaking. Another body of believers stamped out. And what about these uniformed officers? Why was the Bureau breaking up small groups like this one? They usually left that to the local authorities. She would have to call Jeff first thing in the morning to check this out. Right now, though, she realized that there was only one thing she could do for those poor victims. She knelt beside the bed and began to pray. She stayed there the rest of the night. Jack Klein's world was a blur. Lack of sleep had made the events of the past few days run together. First, there was the phone call from Jacob requesting, no demanding, that he accompany him on a short trip. Then there was his furtive departure from Washington in the middle of the night, followed by the suborbital flight. Now, here he was, in a black stretch limousine that was navigating its way through an industrial sector several miles outside of Los Angeles. It was close to 4 a.m. Pacific time, and still quite dark on the West Coast. Between the hectic events of the past day and the lost sleep, he was in pretty bad shape. He hoped he had been successful in diverting suspicion from his activities. The Senate Majority Leader simply did not take clandestine trips such as this, at least not if he wanted to remain in office. Already, several of his colleagues were starting to ask some uncomfortable questions about his political ties. Unless his executive assistant, Marcy Cummings, could successfully throw the hounds off the scent, he could be in for some rough times ahead. He had mentioned this several times to Jacob, but the man had merely smiled and assured him that everything was under control. Jack wanted to believe him, but still he had his doubts. The limousine made its way down the narrow, sparsely lit street toward who knew where. Although it was still dark, traffic was already starting to build. This part of the city truly never slept. Factories, refineries, and assorted manufacturing plants operated around the clock. Right now, the graveyard shifts were just getting off and the early morning crowd was gearing up for another workday. Jack watched with something akin to envy as the heart of America, the so-called blue-collar workers, went hurrying to wherever they were going. How long has it been since I've held a regular job? He thought. One where I go in, put in my hours, and go home. One where I leave my work at the office, and forget about it until the next day. He thought about it for a moment, and then decided he couldn't remember ever having that sort of job. For as long as he could recall, he had wanted to hold a public office. Even in his high school days, he had worked for his political party. While his friends had been flipping hamburgers and washing cars, he was passing out campaign leaflets and knocking on doors. Politics had been an all-consuming ambition. Jack. Jacob's calm, cultured voice cut into his thoughts. Idly, Jack wondered if Jacob ever raised his voice above speaking level. Jack responded. There's our destination up ahead on the left. The car had just rounded a sharp curve. Jack looked where Jacob was pointing past the driver's shoulder and saw a high-security fence. Beyond that was a huge steel, glass, and concrete structure that seemed to spread out in all directions. It was a sprawling complex made up of at least 4 separate sections, all connected to form a rough square. The whole effect was of a complex cube that looked as if it ran on forever. As they approached the menacing security fence, Jack read the single name on the huge triangular-shaped ebony and gold sign, just past the gate. Menteces, he said aloud. Yes, replied Jacob, and Jack could hear a grim satisfaction in his companion's voice. Have you heard of it? Jack tried to wipe the cobwebs out of his tired mind and concentrate. Isn't that one of Christine Smythe's corporations? He said at last. Correct, answered Jacob. Menteces is a multinational corporation owned by our friend Christine. Among other things, it is a supplier of pharmaceuticals to every major hospital in the nation. They deal almost exclusively in drugs which affect the mind, drugs that treat schizophrenia and other mental disorders. They have made quite a few breakthroughs in the past 5 years. So why are we going there? Asked Jack. There are a few things I want you to see, said Jacob, glancing sideways at him. You have proven yourself worthy of our trust, Jack. All of us agree that it's time we brought you into our complete confidence. Instantly, Jack was wide awake. By all that's holy, this is what I've been waiting for. He thought. Excitement suddenly engulfed him like a fire. By us, Jacob meant his inner circle, the elite. He had worked for them for over 6 years. Finally, it looked as if he would be working with them. Now, Jack Klein would take his place within that very circle. He would be someone that mattered. He had wanted this all of his life. His entire political career had been geared solely toward this instant. He dismissed the doubts and fears that had been plaguing him during the trip. Sure, Jacob had been instrumental in his political climb. He had been with him every step of the way, but not because he was average or could not do it alone. Now Jack understood that Jacob had chosen him because he was special. Jack Klein was destined for greatness, for immortality. Jack's head was reeling with visions of power as the limousine turned off the main street and up to the outer gate. A small guardhouse was located just outside the gate. The limousine stopped and both the driver and Jacob lowered their windows. A no-nonsense guard greeted them coolly. Morning, Mr. Hill, he said. I'll need to see your identification. Sir. Without a word, Jacob handed the guard a small, blank card about the size of a driver's license. The guard took both Jacob's and the driver's ID and inserted them one at a time into a box that stood waist-high on a single pole. When Jacob's card went in, a small screen lit just above the slot and glowed with information. Jack could see a computerized image of Jacob as well as printed information next to it. The procedure was repeated with the driver's card. Satisfied, the guard handed the cards back. Then he peered past Jacob at Jack. You're Senator Klein, he said, nodding. He handed Jacob a small clipboard. I'll need your signature, Mr. Hill, authorizing him past this point. Jacob took the clipboard and signed in the appropriate place. Thank you, sir, said the guard. He retrieved his board and motioned them through. They drove through the well-manicured grounds and toward the complex itself. This place is quite unique, remarked Jacob once they were inside the gate. In addition to manufacturing all sorts of pharmaceuticals, this is also one of the most advanced research facilities in the world. What type of research? Asked Jack. Mental disorders, mainly, replied Jacob. The staff here has mapped the human brain more extensively than has ever been done before. Jack's only reply was a non-committal grunt. They passed a number of small parking lots and finally came to the main entrance. Less than page asterisk MERGFORMAT greater than 39. Less than page asterisk MERGFORMAT greater than 39. Here, the limo stopped and the driver got out and opened the door for his 2 passengers. Jack followed Jacob out of the car and into the main lobby of Menteces. He saw a reception desk straight ahead and a row of elevators across the lobby to his right. The lobby itself was a pleasant place. Even though it was still dark, The large windows across the front gave a feeling of airiness. Plenty of assorted indoor plants and trees decorated the interior, and the thick royal blue carpet added a touch of luxury. "Ah, there you are, Jacob. And you, Senator Klein. It's good to see you again." The familiar voice came from Jack's right. He turned to see Dr. Samuel Steiger emerge from a door that was obviously an office. Other than Jacob Hill, Jack did not meet with the other members of the inner circle often. He had not seen the doctor since that fateful meeting 6 years ago. Even so, the man looked much the same. Tall and broad, looking more like a football linebacker than a doctor, he towered over even Jacob. A shock of jet black hair went well with his ruddy complexion. What makes you notice him though, are his eyes, thought Jack as he shook hands. He had built a career on reading people, and the best way to read them was through the eyes. Steiger, though, was an enigma. The man's eyes never seemed to quite focus on anything. It was as if he was always staring at something just out of sight. It gave one the uncomfortable feeling that he was seeing inside you, that all of your darkest secrets were an open book to him. "Good to see you again, Doctor," said Jack with a smile right off the rack. He did not feel comfortable in the man's presence. "What brings you out to the West Coast?" Steiger glanced at Jacob, then back to Jack. "I see Jacob hasn't brought you up to date yet," he replied. "I'll be glad to fill you in on my end as soon as he does." Turning to Jacob he said, "I'll be in phase 1 if you need me." Jacob nodded and Steiger, with a glance toward Jack, left. Jacob motioned for Jack to walk with him. Together they passed the reception desk and turned a comer into a long hallway. Almost instantly, the mood of the place changed. The lobby had been a cheerful place, full of freshness and warmth. Now, the hallway turned stark and cold, with harsh fluorescent lights replacing the cheery atmosphere. Jacob escorted Jack down the hall and turned another comer. 3 halls and several turns later, he was hopelessly lost. "This place is bigger than it looks," Jack said under his breath. "Over 1 square mile," replied Jacob, "and that's just the visible part." "Visible part. Bear with me, Jack. You've been very patient. Soon, all will be revealed." Just as he made this statement, they came to a single elevator. It so blended in with the white wall that Jack almost missed it. Only the bright authorized personnel sign to the right of the door drew his attention to it. There were no buttons or other visible controls. Jacob stopped. For a moment, he stood there, as if waiting. Then, with a bit of a flair, not unlike a stage magician at the climax of an illusion, he pressed his hand against the wall just under the sign. Immediately, a square of light surrounded his hand, and Jack heard the unmistakable sound of an elevator motor. He raised an eyebrow at Jacob, who smiled and nodded. "As you guessed, we are heading to a high-security area," he said. "The elevator only operates on verification of an authorized handprint. Pretty heavy security for a place that manufactures supposedly legal drugs," remarked Jack. He was starting to get a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. For an instant, Jacob frowned, and Jack realized he had overstepped his bounds. Then it passed and he smiled again. "I promise you, Jack, there are no illegal substances made here. You have my word on it." Jack relaxed a little. One of the notable things that Jack admired about Jacob Hill was his sense of honor and honesty. If he gave his word, it would be kept, no matter what the cost. In all the years of his association with this man, he had not known him ever to utter anything that was not the truth. Jacob could destroy a person's career as easily as he could create it, but he would always do it with the truth. The elevator door opened to reveal a small, paneled cabin. They stepped in and the door closed behind them. Suddenly they were bathed in a soft blue glow that seemed to come from everywhere. "What the? Weapons scan?" replied Jacob to the half-asked question. "Only properly coded weapons will pass, and only the security force here has properly coded weapons." Jack shook his head in wonderment. He knew of such devices, of course. Every airport in the country now had them installed. Such a scanner was much more efficient than the old metal detectors used a decade ago. Not only could they detect metal weapons, but plastic explosives, volatile liquids, and even the newer non-metal pistols that were flooding the black market. The question was, who ever heard of one being installed in an elevator? Whatever Jacob was hiding here, it must be big. Again, Jacob pressed his hand to the wall. This time, instead of a light, there came a feminine, computerized voice. "Level, please," it said. "Executive suite," replied Jacob. Voice print confirmed, said the disembodied voice. Welcome to Menteses, Mr. Hill. Without another word it began to rise. In less than a minute, they had completed the journey. Jack assumed the door would open, but was again surprised when it began moving again, this time horizontally. He lurched backward as the unexpected movement caught him off guard. Jacob steadied him with a hand to the shoulder. Just another little nicety Christine had installed. It will take us directly to my suite. True to his word, the elevator deposited them in a foyer with only one door. Without waiting for Jack, Jacob took the necessary 3 steps forward and once again pressed his hand against the wall. This time, the door simply opened inward. Motioning for Jack to follow, he disappeared into the suite. By this time, Jack did not know what to expect. His lack of sleep and Jacob's little surprises had left him numb. Nevertheless, he still stopped and gaped at the room he had just entered. In stark contrast to the ultra-modern environment he had experienced since entering Menteses, this place was bathed in antiquity. He felt as if he had stepped into 18th-century France. The decor was a study in ivory and gold. The furniture, and Jack had no doubt that it was genuine, looked like it belonged in a palace rather than a manufacturing plant. Jack slowly walked further into the luxurious suite, trying to take everything in at once. Part of him cursed himself for acting like a gawking tourist. He had visited heads of state, for goodness sake. Expensive surroundings were a part of the game he played. Come in, Jack. Make yourself comfortable. Jacob motioned for him to take a seat on one of the high-backed couches as he busied himself at the large desk that sat in front of one wall. He was wearing that small smile he usually wore when something amused him. Abruptly, Jack realized that he was that source of amusement. Angry at himself, and trying not to show it, he sat down. As he sank into the deceptively comfortable cushions, he again felt sleep tugging at the corners of his eyes. To resist the temptation he examined his surroundings, this time with more detachment. A row of alabaster curtains covered the entire outer wall to his right. Judging from the barely there dawn light that was starting to peek through, Jack guessed that the whole wall was made of glass. It probably looked out over the entire complex. The wall behind the desk was covered with mahogany shelving. Each shelf contained a small piece of sculpture or one of many sets of leather-bound books. The opposite wall held several expensive paintings. Letting his eyes rove over to where he came in, Jack was startled to discover that there was no obvious door. Only ceiling-length mirrors that covered the entire wall. As he tried to figure out just where he had entered, he noticed a stranger sitting on a plush couch. For a moment, he froze, wondering who was in the room with him. Abruptly, he realized that he was staring at his own reflection. As if pulled against his will, he stood up and walked over to stand in front of the stranger. His hair was oily and matted, and a day's growth of beard darkened his face. The expensive suit he wore was wrinkled almost beyond recognition. I hope this place has a bathroom, he said to himself. I need a major overhaul. He went back to the sofa. Just as he sat down, Jacob finished whatever he was doing and looked up. Jack, what have you heard about the shepherd's path? The unexpected question caught him off guard. Nothing, I think, he replied, the confusion apparent in his voice. He hated it when Jacob did this to him. He would keep him in the dark for days or even weeks about his plans. Then, everything would come together at once. Jacob would hit him with a totally unexpected question that left Jack feeling as if he had missed something. The shepherd's path, replied Jacob, is something we are trying very hard to find out about. As usual, Jacob, you've left me behind. Jack tried to sound flippant to cover up his lack of knowledge, but Jacob only frowned. Jack knew that frown and immediately sobered. So what is it, then? He asked. Actually, we are not quite sure, said Jacob, satisfied that Jack now displayed the proper attitude. We have heard rumors that it is anything from a nationwide terrorist organization to a hoax. Terrorist? Asked Jack. This did not set well with him. At last count, there were over 1,200 known terrorist groups based in the United States. Most of them were only made up of a handful of people. A few, though, were highly dangerous and volatile, liable to go off at any time. The incident at Macy's department store in New York last Christmas was proof of that. At 7 p.m. on Christmas Eve, a bomb had exploded on the main floor, killing 31 shoppers. 6 of them had been children. Since then, mandatory security measures had been instituted in all public places, But Jack knew it was only a matter of time before the tragedy repeated itself. You said nationwide, he responded. That implies organization and backing. Any proof? Only rumors, admitted Jacob. Jack was more than a little surprised. Jacob Hill usually had all the answers. We do know that if they exist, they are based in the Midwest, probably in or around Cincinnati, he continued. Jack blinked. That's an unusual place to base such an operation, he said. Agreed, nodded Jacob. It is a bit off the beaten path. Nevertheless, that is where the evidence points. What evidence? Small things, said Jacob slowly. Here, let me show you. He leaned forward in his chair and opened a previously unseen panel in the center of the desk. There was a small whine, as a tiny servo motor lifted a computer keyboard up level with the desktop. In front of the keyboard, a small monitor appeared. Jacob typed for a moment, and then, without any warning, the shelving in back of him began to split apart. A seam appeared in the center of the wall as either side slowly moved away. As Jack watched, the wall disappeared completely and in its place stood row upon row of every sort of electronic apparatus. There were monitors arranged in neat rows, a communications system, and a large viewing screen in the center. If he had seen the Situation Room on the shuttle, he would have been struck by the similarities. Jacob swiveled in his chair and began to press various control board buttons located on a 2-foot-wide ledge that had slit cut from just under the viewing screen. He ignored Jack for a moment, then turned back. You are aware, of course, that since we got organized religion under government control, there has been a tendency for many disgruntled citizens to begin meeting on their own, forming small groups that some have begun to call underground churches. Of course, Jack replied. I suppose it was inevitable. You will always have a few unsatisfied dissidents. I suppose a policy will have to be adopted in order to deal with it. Policy? Snorted Jacob with contempt. What do you think the Bureau of Religious Affairs was formed for? That's our policy. I don't understand, said Jack. The Bureau keeps tabs on licensed churches. What does it have to do with uncovering these small groups? First of all, get the idea out of your head that these are small, scattered groups meeting across the country. We have every reason to believe that they number in the tens of thousands, and they are growing. What? Jack was beyond surprise, now. Impossible. Certainly we would know about it. An organization that size can't stay hidden. They seem to be well organized, replied Jacob. It seems they have been preparing for years. As for the Bureau's involvement, Jacob shrugged, in this case, they are acting as an elite law enforcement unit, with orders to track down and arrest as many of these groups as they can discover. One unit uncovered a meeting in a New York penthouse. Through interrogation, we got wind of this network, the Shepherd's Path. Jack held up his hands. Slow down, Jacob. Are we talking about terrorists, or just disgruntled churches? And as for the Bureau, since when did they become a law enforcement agency? It was my understanding that they were only a watchdog, with orders to report violations to the FBI. Perhaps I should say, potential terrorist threat, instead, replied Jacob. It seems the Shepherd's Path is an illegal organization, operating outside of the law, supporting the churches that are holding secret meetings. Personally, that strikes me as remarkably terrorist-like. As for the Bureau, some things have changed. Changed how? Asked Jack carefully. Too many suspects were slipping through the cracks, he responded. The Bureau would report suspected meetings, the FBI would act, but it seemed that they often acted too late. True, several people were arrested, but hardly any were prosecuted or convicted. I suspect that there are many sympathizers, perhaps even members of this organization, in the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Are you accusing the FBI of supporting a terrorist organization? Of course not, said Jacob, but I do suspect that there may be key personnel in that worthy organization that are aiding these people. That's why the Bureau of Religious Affairs was given far more authority. Now, they answer to no one on the outside. Jack massaged his temples, trying to make sense of his conversation. Terrorists, or underground churches, which one, Jacob? Are we talking about vicious killers or holy rollers? Perhaps both, perhaps neither. Jacob smiled and flicked a switch. On the center screen, a computerized map of the United States lit up. As Jack watched, several red dots began to appear. Jacob motioned Jack out of the couch. Jack pulled another chair over to the control board and sat down. These dots represent groups we have already eliminated, explained Jacob. Over 200 arrests have been made in the last 6 months. Out of those 200, we selected 10 suspects for interrogation. These were brought here, to Menteses. Yes, Jacob smiled. I told you that this was one of the most advanced research facilities in the world. It is now also our main headquarters. He pressed one of the many buttons on the panel and instantly the smaller monitors lit up. One in particular caught Jack's attention. He found himself peering into what looked like a hospital ward. There were 10 beds, 5 on each side. 4 were occupied with women, 6 with men. Jack examined them closely and noticed several wires attached to their heads by adhesive tape. What are you doing to them? He asked in confusion. This is phase 1 of our interrogation process, explained Jacob. In order for phase 2 to be effective, the subject must be rendered unconscious for at least 4 weeks. This puts them in a susceptible state. The electrodes you see attached to their heads are connected to a sleep inducer. It directly affects the brain, not only causing a deep sleep, but effectively prohibiting dreaming. Jack was no psychologist, but he did have a rudimentary understanding of the human mind. You mean that thing stops dreaming? Jacob, that's not healthy. Dreams are the way we release our fears and tensions. Put a lid on it, and you could cause irreparable psychological damage. Another thought struck him. Where did you get the authority to use this process? Have these people been arrested? Have they been given the right of due process? You can't just hold them like this. I can do just that, replied Jacob grimly. These people are traitors to our nation, and our cause. They waived any right to be treated like citizens when they declared their allegiance to the god. Declared what? Jack asked in confusion. He had never heard Jacob speak this way. Never mind, replied Jacob abruptly, waving away Jack's questions. It is enough to know that these 10 suspects could be the key to breaking this so-called shepherd's path once and for all. They sat uncomfortably in silence for a moment. Jack was thinking furiously about Jacob's statement regarding allegiance. He felt sure that he had been on the verge of saying something he did not want Jack to hear. And what was this cause? Jack knew that Jacob had many goals, but this was the first time he had ever heard him speak of a cause as if it were a sacred mission. Jack was uncomfortably aware that there were too many things about Jacob he did not know. Suddenly, sitting there and watching those poor souls, he felt as if he were a tiny cog in a much larger machine, so large that he could never see it in its entirety. It was a disturbing thought. The silence was broken by a soft melody of chimes. Jacob pushed a button and said, "Identify." The same feminine computer voice he had heard in the elevator now addressed him. Dr. Samuel Steiger, identity confirmed. Jacob turned a control and Steiger's face appeared on the main screen. Yes, Doctor. Just thought you would like to know, Jacob, one of our subjects just confirmed the information we obtained earlier. It looks like your gamble should pay off. Very good, replied Jacob, looking at his watch. If everything went as planned, they should be arriving here sometime this mom-mg. You haven't heard anything? No. My orders were to make the arrest and get 2 of the subjects to Menteses as soon as possible. I want to keep this as low profile as we can. We'll know how it went as soon as they get here. Steiger nodded, and Jacob switched him off. He glanced at Jack, who was getting ready to ask what this was all about. I know you have been wondering why I have confided all of this in you, he said with a smile. The reason is simple. There are those in your circles that are beginning to question the function of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. I need the Bureau, Jack. It's my right arm in uncovering these fanatics. I need you to draw off some of the heat. As soon as we nail this network, we will prove its worth. Until then, well, you see the importance of what we are trying to accomplish. Jack swallowed hard, and tried to formulate an answer, but he could not keep his eyes off the people lying in those beds. He took a deep breath and turned away. There would be no denying Jacob's request, he knew. He had sold out to Jacob Hill years ago. The man owned him completely. Jack wanted power, and Jacob held it out to him. It was a heavy price, but one which Jack now had no choice in paying. Again, Jack felt as if he was in the grip of something much larger than he had ever imagined. Of course, Jacob, he finally managed. You know I'll do whatever it takes to help. Jacob smiled and clapped him on the back. I knew I was right about you, he said. There is literally no limit to the heights you will obtain, Jack. Count on it. What was that bit with the doctor all about? Asked Jack. changing the subject. He suddenly felt dirty and used, and wanted to think about something else. Humph. Oh, just a confirmation on a little gambit I started yesterday. We got a tip that an underground group was meeting in the Cincinnati area. While this would ordinarily not demand my personal attention, our informant told us that a member of this network was going to be there. If we can get that person, it would be a major breakthrough. Informant. One of many, smiled Jacob smugly. An insurance salesman in that area. We told him we had enough evidence to convict him of sedition, then offered him amnesty if he cooperated. Needless to say, he did. He let us know where the meeting was being held. In an old furniture store, I believe. Last night the place was raided and the suspects are on their way here. Looking over at Jack, his smile became a grin. You look awful, he laughed. Come, my friend, I'll find you a place to sleep for a few hours and some fresh clothes. Jack allowed himself to be steered out of that palatial room and back into the elevator, welcoming the chance for rest. He had a feeling of dread that the dangerous game he was playing had just changed, and he didn't know the rules anymore. Scott jerked awake, totally disoriented. So complete was the darkness that surrounded him that for a moment he was not sure whether his eyes were opened or closed. His muscles were cramped and he could not feel his right arm. Panic set in. Legs scrambling against the hard floor, he tried madly to stand up, but something held him down. A heavy weight had trapped his arm against a cold surface. He reached over to push it away, and abruptly realized that it was Beth. Memory poured in, and with it despair. The hopelessness of their situation hit him like an oncoming truck. They were fugitives, with no place to go. He heard a soft groan, and felt Beth stir. Gently he dislodged his numb arm from behind her, and forced himself to move it. Feeling began to return, bringing with it the sensation of 1,000 needles biting into his flesh. He gritted his teeth against the pain and continued to move it. You awake? He asked in a whisper. Aha, I think my foot's asleep. So is my arm. Try to stand. I can't see anything. Give me your arm. Scott reached out in the blackness and found Beth's hand. Slowly, he stood, pulling her up with him. Just before he reached full height, he bumped his head on the underside of the staircase. Do you think it's safe to leave? Beth's whisper, coming out of the darkness, had a surreal quality to it. Scott half believed that this whole situation was a bad dream anyway. I haven't heard anything upstairs. He replied, listening. He released Beth's hand and felt for his watch. In the total darkness, even the dim illumination of the display caused him to squint. It's past 3, he said. He forgot to whisper in his surprise. No wonder I'm so stiff. Again he paused to listen, but heard nothing. I can't believe anybody would still be waiting around, he said. Let's get out of here. He felt Beth nod in response. Slowly, hands outstretched like one born blind, he inched his way out from under the stairs. Beth put both hands on his waist, following. When he reached the opposing wall, he turned to his right and began to feel his way to the cellar door. In this way, they made it to the foot of the staircase. They started to climb, Scott just in time remembering the broken step. Every creak, every groan seemed to call out for unwanted attention. If someone was keeping watch, they would surely hear them. Finally, his outstretched hands found the doorknob. Cringing at the tiniest sounds from the rusty instrument, he slowly turned the knob and cracked open the door. As he had done several hours earlier, he peeked out. This time, he saw nothing. Well, he was so intense on what lay before him that he had almost forgotten Beth. Her one-word question made him jump. He tried to will his heart to beat slower. It looks deserted, he replied over his shoulder. Indeed, the only light was coming through the display window far in the front, probably from a street light. The rest of the store was in total darkness. He contemplated going out the front door for a moment, but decided against it. He remembered seeing a back exit when they had first arrived. Let's go, he whispered. He opened the door all the way and with his hand in Beth's, started toward the rear of the store. Even with the dim glow coming from the front, it was almost impossible to see. More than once, he barked his shins on an unseen piece of old furniture. It got to be a nightmarish routine. He would take a few steps forward, stub his toe or bang his ankle, change course and try again. By the time they finally reached the rear exit, Scott was gritting his teeth again, this time in pain. The door was locked and double-bolted, and it took him some time fumbling in the darkness to finally open it. Sudden light struck him like a blow. Reflexively he pulled back and shut the door. Spots swam before his eyes from the intense brightness. Trouble? Asked Beth, her voice anxious. No, I don't think so, he answered, his eyes watering. There's a light right above this door, that's all. It caught me by surprise. Let me check again. This time he was ready. He peered out into what looked like an alley. From his vantage point, he could see that it ran parallel to the street out front. A rotting wooden fence ran along the back, and he could see the dark sinister shapes of buildings rising on the other side. Good, Scott thought. We don't have to take to the street right away. Even so, it took all the courage he could muster to leave the relative safety of the store. Taking a deep breath, he led Beth out into the darkness of the alley. They moved forward a few yards, then Scott stopped. He looked back at that lonely pool of light, and the store behind it. For just a moment he felt a deep pang of remorse for the tiny church that met there. He wondered what was happening to those courageous souls now. Beth looked over at him, seeing the pain on his face reflected in the dim light. Gently she tugged at his arm. We have to go, she whispered. Come on, Scott. He allowed himself to be turned away, leaving the crumbling building behind forever. It was more than likely, he knew, that it had seen its last customer. Local authorities would surely close it down, and it would join its rotting brothers on either side. Now it was Beth who led the way. Using what little light was available, she navigated past scraps of rotting food and trash piled to shoulder level. There was no breeze in that narrow space and the stench was almost overpowering. The going was faster than their escape from the cellar, but still painstakingly slow. As the light from the furniture store faded, another dim glow grew up ahead. Scott could now see that it was an access way to the street. There, he nudged Beth. Nothing else needed to be said. Scott knew that the open street was dangerous, but both of them were now anxious to be out of the alley. They could hear its inhabitants scurrying through the trash, and more than once Scott felt something run across his feet. They hurried forward and found that another alley did indeed intersect the one they were in. They could see the street about 200 feet ahead. A glaringly bright street light shone at the other end, making the accumulated trash stand out in stark relief. It looked like some fantastic moonscape. Hand in hand, they started toward the street. Now, instead of being a help, this new light was a hindrance. The other had led them to this adjacent alley, but this one now shone directly into their eyes. They had not gone 10 feet when Scott's foot got caught on an unseen obstacle. He pitched forward, his hands outstretched. He smacked the surface hard. Something crunched under his left hand, and a sharp, piercing pain ran up his arm. Despite their situation, he cried out in pain. Scott! Cried Beth, kneeling down beside him. What is it? My hand, he groaned. I think I fell on a bottle or something. He could feel warm blood flowing down his wrist. He probed gingerly with his other hand and felt tiny slivers buried in the flesh. I don't have anything to bind it, said Beth. We'll have to get back to the car. Can you walk? Yeah, just a second. He sat there for a moment, fighting the pain and accompanying nausea. Now that his back was turned away from the light, he could see clearly the way they had come. 2 large trash cans stood side by side next to the wall on his left. He looked down to see what it was he had tripped over, and froze. There, protruding from between the cans, was a human leg. He stopped breathing, and found that he could not move. For one terrifying second, his body would not obey him. Then he grabbed Beth's arm with his good hand. His only thought was to get them out of there. Scott! What's Beth stopped in mid-question. She could see the leg now, as well. With surprising strength, she jerked Scott upright. They started to back away, holding on to each other. What's that? The blurred voice came from between the cans. Who's there? Without another thought as to what might await them, they turned and ran toward the street. Panting for breath, they burst out of the alley and onto the sidewalk. The street was deserted. Only the widely spaced street lights gave any illumination, casting an amber glow over the dark storefronts. A single traffic light a block away blinked forlornly. Hold on a second, Hon, said Scott, gasping for breath. He leaned against a brick wall, trying to ignore the throbbing in his hand. Beth moved to stand next to him, all the time scanning the street. Scott fought down the urge to throw up, and slowly caught his breath. He listened intently, but there were no signs of pursuit from behind them. The street remained deserted. I'm okay now, he whispered, standing straight. Beth looked at him anxiously, then nodded. Taking his arm, she helped him to retrace their path to the car. It was still several blocks away. The pain in his hand settled down into a steady ache. He held it against his side, trying to stop the flow of blood. Beth held his other arm, half supporting, half leading him. He kept looking back, expecting the owner of that leg to emerge from the alley. No one seemed to be following them, however, and they continued on their way. Hey, Rube. Chick, chick, chick. Here, chick. The voices surrounded them, coming from everywhere. Oh, no, groaned Scott, closing his eyes. He jerked his head around wildly, trying to see in all directions at once. He saw movement out of the corner of his eye, but when he turned, there was nothing there. Hey, Morn. She be fine. Want to share her. He's gonna be selfish, Beanie. Think we should teach him some manners. Or, Morn, we don't want to keep her. We just want to borrow her for a while. Just keep moving, whispered Scott. He could feel Beth trembling against him. The taunts continued to follow them, never getting louder, never receding. He looked at Beth. Even in this dim, ugly light, he could see the fear on her face. They had had no trouble with gangs on their way in, but now, in the middle of the night, they were attracting attention. She got legs, she knew how to use them. There was a flash of darkness, and, without warning, their way was blocked. 5 youths, all much larger than Scott, stood in their path. One was female, the rest male. 2 were black, the rest white, and all looked ready to kill. There was nowhere to run. Scott clutched his wounded hand to his side. He was already starting to feel lightheaded from the pain. The biggest gang member, pale, lean, and hungry-looking, stepped forward. Yo, homie, he said, his voice a rasp, this be Red Jack Turf. No geeks allowed. The rest of the members jostled each other, laughing. They knew that they were in total control. Scott felt the hopelessness of the situation rising around him. He knew what these hoodlums wanted, and there was nothing he could do about it but struggle uselessly. In desperation he pulled out his wallet and threw it at them. Take it, he almost shouted. Take it all, but let us go. Whoa, said the leader. Ain't so cheap. He pointed at Beth. She be nice. Share her and go free. Scott put out his arm to move Beth behind him. He had absolutely no chance against them, but he wasn't about to just hand over his wife to these creeps. As he began to push Beth back, though, she took his arm and moved it down. He looked around in surprise, and was horrified to see her step forward. Her next words stunned him. Get out of our way, she said, each word slow and deliberate. Scott hardly recognized her voice. It was rippling in righteous power. The leader actually took a step back before he caught himself. Bullying helpless victims was his game. To have this short, fiery woman talk to him in such a commanding tone was beyond his experience. Beth continued to move toward him. We are children of the King, she said, and are under the personal protection of our Lord Jesus Christ. How dare you try to obstruct us? Get out of our way, I said. The leader recovered himself. Beth had taken him by surprise, but loud voice notwithstanding, he would have her. His cronies had seen him take a step back. It would be taken as a sign of weakness, and could cost him his leadership. He had to take her now, and kill her man as well. He reached out for her. As if in slow motion, Scott saw the leader reach for his wife. He started to move toward them, to try to intervene. The leader put his hand on Beth's shoulder, and then stopped. His gaze went from Beth to Scott. Then, slowly, he raised his head to stare somewhere above Scott. A look of pure terror came onto his face. At the same instant, Scott felt a total peace come over him. He felt protected, as if he was encircled with wings. The other gang members followed their leader's gaze. The looks on their faces went from amazement to horror. Then, like a shot, they scattered, flying in all directions. In a matter of seconds, the Sampsons had the street to themselves once again. Scott stood there, breathing heavily. He did not really believe what had happened. He had been ready to fight a hopeless battle. Then, before he could lift a finger, the battle had been fought and won. By whom? Almost unwillingly, he turned and raised his eyes to where the gang had been looking. Was there something there? It seemed for a moment that he could almost see something. A kind of after-image hung there, but when he tried to concentrate on it, it disappeared completely. He stared a moment longer, then turned back toward Beth. She had not moved, her back still turned towards him. He stepped behind her and put his hand on her shoulder. His touch jolted her out of her trance-like state. Instantly she whirled around, a wild look in her eyes. Easy, Hon, easy, he said soothingly. It's over. They're gone, and I don't think they'll be back. What was I doing? Her voice was shrill. I just tried to take on that Neanderthal by myself. Am I that crazy? Scott, what happened? Offhand, I'd say we won. He shook his head vigorously, still dumbfounded by what had just happened. No, that's not right, he corrected himself. We had nothing to do with it. Forgetting for a moment his wounded hand, he gripped Beth's shoulders. They saw something they couldn't handle, he said. Two somethings. One was a short woman filled to the brim with the Holy Spirit, the other was whatever or whoever was above us. He started to chuckle, then broke into a full-fledged laugh that was part relief, part hilarity. The humor of the situation suddenly came home to him. Beth stared at him as if he were crazy. We almost died just now, you idiot, she said, slapping him on the arm. This is supposed to be funny. Her tone was angry, but Scott could see the beginnings of a smile. If you could have seen yourself, giggled Scott. The more he thought about it, the harder he laughed. The way you backed him up. Somehow, I don't think he'll be leading his little gang anymore. On impulse, he hugged Beth hard. We're not alone, Hon. None of us are alone. He released her and saw that she was starting to laugh, too. We may have to go through the fire before this is all over, he grinned, but we won't be alone. If anyone had been driving by just then, they would have been convinced that there were two crazy people standing on that street. Who else would be shouting and laughing at this time of the night, and in this neighborhood? Why, one of them had even started to dance. Scott whirled Beth around in circles. 10 minutes ago, he had carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. Now, the burden was gone. A great weight had been lifted. He now knew what was required of him. All we have to do, he said, his voice near a shout, is to stay true. Keep believing, keep praying, keep witnessing. That's all, folks. His shout echoed off the deserted buildings. Beth had tears running down her cheeks. She put her hand to Scott's lips. Okay, lover, we'll tell the world, tomorrow. Right now, how's about we stop acting like weird people and get our ever-loving bodies out of here? Scott calmed down a bit, and grasped Beth's hand. Ouch, he said in surprise, jerking back. He had forgotten his injury. Come on, Scott, said Beth, sobering. Let's get back to the car. We can fix your hand and figure out what to do there. Scott's exuberance subsided. On cue, the throbbing pain returned. He allowed Beth to take his arm. Together, they made their way back to where they had left the Lehmans. After their experience with the gang, Scott was not surprised by the fact that the car was exactly where they had left it, seemingly intact. He fished his keys out of his pocket with his good hand and opened the door for Beth. Then he got in on the driver's side and sagged into the cool vinyl. After hours of cold concrete, this was paradise. The familiar surroundings were like the return of an old friend thought long lost. Beth rummaged around in the glove compartment and found the first aid kit. Here, give it to me, she said, taking his hand. Now turn the dome light on, please. Scott complied, and then gasped when he saw his hand. An angry deep cut ran across the palm. Gingerly, Beth used her eyebrow tweezers to pull out the shards of glass. Scott clenched his jaw, resisting the temptation to jerk his hand away. Patiently Beth removed the slivers, trying to be as gentle as possible. When she was finished, she used the antiseptic spray. The sharp pain almost sent Scott through the roof of the car, but when it passed the throbbing subsided. He sighed in relief. Beth finished her ministrations by adding a plastiskin bandage. Once the wound healed, the organic covering would be absorbed into the skin. Scott examined her work and decided he would live. Now he could turn his attention to the matter of where they could go. We have our passports, Beth suggested. We could try for the tropics, maybe one of the islands. Too dangerous, Scott replied. With all the trouble in Mexico, any North American traveling south of the border is a target. Canada. I don't think we can get across the border. By the time we get there, our passports will be revoked. They discussed it for a while longer, all the time keeping watch on the street. Once they had to duck down to avoid being seen by a passing car. It wasn't the police, but they weren't taking chances. Scott's euphoria after the encounter with the gang had worn off, and he was feeling the effects of being up most of the night. He could see that Beth was near exhaustion as well. While helpful, their nap in the store had hardly been restful. His thoughts were becoming muddled and slow. Look, he said finally, trying to pull his mind together. In a matter of hours, we'll be on every major computer network in the country. Our credit cards will be revoked, our funds will be frozen, and we'll be effectively trapped. We need to get away from here now. What if it isn't a matter of hours? Beth replied, the frustration showing in her voice. What if we re-on now? If we try to use our bank cards or credit cards, we could be sending a signal to whoever is after us. Scott shook his head. I know how these things work. Computers are fast, but people are still slow. You have to cut through major red tape to get into the system. Even the government has to follow set procedure, and that means getting the right people out of bed. It's going to take some time. We need to act now if we're going to act at all. Otherwise, we might as well go turn ourselves in. Beth was silent for a moment. How about my parents in Denver? I know they would take us in. Scott didn't answer right away. He had already thought of that route, but the truth was, he didn't get along all that well with his in-laws. True, this was a desperate situation, but the idea of showing up on the doorstep begging for help did not sit well. Unfortunately, it seemed to be the only way to go. Her parents might not be too crazy about Scott, but they would never turn the daughter away. Reluctantly, he nodded. Let's get to the airport, he said. We'll get the next flight out and be there by noon. Are you sure we should take a plane? Asked Beth. That's awfully visible. How about a bus, or train? Scott thought for a moment, then shook his head. The bus or train will take a few days, and by that time, we'll be plastered over every system in the country. If we take a plane, we'll beat the system. By the time they know to look for us, we'll be safely in Denver with your parents. Beth nodded, showing that she agreed with his logic. I don't think we want to try to drive this car all the way. If we're lucky, we might get out of the city. She smiled at that, and Scott continued. We sure don't want to go home and get your car. That brought a pang of sadness and regret to both of them. It hurt not to be able to get to the safety of their own house. Okay, you sold me, Beth replied, and settled back into her seat. Scott started the car. Checking carefully in both directions, he made a U-turn and headed away from the furniture store. The Greater Cincinnati Airport was located in northern Kentucky, not very far from the present location. They headed out of the city and got on the interstate. Covington sat in the Ohio Valley, surrounded by foothills. The airport sat in the high country, away from the city. The interstate wound its way up into the hills, and then headed south all the way to Miami. As he coaxed sufficient speed out of his cranky car, Scott tried to make some sense of the last 10 hours. The raid, Alan's treachery, their flight, all seemed to be a part of some fantastic plot in a B movie. He wasn't sure he wanted to stick around for the ending. Scott. Yeah, Hon. What about Alan? Why do you think he did what he did? Scott fought another bout with the anger that crowded into his mind every time he thought about the man. I don't know, he replied, forcing his voice to stay even. It sounded like they may have been threatening his family. You heard the conversation, too. Beth was silent for a moment, then changed the subject. What are we going to do when we reach Denver? Shouldn't we call and let my folks know we're coming? No, I don't think so. We'll get a cab or a bus from the airport. It won't take long to get there. Let's don't take a chance calling them. I don't want to waste the time. Besides, what good would it do to worry them? None, I guess. She stretched her arms out, her fingers interlocking. Right now, all I want to do is sleep for a week. She leaned over and put her head on his shoulder. You can sleep on the plane, he said. Once we get in the air, we should have it made. If they have anything on us, it'll show up at the ticket counter. Let me know when we get there. Don't go to sleep now. We're almost there. Besides, I need you to keep me from remembering how scared I am. Beth snuggled against him, squeezing his arm. You're doing fine, Hon, she said. I'm really proud of the way you've been handling things. Let's just be glad that he's looking out for both of us, Scott said. I was scared to death to get involved with the church. I'm still scared, if you want to know the truth. The only difference is, I know, that we're not alone. God's got his hand in this. Only he knows where he's going to lead us. Scott, said Beth, sitting up and looking directly at him, if you had it to do over again, and this time knew what was going to happen, would you still go through with it? The question caused him to pause. His ego wanted to say yes, but his newfound closeness with his wife demanded honesty. He had to think about it for a moment. I don't know, he finally said. The admission hurt, but he continued on. I'd like to think so, but I remember how scared I was when we got there. Another pause. I do know this. I'm not sorry now. What I gained at that meeting. He shook his head in wonderment, unable to continue for a moment. I turned back to God. And he gave me back you. I had forgotten what it was like to be in his will. He rubbed his eyes, feeling the fatigue. Now, well, everything may seem wrong, but inside, it feels right. He glanced over at Beth. Was that what you wanted to hear? No, that was what I wanted to know. She snuggled back onto his shoulder and they rode the rest of the way in silence. The remainder of the trip took less than 20 minutes. By the time they pulled into the multi-level airport parking garage, the eastern sky was just beginning to lighten. They got out of the car, and Scott locked it up. He hated to leave it here. Sooner or later, it would be discovered. In effect, he was leaving a trail for their pursuers to follow. On impulse, he opened the trunk and rummaged around in the toolbox he kept there. What are you doing? Asked Beth. Maybe buying us a little time, he replied. He found a screwdriver and proceeded to remove the license tag. Since the screws were rusty, he was a few minutes at this task. Finally, he pulled it off. Wait here a second, he said as he got back into the Lehman's. Checking to make sure no one was watching, he moved the car over to an empty spot next to the wall. He parked it so the rear end was facing the wall, effectively blocking the view from the back. After emptying the glove compartment, he took the stack of papers he found, including the registration and license plate, and tossed them into the nearest trash can. They can still trace the car, but it may take them a few extra hours, he explained, walking back to Beth. By that time, we should be well away. Do you have some secret past that I don't know about? She asked, looking at him with mock seriousness. Or have you been watching your collection of James Bond movies again? Where did you learn that trick? Scott laughed and put his arm around her waist. Together they started toward the main terminal. Actually, I heard about it on the late news, he explained. Some drug dealer pulled this trick. It was almost 24 hours before airport security noticed the abandoned car, and another 6 before they identified it. Terrific, replied Beth. What a role model. The funny part is, he got caught at the ticket counter. They found over 2 kilos of marijuana sewn into his pants. Marijuana. That was before it was legal, Scott explained. The idiot tried to use his credit card, and they nailed him. Isn't that what we're trying to do? Asked Beth. Not exactly, replied Scott, wishing he felt as confident as he sounded. That guy had been wanted for several days. He should have known better than to try to use any mode of public transportation. He looked at his watch. Our names shouldn't be on the public network until after 9 o'clock. Human efficiency, right? Aha. Every law enforcement agency in the country should have us by now, but the rest won't. Thank God for bureaucracies. His arm tightened around Beth's waist. Just be glad it isn't 6 months from now. He looked at her expectantly. Okay, I'll bite. Why am I glad it isn't 6 months from now? Scott grinned. More than anything else, he was thankful for Beth's sense of humor. She could make any situation seem brighter. It helped to keep the constant fear in the back of his mind at bay. In 6 months, he explained, next January, every major computer system in the nation will be absorbed into one gigantic network. Credit agencies, transportation systems, government agencies. He shook his head at the enormity of it. There won't be different systems running different organizations. It will be one, count them, one system. If that network was online now, we wouldn't have a chance. You mean no red tape? Right, but it's more than that. Your whole life will be available to whoever wants it. Your income, credit rating, relatives, friends, occupation. Whatever anyone wants to know will be instantly accessible. He chuckled, but there was nothing humorous about his laugh. You remember all those rumors going around during the late 80s or so? The ones about a supercomputer called the Beast. I remember one about the vanishing hitchhiker, replied Beth, unsure of where Scott was going. Yeah, I remember that one, too, said Scott. Somebody would pick up a hitchhiker, and after a few miles the hitchhiker would say something like, Jesus is coming soon, and then disappear. It was one of those rumors that was eventually proved false, like the one about the beast computer. Scott asked Beth, are you headed somewhere, or are you just talking to prove you're not as terrified as I am? Scott started to reply, but saw the half-smile on Beth's face and realized she was joking with him. Cute, he said with a mock growl. Anyway, once all of the separate systems merge into one, I've heard that there is one supercomputer waiting to run the whole show. It's either somewhere in Spain, or under the Vatican, depending on which rumor you want to listen to. And you think that? I don't think anything, said Scott. I do know a little bit of Bible prophecy, though. It's pretty clear that whoever the beast is, he's human. At least on the outside. A computer can simulate life, but when all is said and done, it's still a glorified adding machine. If you say so, replied Beth doubtfully. I say so, he replied. Now, let's see who has the next direct flight to Denver. Together they made their way to the information booths located in the main terminal. There, they were able to find that the next available flight for Denver departed in just over an hour. Perfect, said Scott, checking the time. That puts us there at just before 9, counting the time change. He called up the reservation screen. The screen announced several different airlines and flight numbers. Scott selected the proper one and touched the screen in the proper place. The flight information flashed on the display and he read through it quickly. Uh-oh, he said under his breath, glad that his body blocked the screen from Beth's view. He had not anticipated this. He called up the main menu again, and looked through it for other flights going to Denver, or any place even close. The next available flight was not until 10:30 that morning. He closed his eyes for a moment, hating the choice that was before him. Then he realized that there was really no choice at all. He called back the flight information that he had first looked at, and punched in his ticket request. In answer to the computer's request, he pushed his bank card into the proper slot, and held his breath. He was reasonably sure of what he had told Beth, but not 100%. His bank card could have been revoked, if an urgent enough order had been pushed through. The terminal sat there for a moment, as if deciding whether or not to grant Scott's request, and then began to print out the ticket. He considered fainting with relief, but decided to wait until he was alone. He took the ticket as it finished printing, and retrieved his bank card. Holding both in his hand, he stood there for a moment, thinking about the decision he had just made. No choice, he reminded himself, and turned back to Beth. Here, he said, handing her the ticket. She took it, and then looked at his now empty hands. Where's yours? She asked, her voice level. Let's go get some coffee, he said, deliberately ignoring her. I need a jolt of caffeine. Scott, said Beth, and this time her voice held a slight tremor to it. I said, where's your ticket? Tell me, please. Not here, he replied, taking her arm and leading her away from the booths. Let's go somewhere and sit down. We need to plan. He led her to a small cafe that was just opening. The smell of breakfast food beginning to cook would have ordinarily made him hungry, but right now he didn't have much of an appetite. They found a booth and slid in, ordering 2 cups of coffee. He opened his mouth to explain, but she beat him to the punch. Scott, don't even think about splitting up. There's no way I'm leaving you now. Beth, if you think that after all we've been through tonight that I'm letting you out of my sight, you're crazy. If you would just. I will not just up and leave you, I don't care what you. Beth, surprised at him raising his voice, Beth quieted down. Now please just listen to me, said Scott, his voice pleading with her. He knew that if he couldn't convince her to go along with his decision, no force on earth would make her leave him. It warmed him, but frustrated him as well. There was only one seat left on the flight, he explained. The next flight won't leave until mid-morning, and that's just too late. Our only chance is for you to take it and get to Denver. I'll take the car and get there in a few days. Beth leaned forward and rapped his forehead gently with her knuckles. Scott, think. That car won't make the trip. You said so yourself. And what if you're spotted? That's a long trip. I'll take the back roads. If I nurse it, I think it will get me there. Look, he continued, they'll be looking for a couple. We'll have a better chance if we separate. You go on and get there, and explain things to your parents. No, not in a million years, absolutely not. Forget it, Scott. I'll travel with you. Beth, please do this for me. I can travel faster and lighter alone. If I know that you're safe, it will make things much easier for me. Beth searched his face, as if seeking answers that he did not have. Scott, she whispered, her voice close to breaking, please don't do this. It took every ounce of willpower for Scott to remain resolute and firm. They sat there for over half an hour, arguing back and forth. Finally, exhaustion and frustration got the best of him. Enough, Beth, he snapped, slapping the flat of his uninjured hand on the table. You're going, and that's it. I've already bought the ticket, and I can't take it back. He softened when he saw the hurt in her eyes. It has to be this way, Hon. Please do this for me. Their eyes met, and then Beth looked away. Almost imperceptibly she nodded. Even then, he wasn't sure she wouldn't change her mind at the last instant. She became quiet as the time came for her to leave, almost sullen. Scott tried to talk about other things, to relieve the tension, but she would only answer in one-syllable words. Finally he gave up. Paying for the coffee, they left the cafe and headed toward the departure gate. They held hands but did not speak as they took the shuttle to the airport terminal. Scott had timed it so they would not have long to wait. He didn't think he would have the heart to go through with the separation if he had too long to think about it. The flight was already boarding when they arrived at the gate. As a last hope, he checked with the attendant at the desk to see if there had been any cancellations. There were none. His last hope defeated, he pulled Beth over to one side as the passengers filed past him. He looked closely at her face, wanting to etch every detail into his mind. Was it just 12 hours ago that they had been barely speaking to each other? Now his stomach was knotted at the thought of letting her out of his sight. I'll be along in a few days, Hon, I promise. We can figure out where to go from there. With your dad's military connections, we'll find a place where we'll be safe. Beth nodded, and then suddenly reached forward and grabbed his shirt by the collar. Pulling her face to within inches of his, she said, Don't you dare get caught, Scott Sampson. So help me, if you do, I'll get you. What the government does to you will be nothing compared to what I do when I get my hands on you. Scott opened his mouth to reply, but was silenced when Beth kissed him passionately. Their embrace lasted an eternity, and was over in an instant. Without another word, Beth turned and walked to where the other passengers were boarding. She followed the line as they went through the double doors that opened to the ramp. Scott followed her as far as the doors and watched her as she disappeared down the ramp. Just before she boarded the aircraft, she turned for one last look. Her eyes met his for a moment, then she turned and was gone. Scott felt as if his very soul had just left him. He stood there staring down the ramp. The last of the passengers boarded, and the hatch to the aircraft closed. She was gone. For the first time since everything had fallen apart, Scott felt alone, totally alone. He knew in his head that God was with him, and would never forsake him, but his heart was telling him that the best part of him had just been ripped out. Tough goodbye. The voice came from behind him. He turned, and saw an older man studying him. The man smiled and said, I've been watching you and your friend. Seen a lot of hard partings here, but yours took the cake. That your wife? Yeah, replied Scott. He didn't want to be answering questions just now. This man was probably harmless, but he wasn't taking any chances. Seems like I'm always saying goodbye to someone or another at this place, the man continued. This time it was some of my best friends. It gets harder every time. You never know which goodbye could be the last. Scott nodded, trying to think of something to say, and at the same time looking for a way to leave without seeming in a hurry. He had decided not to watch Beth's plane take off. The sooner he got out of the airport the better, and he wanted to get started on his trip as soon as possible. Don't worry, young fella, the man said. He reached out and took Scott's arm with a firm grip. His strength belied his age. You will see her again. Count on it. Thanks, replied Scott uncertainly. He was relieved when the man let go of his arm. I've got to get going, he said. I want to watch her take off from the observation deck. The old man nodded and waved a goodbye. Remember what I said now, he called as Scott moved away. You'll see her again. Count on it. Scott waved, and made his way out of the terminal. He stopped at the automatic teller and withdrew $1,500, figuring that should be enough to get him to Denver. That accomplished, he headed back to the parking garage. He had a moment of anxiety when he remembered he had thrown his license plate away. The trash had not been collected, though, and he was able to dig it out of the can. It took only moments to replace it on the back of the Lehmans. Soon, he was out of the airport and heading north. Now that he had settled on a course of action, he began to feel better. Beth was safely on her way to Denver, and all he had to do was get there himself. True, it would be a dangerous trip, but he knew he could make it. If he kept to the back roads and state routes, avoiding the interstate, he felt he had a reasonable chance. He would pay cash as he went, so no one would be able to trace him through his credit or bank cards. The sun was well up into the sky as he pulled into a shabby-looking motel. He needed a few hours' sleep and a shower before he tackled the long trip ahead. Judging from its appearance, the motel catered to a clientele that was, to say the least, questionable. This was confirmed when the sleepy, half-drunk desk clerk told him that all of the girls had left for the day and would not return until that evening. Assuring him that he only wanted a room, Scott paid the man in advance. The clerk took the money, not bothering to check Scott's identification. That suited him just fine. The room was dingy, with cheap wallpaper peeling from concrete block walls. It smelled of stale cigarettes and mold. The shower worked, however, and the bed didn't have anything crawling in it at the time. Scott pulled back the faded red bedspread and turned on the television. Finding the news channel, he began to peel off his clothes. He wrinkled his nose at the odor they gave off, wondering if the motel might have a laundry. Stripping down to his undershorts, he stretched himself, luxuriating in the delicious sensation. With half an eye on the television, he went into the bathroom and started the water running in the shower. He adjusted the faucet for just the right temperature, and stepped in. The hot water tingled on his skin, washing away the fatigue. He leaned forward into the needle spray, letting it wash over his face. Then, taking the wash rag, he soaked himself down. Rinsing, he stepped out of the shower, shut off the water, and dried himself with the one single towel on the rack. Getting back into his undershorts, he went over to sit on the foot of the bed, facing the television. There was a special bulletin logo flashing behind the anchor man, and Scott leaned forward to turn up the volume. It's estimated that over 400 passengers lost their lives. Repeating this hour's top story, Pan Am Flight 407, bound for Denver, exploded on takeoff this morning at the Greater Cincinnati Airport. Scott felt his heart freeze. As if in a dream, he listened to the report. This is the worst such tragedy in over 30 years. Witnesses say that the aircraft was engulfed in a ball of flame just as it lifted off the runway. The anchor man disappeared, and now the screen filled with the wreckage of a once proud plane. His voice droned on over the video. Rescue workers have found no survivors, and it is estimated that all 400 passengers and the flight crew of 12 have been killed. Scott fell forward on his knees, the motel room spinning around him. Mercilessly, the anchor man continued. A terrorist group naming itself the Christian Liberation Front is claiming responsibility for the disaster. They are demanding a release of over 100 political prisoners in the United States as well as an end of government control over all churches. They promise more tragedies such as this. Authorities have named several suspects, including this man. Scott was beyond feeling now, and could only stare numbly as his own picture appeared on the screen. If you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of this man, Scott Sampson, please notify your local office of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. He is armed and considered extremely dangerous. A strangling sound came from the back of Scott's throat. He reached for the television, as if by some gesture he could wipe away the horror that continued to parade before him. A mist rose before his eyes, and he pitched forward. He fell on his face in front of the television and knew no more. Jack paced in the spacious suite that had been provided him, feeling like a caged animal. He had slept for several hours, and it was now late in the afternoon. He had used the Menteses video phone system earlier to try to reach Jacob, but could not get through. The only person he could get to talk to him was Dr. Steiger's secretary. He had assured him that Mr. Hill would be with him as soon as possible. That was 2 hours ago. While he had slept, his clothes had been cleaned and pressed. He had found and used a toilet kit in the carpeted bathroom. Physically, at least, he now felt and looked like a new man. The problem was, he could not leave. Although the door to the suite was unlocked, he could not access the elevator. It was another one of those blasted devices that required a palm print. All he could do was pace and wait. Abruptly, he came to a decision. Jacob might dictate most of his actions, but he still had responsibilities in Washington. He went to the elegant antique desk that sat nearby and picked up the wireless phone that sat there. Clicking it on, he dialed his office in the nation's capital. There was a series of beeps, then silence. He listened in vain for the telltale computerized tones that would tell him his call was going through. Come on, he urged under his breath. Still nothing. He was about to dial again when he heard a voice. This is Anne. May I help you, Senator? I'm trying to get through to Washington, he replied indignantly. He had obviously reached the Menteses switchboard. Since I can't seem to dial direct, would you mind placing the call for me? I'm sorry, Senator Klein, replied Anne politely. We are temporarily experiencing difficulties with our communications system. Only local calls can get out of the building at this time. We should be back online within a few hours. Would you like to try again then? Yeah, sure. He clicked off the phone, and in a fit of frustration slammed it down onto the desk. I don't believe you for a minute, my dear Anne, he said aloud. Everything he had been allowed to see so far told him that Menteses was one of the most advanced facilities in the world. It was inconceivable that its phone system would fail so completely. The simple frightening fact was, Jacob did not want him contacting anyone while he was here. He let out a steady stream of curses under his breath. He was just about to use the video phone again when soft chiming announced he had a visitor. Come in, he said roughly. The door slid back to reveal a smiling Jacob Hill. Next to him was Dr. Steiger. About time, he thought. Jack, you look much better, said Jacob, coming toward him. Are you ready for the grand tour? I'm ready to get out of this room, replied Jack tightly. Why can't I access the elevator? For that matter, why can't I call Washington? And don't give me that story about the system being down. Settle down, Jack. The way Jacob said it, he was more amused than offended. As for the elevator, it was a simple oversight. You were so tired when you got here that I only wanted to let you rest. Now that you're up, we'll get your hand and voice print into the central computer. As for the phones, I don't want you communicating with your colleagues just yet, not until I have a chance to show you what we are doing here and tell you what is required of you. Jacob, said Jack evenly, I have responsibilities, commitments. If my administrative assistant doesn't hear from me soon, questions are going to be asked. I'm sure I've already raised some eyebrows by leaving the way I did. Don't worry, Jack, don't worry, soothed Jacob. Do you really think I would allow anything to happen to you? You are too valuable. I need you where you are. Trust me. Despite Jacob's assurances, Jack still felt uneasy. He let the matter drop, though. He had seen this man ruin too many powerful figures, Jack's predecessor being one. Jacob had destroyed the man's career piece by piece, making it possible for Jack Klein to become the new Senate Majority Leader. You know I trust you, Jacob. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. Excellent, replied Jacob, his smile widening. Now, let us show you what is going on here. He motioned for Steiger, who had been standing by the door quietly, to precede them. The doctor led them to the elevator. Main lobby, he said to the computer. They were whisked away and deposited onto the ground floor. Once there, Steiger led them into the office from which Jack had seen him emerge when he had first arrived. It was a sparse room, holding only a simple desk, a couple of filing cabinets, and a few plastic chairs. The walls were a dull white, giving the impression of sterility. Steiger walked behind the desk and pressed his hand over a section of wall. Jack was not surprised this time when a small square of light surrounded his hand. The glow subsided, and a panel opened to reveal what looked like a camera lens. Good afternoon, Dr. Steiger, said a feminine disembodied voice. Please step forward for retina scan. As Jack watched, Steiger leaned forward and placed his eye over the lens. He could see a dull red light escaping from around the edges. When the light went off, the voice spoke again. Identity confirmed, it said. Scanning 2 other occupants. Please step forward and identify. Jacob now moved into place and repeated the process with the sensor. Once he was identified, he motioned for Jack to join him. Look directly into the sensor, he said. We'll go ahead and get your prints on file. Jack placed his right eye onto the sensor and waited. Once again the red light shone. Jack knew that it was scanning his retina. The tiny patterns of blood vessels there were as distinctive as fingerprints. Unlike fingerprints, however, they could not be altered. The light went out and Jack moved away. Retina print not on file, said the voice. Please identify. Klein. Jack, said Jacob. Code 00 Alpha 0. Command override. Command override accepted, replied the computer. Without another word, a 6-foot section of wall slid back, revealing a room about the size of a large closet. Jacob stepped in, motioning for his companions to follow. Jack abruptly realized it was another elevator. He followed Steiger inside and turned as the door slid shut. Immediately, the elevator started. Jack, who had braced himself for a fast rise, was surprised when they began moving down. As the seconds passed by and the elevator did not slow, he wondered just how far down they were going. Jacob sensed his question. You are too young to remember, he said, but the Cold War of the 60s bred many interesting facilities. Menteses is built over one of them. Jack searched his knowledge of that era, and took a guess. Missile base, he asked. Very good, Jack, said Jacob approvingly. But not quite right. This was designed as a command base. The missiles were to be launched from silos in the mountains, but controlled from here. It was discontinued in the 70s. Too expensive. By the way, we are descending over 300 feet, and this elevator is the only way in or out. Jack merely nodded, and said nothing for the rest of the ride down. The ride ended, and they got out. Jacob led them to a small anteroom where several white gowns hung. He indicated that Jack put one on. This is a sterile environment, explained Dr. Steiger. Jack suppressed the 1,000 questions that kept crowding into his mind. He knew that he was close to at least a partial answer. Beyond this small room, he felt, was the hidden purpose of Menteses, and Jacob's real reason for being here. He donned the white jumpsuit, including the clear hood that fit loosely over his head. Gloves and boots completed the outfit. He took a deep breath, and discovered that there was no ventilation. Already it was beginning to get stuffy. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking back, he saw Steiger strapping a small cylinder about the size of a hairspray can onto his arm. He turned a knob, and instantly Jack felt a rush of cool, refreshing air. This will last you about 15 minutes, Steiger explained. For longer visits, we would just hook you up to the central supply. This should do for now, though. Gentlemen, if you please. Jacob turned and motioned them through the double doors that stood in front of him. Jack followed, and walked into hell. The room was easily 30 feet by 50 feet, with a high, vaulted ceiling. Everything was white, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and Jack had to squint at first. The room reeked of lifelessness. There were 3 other people in the room, all dressed as Jack was, and monitoring several racks of complicated-looking equipment. Unlike the canister of oxygen strapped to his arm, the others had hoses running from their suits into receptacles in the ceiling. Jack could see that the receptacles were movable, able to follow the wearer. His attention was drawn to the center of the room, where 12 huge cylinders, each large enough to hold a human being, were placed in 2 rows of 6. They were laid horizontally to the floor, and had an unearthly look about them. Each was made of a clear material, and each contained a glowing blue liquid. The blue glow was the only other color in the room, and contrasted sharply with the white. All this Jack noticed later. Just now, his attention was drawn to the cylinders themselves. Almost involuntarily he drew closer. He inhaled sharply, and then fought the urge to gag. Floating in each cylinder was the naked form of a human being. He bent over to examine the first cylinder in line. It contained the body of a middle-aged man of about 50. His bare face was expressionless as it floated in the blue liquid. Jack let his gaze wander over the still form to the top of the completely shaven head. He noticed that wires were attached to the top of the scalp. On closer inspection, he could see that the wires were actually running into the head. What was going on here? What purpose were these corpses being preserved for? Just as he was about to straighten up, the body jerked. What? He jumped back, his heart pounding like a jackhammer. Again the body spasmed, as if by electrical shock. My God, he's alive. Jack's shout was muffled by the hood he was wearing. He backpedaled, putting distance between him and the horror in that cylinder. A pair of strong arms clamped around his chest and held him vice-grip tight. He struggled to get loose. He might as well have tried to get away from a gorilla. Jack, stop that. He was vaguely aware of Jacob standing in front of him, shouting. Jack, get hold of yourself, man. Slowly he stopped his struggling. Despite the constant flow of air into his hood, the clear plastic was misted over. He fought to control his breathing. Gradually he succeeded. That's better, said Jacob, his voice now as hard as steel. Of course he's alive. What good is a dead subject? Now, are you finished with these childish hysterics? Jacob's tone was one of a parent admonishing a naughty child. Cheeks burning with embarrassment, Jack could only nod. Very well, said Jacob, nodding to whoever was holding him. He was released, and took a deep breath, trying to get back his equilibrium. Glancing behind him, he saw that the technician who had been holding him had already returned to his former task. Jacob looked hard at him a moment longer, then beckoned him back to the cylinder. Taking a deep cleansing breath, Jack obeyed. Once again he peered into the blue liquid at the body. He noticed that now, instead of wearing a blank expression, the man had a look of unbridled terror on his face. Jacob studied Jack for a moment, then explained. The liquid is an oxygenated inert substance that sustains life. You mean he's breathing that stuff? Asked Jack in wonderment. Yes, confirmed Jacob. And not only breathing. It also contains nutrients and vitamins that are absorbed directly through the skin and into the bloodstream. The fluid is constantly being replenished, so he can stay in there indefinitely. Why? Excuse me. Why is he here? Jack fought to keep his voice level and calm. The body in that cylinder nauseated him. This is phase 2 of our interrogation process, replied Jacob. Remember my telling you how researchers here at Menteses had mapped the human brain more extensively than ever before? Jack nodded. Well, this is one of the payoffs. Here, let me show you. Jacob led Jack over * to a corner of the room. Here, Jack noticed, a sort of command center was set up. A female technician sat behind a large rounded control panel that contained 12 view screens. There were also assorted readouts that indicated heart rate, blood pressure, and respiration. Jack saw that each cylinder had its own display. At the moment, only 3 screens were active. On one, a young, blonde-haired woman of about 30 strolled through a beautiful flower garden. The sunlight shone down on her, making her hair glow and giving her an ethereal quality, as if she belonged in someone's dream. The second screen depicted a family at Christmas. 3 children were gathered around the tree, holding hands, and saying the traditional Christmas prayer to St. Nicholas. Off to the side, an older woman with grey hair watched the scene in complete contentment. The third screen. Jack swallowed hard and leaned closer. He recognized the man as the one in the first cylinder. He now understood the look of horror he had on his face. He was being placed in a casket. Friends and family gathered around him, mourning his passing. On the screen, his eyes opened, and he began to move feebly. No one seemed to notice. He was arranged neatly, and the lid was closed. To Jack's utter horror, he saw that it was not a burial, but a cremation ceremony. The casket began to roll forward on a conveyor belt to a blazing furnace. Inside the casket, the man began to struggle frantically. Wisps of smoke began to come up between his legs. In moments, the entire casket was engulfed in flame. Jack looked over at the cylinder and saw that the man was now twitching violently, struggling against the non-existent flames. Is that what he thinks he's going through? Asked Jack, pointing at the monitor, his voice rising a fraction. Jacob nodded, then tapped the technician on the shoulder. She fiddled with the control panel a moment, and the screen went blank. Instantly the man stopped jerking. Now watch, said Jacob. This time, the technician touched the controls under the monitor showing the blonde woman. On the screen, the idealistic scene changed. The sky became dark and cloudy. The woman looked around wildly in fear. The beautiful flowers she had been admiring now withered and died. A mist rose up about her, and dark, undefined shapes moved within it. She began to run. Jack's attention was drawn to another of those infernal tanks. He couldn't make out any features of the person it held, but judging from the thrashing, it was this woman. Suddenly the shapes in the mist became clearer. Jack had to close his eyes at the obscene caricatures of human beings that leered out at him. The woman screamed, although no sound came from the screen. She tripped and fell, and instantly the hideous beings were on top of her. It became unspeakable. Jack turned away, unable to bear any more. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It's not pretty, Jack, said Jacob, his voice a complete void of emotion. It is, however, necessary. Necessary, repeated Jack, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes, necessary, replied Jacob. What we have accomplished here will change forever the way we perceive the human mind. It will, in effect, bring about a newer and better world. You have yet to see the real breakthrough. Something snapped inside of Jack. He turned on Jacob, flinging his hand away. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he realized it was the first time he had ever intentionally touched this man. Newer and better world. Tell me, Jacob, he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm, just how is this medieval torture chamber of yours going to bring about a newer and better world? A warning bell began to go off inside of him. An inner voice was screaming that he was pushing his luck too far, but once started, he couldn't stop. Are you planning to re-establish the Inquisition again, is that it? Jacob Hill, Grand Inquisitor, that has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? He would have gone on, but without a word, Jacob turned away. At his gesture, the technician at the command center again adjusted the controls, and the screen went blank. The thrashing ceased. Then she left, joining her colleagues at the far end of the room. Dr. Steiger, who had been standing quietly off to the side, went with her. Jack stood there, breathing heavily into his hood. He wondered just how much oxygen he had left. When Jacob turned back to face him, he recoiled at the rage now manifested in his face. How dare you presume to judge me, he said, his voice low and dangerous. You have no understanding of what is being done here, and yet you have the audacity to place your outdated morals on my activities. Jack had never seen Jacob like this before, and he was beginning to get frightened. He understood that he had just made the most dangerous man in the world angry at him. He knew with utter certainty that Jacob could and would have him killed if it suited his purposes. Jacob, quiet, hissed Jacob. Look around you, Senator. The way he said it made a mockery of Jack's title. Every subject in here is a convicted felon. Over there is a mass murderer, and there, he pointed to the far cylinder, is the leader of an insurrection. The rest are known traitors to the state. With this process, I can extract every bit of information that is stored in the pathetic minds. He held up his hand and clenched his fist. I can squeeze everything out. Nothing gets held back. Do you understand, Senator? For the first time, we have an absolutely foolproof interrogation process. Phase 1 inhibits the dreaming and puts them in a susceptible state. In Phase 2 we take the deepest fears from the depths of their minds, and make them come alive. We didn't put those scenes there, they were already in place. We just brought them to the conscious mind. We can pull whatever we want out, and there is absolutely no room for error. His anger now spent, Jacob once again was the picture of self-control. It's time for you to see the rest of it, he said calmly. Come with me. Without waiting to see if Jack followed, he turned and left. Jack's fear and nervousness were growing. He knew that somehow, he had just crossed a line. Like a dog brought to heel, he followed Jacob out of that nightmare of a room. This can't be happening, he thought as they stripped off the protective suits and returned to the elevator. Earlier this morning, Jack Klein had imagined himself destined for greatness. He would allow the inner circle to make him the next president of the United States. More importantly, he would become a member of that same inner circle. Now, he was wondering if he would live to see the dawn of the next day. Jacob Hill demanded total obedience and complete loyalty. Anything less was unacceptable. The two men ascended to ground level. Jack thought he would be taken back to his suite. Instead, Jacob led him down a series of halls to a large double door. A small panel next to the doors informed him that this was a conference room. Jacob opened both doors and ushered Jack inside. Much to his surprise, Jack saw that the entire inner circle was assembled. There was Christine Smythe, who owned Menteses, and Rajija Indras. The only one missing was Steiger. It looked for all the world like a hearing, and Jack was the defendant. Come in, Senator, said Christine, her voice dangerously flat. We have much to talk about. Without a word, Jack walked into the room and took an empty seat at one end of the oval table. How often he had dreamed of being a part of this group. Now, he felt like a man convicted of murder about to be brought to trial. We understand, said Indras, that you do not approve of our, shall we say, research here at Menteses. Jack wondered how they could have found out so fast, then realized that there must have been cameras in Phase 2. They would have watched the whole scenario play itself out. There would be no denying his actions. There must be a better way to get the information you need. He began. Indras held up a hand, and he fell silent. You must understand, Senator, that gathering information is really secondary here, he said. This threw Jack off. I don't understand, he said in confusion. While the information we will obtain will be invaluable, continued Indras, particularly in dealing with this so-called shepherd's path, it is not the primary purpose of mentices. I thought you wanted me to take the heat off your people while you track down this terrorist network, said Jack, to give you a chance to justify the added powers of the Bureau of Religious Affairs. That's only a part of it, Jack, said Jacob, who had taken a seat at the other end of the table. Granted, this network is something that must be eliminated. It encourages thinking which is non-conforming to our vision of the future. And what is that vision? Asked Jack. He wanted to keep the subject away from his actions of a few minutes ago. You've never really made that clear. Jack had followed Jacob because of the power the man wielded, but it had been some time before he realized that Jacob considered power as merely a means to an end. Over the years, Jacob had hinted at some sort of master plan that unified the inner circle. Jack had hoped to be an integral part of it, but had never gotten Jacob to confide in him. Look at the world we live in, Jack, said Jacob by way of answer. The most conservative estimates say that we will be in the middle of World War III within 1 year. That war will almost certainly be waged with nuclear weapons. Our goal, and he waved at the rest of the circle, is to avert that catastrophe. A noble cause, wouldn't you say? Of course, agreed Jack. But what does that monstrosity, the word slipped out before he realized it, have to do with bringing about world peace? He was speaking of Phase 2, of course. It has brought about the development of a major tool for our use, replied Jacob. I'll tell you about it in a moment. Now, we here, and countless more scattered across the globe, are moving toward our ultimate goal of a one-world government. What? The exclamation burst out of Jack before he could contain it. We now have the ability to begin the formation of a single government that will hold complete authority over this planet, Jacob explained. Impossible, said Jack. 15 years ago, I might have believed you, but now. Like you said, we'll be in the middle of a world war by 2003.1. Don't care how many people you have in high places, it's not going to happen. Jack, said Jacob, shaking his head, I had such high hopes for you. Yours would have been an important voice in the new order. Now, though, judging from your reaction to Phase 2, you're just not willing to pay the price necessary to obtain greatness. He nodded at Christine Smythe, who in turn picked up a small black box sitting on the table in front of her. Jack had wondered what it was. She passed it over to him, and he opened it. Inside, on what looked like crushed velvet, was a tiny computer chip about the size and shape of a pea. He touched it lightly, then looked at Jacob, his face a question. That is the result of Phase 2, said Jacob. It was brought about by intensive study of the human brain, and is the tool I mentioned a moment ago. So what does it do? Asked Jack. It's an implant. This time, it was Christine that answered. It is placed in the cerebral cortex, right at the juncture of the spinal column and the brain. It has the ability to enhance desired behavior. Mind control, said Jack, aghast. This went against everything he believed in. Jack wanted power. He wanted to have a place in history, but this was obscene. It went against every fiber of his being. He had worked for decades to bring organized religion under strict government control because of the way he perceived they controlled the minds of the masses. He had sold out to this group, this inner circle, in return for their help to bring this about. Jack now saw that their power and influence went deeper and further than he had thought. He had imagined them running a nation, and they were out to control a world. He had thought them to be a small group, and now he saw them as a worldwide organization. This world system has to be brought under one government, said Jacob, picking up where Christine left off. And the government has to be brought under one leader. It is the only way to keep this planet from exploding. This pod will be implanted in hundreds of world leaders. It doesn't even take an operation, just an injection with a hypodermic. Once implanted, the pod itself does most of the work. It's what we call a biochip. Part of it is actually organic. It will grow into the cortex and become a natural part of the brain. By the way, you're wrong, Jack. It doesn't control the mind, it frees it. It taps into the hidden resources of the mind, added Indras, and allows the individual to see more clearly. It releases the full potential of the human brain. Some of the subjects we have already implanted have displayed marked tendencies for telekinesis, and 2 have actually demonstrated an ability for telepathy. Think of it, Senator. Mind-to-mind contact. This is truly the beginning of the new age. So what we have, added Christine, is simply a device that enables people to see more clearly, as Raj puts it. They are not controlled. They are now simply awake. They see the importance of our vision and will be in a position to bring it about. Jack felt like a drowning man who had just been thrown an anvil instead of a life preserver. Things were rapidly getting out of control. He became even more frightened when the double doors opened and Dr. Steiger walked in. Behind him were two impressive-looking security guards. They moved to stand behind Jack. "What's going on?" he asked, the panic rising in his voice. "I had hoped not to have to resort to this," said Jacob, shaking his head. "I had hoped you would join us of your own free will." "Jacob, give me a little time," said Jack desperately. He was grasping for anything that would keep him alive. "You hit me with this all at once. You can't expect me to just jump in with both feet on something this big." "Unfortunately, that is exactly what I expect from you. Why else have I brought you this far, Mr. Speaker?" Jack started to speak, but Jacob continued. "You have been monitored since you came to Menteses," he said. "The results are not good. You are not holy with us, Jack, and I can't have someone in on this that isn't holy with us." "You can't just get rid of me," said Jack through clenched teeth. It was a last effort to save himself. "You can't just get rid of a United States Senator." Inside, Jack knew he was very wrong. Jacob Hill and his inner circle could do just about whatever they wanted. "Jack, I'm not going to get rid of you," protested Jacob mildly. "I've put too much time and effort into you, and I don't want to see that wasted. No, you are still very important to me. You see, you will support me unconditionally. All it will take will be a simple operation." Jacob nodded to the two security guards, who moved to stand on either side of Jack. "No," he jumped up in a desperate move to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The guards pinned his arms, and Dr. Steiger came forward. In his hand was a syringe. "We haven't perfected the injection process yet, so I'll have to put you out for a while," said Steiger. "Please, Jacob, don't do this to me." "I'm truly sorry, Jack," said Jacob, "but you leave me no other choice." "Don't worry. The operation is completely safe, and relatively quick. You will be back in Washington within 24 hours. As Jack watched in horror, Steiger forced his sleeve back and plunged the syringe into his exposed arm. Almost instantly, a growing numbness began to come over him. The room began to swim and grow blurry. The last thing he saw was Jacob looking at him with his empty, expressionless eyes. "Helen, calm down." Jeff watched as his friend paced from one end of the dingy warehouse office to the other. This particular warehouse was owned by a member of the Shepherd's Path and was not far from the furniture store that had been raided 2 nights before. Hidden in strategic places throughout the cavernous building were small caches of Bibles and other materials that were routinely distributed to churches across the nation. It was also used as a safe house. Behind the office was a small concealed room that served effectively as a hiding place. More than one fugitive, whose only crime was to attend a non-sanctioned church service, had stayed there until he or she could be moved to a safer location. Places like these were scattered across the country. Just now, though, it only had 2 occupants. Jeff Anderson sat behind a battered desk and watched as his companion worked herself into a lather. "Calm down." Helen stopped her pacing and turned to confront her friend. "Calm down," she repeated. "Jeff, have you been paying attention to me at all?" "Of course I have," replied Jeff soothingly. "But there's only so much I can do right now. Everyone I can trust is either looking for this Sampson guy or trying to uncover some lead to this Christian Liberation Front. Until we get something else to go on, all we can do is wait." "Wait." Helen turned and resumed her pacing. "We just lost one of our churches. It looks like they were betrayed from the inside. One of their own members, for goodness sake." "Was it this Scott Sampson?" Tom identified him as one of the last people to enter the building. "With a woman," added Jeff. "Presumably his wife." "Helen, we have no proof that it was Sampson who blew the whistle on the church." "We have no proof that it wasn't him," she snapped back. "He's wanted in connection with that terrorist bombing at the airport. A man like that could have easily turned in his own church." She threw her hands up in the air in frustration. "Why don't you do something instead of telling me to wait?" Instantly she regretted her harsh words. "I'm sorry, Jeff," she said quickly, reaching out to touch his arm. "We've lost churches before, but never this close to home. I know you're doing your best." Jeff waved away her apology. "If you want my professional opinion," he said, "I don't think Sampson is a terrorist, or an informer, for that matter. He doesn't fit the profile. How do you mean? Asked Helen. She stopped her pacing for a moment and sat on the edge of the desk. Jeff thought for a moment, gathering his thoughts. I ran a check on him, he said finally. Standard procedure in these cases, even if the Bureau of Religious Affairs is handling it. It seems that he was having a rough time on his job. Got a demotion a year or so back for no apparent reason. I have a hunch it might be because both he and his wife belong to a local church in this area. That's no indication of where his loyalties lie, commented Helen. In fact, it could mean just the opposite. If he was bitter enough about his job, he could be driven to betray a church, possibly for money. Agreed, said Jeff. But there's more. He doesn't have any priors, not even a parking ticket. Never been in trouble, and no known affiliations with questionable groups. He moved here from Detroit. He's clean there too, by the way. Been married for over 7 years, wife's name is Beth. Was that his wife he went to the meeting with? Asked Helen. We're pretty sure, replied Jeff. We're getting Tom to ID her now, and should have an answer momentarily. This still doesn't clear him, said Helen. I know, agreed Jeff, but there's one final fact. The airline just released the passenger list off of that flight that blew up. His wife was on it. Helen was quiet for a moment. Are you sure? She asked finally. We have her name, and a person matching her description was seen boarding. Hopefully, we'll be certain when we see the computer tapes from the airport. It was standard procedure for all airport gates to be constantly monitored by surveillance cameras. All activity was recorded onto computer disks. So if Sampson isn't our informer, who is? Asked Helen. We're checking the arrest records from the raid, replied Jeff. It's slow going because the Bureau of Religious Affairs is keeping a tight lid on their actions. If we can get a list of who was taken in, and compare it with who was actually arrested, we might be able to finger the culprit. He shrugged. It's a long shot, but it's the only one we've got. We have to know, said Helen, getting up from the desk and resuming her pacing. If someone like that were to go undetected, there's no end to the damage they could do. I know, said Jeff. Helen, I've already got as many people working on it as I can without arousing suspicion. For the last time, all we can do is wait. I know, Jeff, but knowing that doesn't make it any easier. Tell me about it, he grunted. Half my job is spent waiting on one thing or another. Trust me, it never gets any easier. One thing I can always count on you for is encouragement, said Helen. Her voice dripped with sarcasm, but she smiled to remove the sting from her words. Jeff grinned in return. Do you really need me here? She asked, changing the subject. I should get some other things done today. I've got a courier coming for a run to St. Louis and nothing, said Jeff. Until we get this mess straightened out, we don't make another move. Jeff, said Helen, we can't shut the entire network down because of one raid. There are too many people depending on us. Until we know more, that's exactly what we have to do, said Jeff. Look at the facts, he continued, holding up his fingers and ticking off points. 1. We've got an informer on the loose. He's probably not part of the network, but only probably. 2. We've got a terrorist bombing that has killed a few hundred people and drawn national attention. The terrorists are calling themselves the Christian Liberation Front, and have demanded the release of known underground church members. Now, it's a fairly well-established fact in government circles that a lot of people are holding secret church meetings. Granted, the Shepherd's Path seems to have escaped detection so far, but we can't be sure that will continue to be the case. Now, if you add everything up, what does the answer come out to? Helen did not have to answer. The expression on her face told him she had figured it out. He nodded grimly. It's going to be open season on believers, he said, confirming her worst fears. What we have gone through up till now, he said quietly, emphasizing each word, will be nothing compared to what's coming. Like lambs to a slaughter, said Helen, her voice almost a whisper. They sat in silence for a moment, each contemplating the approaching darkness. Abruptly, Jeff brightened up. However, he said, rubbing his hands briskly, we are, as they say, not finished yet. We still may identify our traitor. If we can do that, we can resume operations, albeit at a lower level. Also, if we can prove that this terrorist thing has nothing to do with Christians, things may ease off a little. Helen shook her head. What you call Operations, a people, Jeff. Some of these groups meeting haven't seen a Bible in months. Even years, and what about those in hiding? We can't just, she was interrupted by the beeping of Jeff's private line. He held up a hand to silence her as he took his phone out of his pocket and flipped it open. Anderson, he said into the receiver. Helen could hear muffled speaking coming from the tiny speaker, but could not make out any carrot words. Jeff listened for a moment, then spoke. Have you got a positive ID, then? Another pause. Okay, get on it. And David, keep a low profile. The last thing we need is to draw attention to ourselves. Good luck. He closed the phone and put it back in his pocket. Well? Asked Helen. Jeff didn't answer for a moment. He sat thoughtfully, staring at nothing. Jeff, what is it? Humph. Oh, sorry Helen. Well, never mind. We identified the informant. He was at the meeting, taken to bureau headquarters, but not arrested. David, the agent I was just talking to, did some checking. It looks like the bureau was putting pressure on him, threatening his family, that sort of thing. Was it Sampson? No, Sampson and his wife were there as legitimate worshippers. This guy's name is Alan Myers. I don't know that name, admitted Helen. Doesn't matter, replied Jeff. We know who he is now. He won't be any more trouble. Jeff trailed off, and again turned thoughtful. Jeff, what is it? Asked Helen again. There's something else, isn't there? I don't know, said Jeff, frustration creeping into his voice. His hands clenched and unclenched themselves. Biting his lower lip, he tried to put his feelings and fears into words. I just get the feeling that there's something going on, something very, very big. The clues are all there, but they won't fit together. What clues? Asked Helen. Well, take our Mr. Sampson, he said. We know now that he was simply attending the meeting at the furniture store. He had no ulterior motive. Then he's supposed to bomb a passenger flight. The one his wife just boarded. I don't think so. It looks like someone is using him for a scapegoat. Next, there's the Christian Liberation Front. Who are they? Evidence points to the church, but we know that's not possible. Therefore, someone is deliberately making it look like the church is responsible. Why? Just to begin a new offensive against us. Are we looking a major persecution in the face? Finally, there's the Bureau of Religious Affairs. In the last few years, it seems like they have become a law unto themselves. Who do they answer to? I thought it was supposed to be the FBI. Now, they, reacting more like a privately owned force than a government institution. Somehow, he groped for the right words. All he had were vague suspicions and hunches. Somehow, he repeated, it seems as if all this should be related. It's almost as if a single guiding hand is directing everything, but I can't make the pieces fit. Helen listened patiently to Jeff. It wasn't the first time she had heard someone voice suspicions about a mammoth conspiracy. It had been a popular theme on the Christian talk show circuit over a decade ago, when there had been Christian television. Many had voiced opinions about secret societies. From what she remembered, they were supposed to be responsible for everything from both world wars to the current dilemma. They were supposed to be all-seeing, all-knowing, just short of God, and, as far as Helen was concerned, they didn't matter at all. Jeff, if a single hand really is running things, how does that affect us? Well, he began, we probably should. I'll tell you what we probably should do, interrupted Helen. We should, probably, keep doing exactly what we are doing. One of the responsibilities God has given us is to help nurture infant churches. Most Christians were caught flat-footed when the crash came, and now they need what we have to give. Our other job is to win souls, and we need to keep doing it. Let's not forget that, okay? All of this cloak and dagger stuff has its place, but we're here to be a light to the world, and no secret society is going to stop us from doing just that. Jeff looked at Helen for a moment, then grinned. That's why you're in charge of this whole shebang, he said. Me? I get caught up in the mechanics of the operation, and tend to forget just why we put ourselves through all of this. Okay, Helen, you made your point. We've learned what we came to learn. Let's get out of here. I've got to get a watch put on Alan Myers' home. Why? Asked Helen, as Jeff walked her to the door. I thought you said that now that we know who he is, he can't hurt us anymore. Think it through, answered Jeff. Myers set up the church Scott and Beth Sampson attended. Somehow, they managed to escape. Scott puts his wife on a flight to Denver, presumably to someplace safe, and it blows up, killing all aboard. Somewhere out there is a man on the run. He's just lost his wife, he has no place to go, and nothing left to lose. What happens if he finds out it was Alan who betrayed them? Alan is directly responsible for Beth Sampson's death. You don't think, like you said, people have cracked under less pressure. I'm not taking any chances. The Bureau of Religious Affairs is combing the country. There's nothing I can do there, but if he shows up at the Myers home, we'll get him, hopefully before he does something drastic. I hope you're wrong, said Helen as they left the office and headed out through the warehouse. I do, too, replied Jeff, but I have a sinking feeling that Mr. Sampson may just try to kill Alan Myers. The sun was just setting on the community of Crestview Hills when the man moved out from under the cover of the trees. The sound of children at play could still be heard as they tried to squeeze in a few more rounds of hide and seek before the call to supper. Lights were beginning to appear in various windows of the upper middle-class homes, and people began to settle in for the night. The summer air was turning pleasantly muggy. The man had hidden by one of the many lakes that dotted the area during the day, peering out of a small glen of pine trees. Now he moved onto the deserted road to observe one particular house. He certainly did not belong here. If he had been seen in daylight, he would surely have been reported. 2 days' growth of beard covered a pale, drawn face. He wore faded jeans, and a short-sleeved blue cotton shirt that looked as wrinkled as he did. Eyes that were dead to any emotion, save maybe hatred, scanned the surrounding area. The fading light made it difficult to see, but he was patient. Finally, when satisfied that no one was watching, he began to stalk toward the house he had chosen. Scott Sampson had only one thought in his mind now. He wanted to make Alan Myers pay for shattering his life. Everything else was secondary. He fully expected to be arrested tonight, perhaps even killed. He didn't care. His whole being was geared toward ending the life of a betrayer. As he slipped across the street and into the front yard, he felt the lump of metal in his jean pocket press against his thigh. He had paid cash for the small caliber handgun. The serial number had been filed off, and the street hustler he had bought it from had only cared about the color of Scott's money. The past 2 days were a blur to him. He had left his car in the motel parking lot, not wanting to take any chances of being spotted, and frankly not caring about keeping it anymore. A bottle of cheap dye and a tube of instant suntan foam, bought at a local drugstore, built a simple disguise. For hours, he had hitched his way haphazardly back toward town. He was in a daze, and had no clear idea what to do or where to go. When he had regained consciousness on that motel room floor, his emotions were gone. Through the haze in his mind, he knew vaguely that he should be mourning Beth, but try as he might, he could feel nothing. He could not even remember what his wife looked like. Something inside of him had broken off. Something special, something precious, had been lost. If he carried through with his plans tonight, it would never be regained. His last ride had spoken about the tragedy at the airport. Scott had remained silent, but the mention of the bombing brought his ordeal back to the forefront of his thoughts. Like a tidal wave, the hopelessness of his situation threatened to engulf him. He had cast about for an anchor, and a face had presented itself, Alan Myers. Now at last the emotions came, but they were of anger and hatred. This man had cost Scott everything he held dear. It was unfair that he sat safely at his dinner table tonight while Scott was hunted like an animal. He had to pay. Scott had bought the gun, and now, 2 days after his life fell apart, he was ready to use it. The sun was completely down now and night was beginning to cover the peaceful neighborhood. Enjoy your home, Alan, whispered Scott to himself. Enjoy your home and family, for this is the last night you will ever spend with them. He knew that his prey was home. He had seen him arrive from work several hours ago. He had not come out since. While he was waiting under the trees, Scott had studied the house carefully. It was a split-level model, attractively built with tan bricks and white wooden trim. A large 2-car garage sat on the first level, while above it were obviously the bedrooms. The rest of the house comprised the second, middle level. On the far side, the neighboring house stood. 2 large windows faced the Myers house, and Scott doubted he could go in that way without being seen. The opposite side was better. A tall hedge ran between Alan's house and his neighbor's. A single window in the center of the wall would allow Scott to slip in quietly. He made his way into the front yard, noting the child's bicycle lying next to the door. He didn't want to hurt Alan's family, so he would somehow have to isolate him. Without hesitation, he walked swiftly into the side yard. Now he felt more secure. The hedge blocked the view from the side, and the house that sat across from the backyard was not visible from this angle. He crouched down low, leaning against the rough brick. The window that would be his entrance was dark. Slowly, he edged under it. Once again, he made sure no one was watching from the street. It was now completely dark. He could hear an orchestra of crickets playing their nightly sonata, and could see the flaring of 1,000 tiny lightning bugs in the night. Once, a millennia ago, he would have enjoyed the sensations they brought. Now, they meant nothing. Carefully, Scott peered into the window. The curtain that covered it was separated about 2 inches in the middle. Although it was dark, he could get a rough idea of the layout of the room. There was a little light coming through the door that stood opposite him. It was a fairly large room, almost 13 feet square, and looked to be a study. On his right were shelves of books that stood from floor to ceiling. To the left, across the room, was a desk that faced the books. Behind the desk was an open door that revealed a shallow closet. The door that opened out into the rest of the house was half open. It was time. Scott reached up and pushed gently at the window. It was the type that slid up rather than out. Locked. He considered his options for a moment, then produced a small screwdriver from his pocket. It took only a moment to force the blade between the window and the lock. Moving carefully, trying not to make any excess noise, he slid the screwdriver forward. He could see the latch begin to move, then his tool lost its purchase and he jerked forward, thudding against the glass. Quickly he ducked out of sight, his heart pounding. Expecting the curtain to be drawn back at any moment, he quelled his urge to run. Forcing himself to sit quietly, he waited. Nothing happened. Once again, he raised himself and used the screwdriver. This time he was successful, and the latch slid back. Just like in the movies, thought Scott with grim humor. Call me, the cat. He giggled under his breath. Looks like you forgot to put the cat out tonight, Myers, and it's going to cost you. His giggle threatened to become a full-fledged laugh, and he shut it off. It would not be the laugh of a sane man. He put the screwdriver away, and again tried the window. It slid easily upward, opening wide enough for Scott to slide through. It took him only seconds, and he was inside the house. He brushed the curtain aside and crouched in the darkness, listening with every fiber of his being. He could hear the sounds of a family at dinner coming through the door. Quietly he lowered the window and secured the latch. Then he rearranged the curtain. On tiptoe, he crossed the study and stood by the door. He leaned forward just enough to see out. The study opened out into a hall that ended in a bathroom on his left. To the right, the hall ran into the rest of the house. Soft, yellow light shone around the comer at the far end, indicating a kitchen. Judging from the level of noise, the dining room was on the other side of the kitchen. Straight across the hall, another door opened into a large master bedroom. There was a small table light burning brightly on a nightstand that stood next to a king-size bed. Scott remembered from his time at Faith Community Church that Alan had 2 children. His daughter was about 10 years old, and his son in his late teens. He could hear 4 distinct voices coming from the dining room, although he could not make out any particulars of the conversation. The whole family was home, then. That was too bad, but it could not be helped. Scott was not about to be detoured from his purpose. He backed off from the door and closed it slightly, leaving just enough of an opening for ample light. Taking one more quick survey of the study, he padded over to the closet behind the desk and opened the louvered doors. It was filled with cardboard file boxes stacked almost to the ceiling. Taking a deep breath, he began to move the boxes, one at a time. At any moment, he expected the light to click on and Alan to be standing there. He began to sweat as he rearranged the boxes. The dim glow from the hall made his task almost impossible, but he kept at it. Finally, he cleared an empty space just big enough to squeeze into. He paused for a moment, then went back to the study door. The clatter of dishes in the sink told him that dinner was over. Carefully he peeped out of the tiny opening, trying to see down the hall. There was a sudden movement, and before he could draw back, Alan himself appeared. Scott yanked his head back behind the door, sucking in his breath. If Alan had seen, he could hear the muffled footsteps as Alan came toward him. With a sinking realization he saw that he had not closed the closet door. The boxes were now crammed every which way, obviously disturbed. Alan would see immediately that something was wrong. Scott waited, listening as Alan drew closer. He heard the footsteps as he came even with the study door. There was a pause, and Scott tensed. His fingers went of their own volition to the gun in his pocket. Click. A bright light shone through the crack for an instant, then disappeared. Scott nearly fainted with relief. Alan had gone into the bathroom. He slumped against the door, and immediately it shut with a dull thunk. "That tears it," he said to himself, disgusted with his carelessness. Surely Alan had heard that. Gently he opened the door again. There was no change. He could still hear the rest of the family somewhere at the other end of the house, talking happily among themselves. He felt a brief pang of regret for what he was about to do to them, but shoved it aside. "Think about what Myers has done to you," he lectured himself grimly. This was the man who had destroyed his life. There would be no mercy. Leaving the door, he went back to the closet and slipped in. He had just closed the door behind him when he heard the toilet flush. A moment later there was the sound of running water. When it shut off, the bathroom door opened. Scott heard a brief shuffle, then the study door opened. By putting his eyes right up against the slats in the louvered doors, he could see out. Alan stood there, outlined by the bathroom light. He paused for a moment, as if checking out the room. Then he walked over to the desk. A floor lamp was sitting off to one side, and Alan disappeared for a moment as he turned it on. A soft glow flooded the study, and Scott leaned back from the closet door. He didn't think Alan could see him, but no sense in taking chances. Now Alan reappeared. He moved over to the window, moving the curtains aside and checked the latch. Satisfied, he shut the study door and sat behind his desk. Rummaging through the drawers, he pulled out a stack of papers, and began to leaf through them. Scott could not believe his luck. His intended victim had just gift-wrapped himself. Slowly, carefully, not even daring to breathe, Scott put his hand gently on the closet door and began to push. It would not do, he knew, for Alan to hear him just yet. He had visualized this moment over and over again. He knew exactly what he would do, and what he would say. The door resisted for a moment, then began to move. Alan's chair was less than 24 inches away. The slightest sound would alert him. Patiently, Scott continued to push. The door moved, opening a millimeter at a time. Once, Alan put his papers down and arched his back. Scott could hear it pop as he froze, hand still on the door. Alan twisted back and forth, relieving the pressure around his sagging middle. Then, with a deep sigh, he went back to work. Scott resisted the urge to draw in a deep breath. He waited, unmoving, while Alan pored over his work. Finally, he started to push again. The minutes dragged on, each one an eternity. Every second the door opened wider. It took over 5 minutes to make an opening wide enough to squeeze through. It seemed like a year, but at last it was done. There was now nothing between Scott and Alan. With the same patience he had used with the door, Scott reached into his pocket and pulled out the pistol. His hand grasped it tightly, as if it were a lifeline to his sanity. He was starting to sweat, although it was cool in the study. Slowly, deliberately, he brought the gun up to where it was level with the back of Alan's head. His mind was giddy with the thought of revenge, but somewhere in his soul, a voice was calling, demanding attention. Part of him, the part he had turned off since Beth's death, wanted him to listen, wanted him to respond. He ignored it. Clenching his jaw so tightly that it hurt, he brought his thumb up to the hammer and pulled it back. It answered with a resounding click. At the same time, Scott took a step forward out of the closet. Alan jumped at the noise, and swiveled around in his chair. He was met by the barrel of Scott's pistol not 3 inches from the bridge of his nose. Scott had dreamed of this moment. He had pictured Alan's face when he understood that he was about to die. Nothing, however, could prepare him for the delicious satisfaction that flowed through him when he saw Alan's look of shock that turned rapidly into terrified realization. Revenge was sweet, indeed. "Hello, Alan," said Scott, pleased that his voice sounded as casual as if they had just met for coffee. Alan's mouth opened, closed, then opened again. He tried to talk, but could only respond with a squeaky whine. Scott feigned surprise. "Nothing to say?" he asked in a mocking tone. "You always had plenty to say before." Carefully, Scott edged away from the closet and toward the study door. From this vantage point, he could see the entire room. There would be no surprises. Carefully he locked the door. You had plenty to say when you tried to sell Beth and me life insurance. What a great deal I can get you, you said. You were never at a loss for words when you prayed out loud in church. Those were great prayers, you know. I'm sure everyone was impressed. Scott motioned threateningly with his gun. You especially had a lot to say, he continued, his voice beginning to rise, when you betrayed us the other night. When you gave the police our names and address. When you took away our lives. His arm stiffened, the gun now pointed right at Alan's forehead. Wait, Alan squeaked, his voice cracking. You don't understand. I was there, Alan. We were under those stairs in that filthy cellar when you sold out. Scott was yelling now, not caring who I heard. It would all be over in a moment. I heard you tell them everything. Alan's face drained of blood as he listened to Scott. His eyes kept flicking from the barrel of the pistol to Scott's eyes. He licked his dry lips, and tried desperately to think of something, anything to say. He opened his mouth, but Scott wasn't through. Did you hear about that plane blowing up, Alan? Scott asked, now lowering his voice to normal. When Alan didn't answer, Scott took another step forward, bringing the gun within inches of his face. Answer me. Alan nodded rapidly, as if speed could save him. Well, my wife was on that plane. I put her there to get her away, and it blew up. Now, who do you think is to blame for that? A groan escaped Alan's lips. He knew there was no answer to that, just as he knew he was staring death in the face. Who is to blame, Alan? Scott's words came one at a time, each one spat out like a bullet. Alan realized that he was waiting for an answer. The terrorist who, slap. Alan jerked back into his chair, the force of Scott's open-ended blow staggering him. When his vision cleared, he saw Scott towering over him. The hand that held the gun was trembling, and Scott had a wild look in his eyes. Wrong answer, Alan. The gun steadied, once again centered on his forehead. Last chance. WHO is to blame for my wife's death. Alan felt gingerly at his jaw. It still stung, and he could feel a small trickle of blood. He licked his dry lips, and struggled to speak. I am, he finally managed to say. He knew he was signing his own death warrant, but also knew that Scott would accept no other answer. Very good. Scott nodded his approval. Now you can die with a clean conscience. Doesn't it make you feel better now that this is out in the open? Alan sagged in his chair in utter defeat. He put his head down on the desk. What little self-control he had left deserted him, and he began to cry, quietly at first, then in great racking sobs. Scott watched impassively. He felt a twinge of guilt, but suppressed it immediately as he pictured the explosion that had killed his wife. They said they would take my family. Alan struggled to get the words out between sobs. His whole body seemed to be convulsing. Scott began to feel uncomfortable. This was exactly the reaction he had wanted, but now the sweetness was wearing off. In its place was a growing emptiness. My kids, they threatened my kids. Stuff it, Alan, said Scott sharply. Tell it to Beth. For that matter, tell it to the rest of that little group. Who knows what they're going through right now, just because you didn't have the guts to stay true. For a moment, Scott moved the gun away. He leaned forward on the desk, and smiled. Instinctively, Alan leaned away. Scott's smile was that of a shark's when it was closing in for the kill. Give me one reason, he said in a low voice. Give me one reason to let you live, and I will. He brought the gun back around. But make it a good one, Alan. Alan chewed his lower lip. He tried desperately to think of a way out, a way to escape, but could not force his mind to function. His heart was pounding like a trip hammer. He knew that Scott, in his half-crazed state, would not accept any reason he might give. The only hope was his wife or kids. Surely they had heard the commotion. Sorry, Alan, said Scott, sliding off the desk. Time's up, and you lose. Better say you're Alan. The shout came through the locked study door, followed by a heavy thud. Alan, what's going on? Who's in there with you? Alan, open this door, now. It was Alan's wife. Scott knew his time had run out. He sighted down the barrel of the pistol, to the bridge of Alan's nose. Alan's eyes widened in panic. Alan, Jerry's calling the police. Open the door, now. Scott set his lips in a thin line. This was it. He looked at the quivering human sitting in front of him. This would be a mercy killing. Alan was a waste. Worse, he was a traitor to his God and his church. It was only right that he be put out of his misery. Thud, the study door shuddered, its thin construction threatening to give way. It was now or never. Scott clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. Reflexively, he closed his eyes, waiting for the bang. He had never shot a gun before, and did not know what to expect. What he did not expect was nothing, no sound, no jolt to his arm, nothing. He opened his eyes, and saw the situation unchanged. He still held the gun to Alan's forehead, and Alan still sat there, waiting for the end. His hand was trembling. It seemed to be no longer attached to his body, and would not obey his commands. He focused every ounce of his being on his trigger finger, willing it to contract, to pull the trigger. Nothing. It would not move, no matter how hard he tried. It was as if some irresistible force had taken control of his arm and would not let him fire. He closed his eyes, and in an carrot eternity that lasted no time at all, fought a battle. Suddenly the tiny voice in his soul that had been crying for his attention came to the forefront of his mind. So you would kill this man? It asked. He deserves to die, Scott answered. Undoubtedly, agreed the voice. He deserves to die, and many who die deserve to live. Can you give them back their lives? That's ridiculous, replied Scott in annoyance. Why wouldn't this blasted voice go away and let him do what he had come to do? You cannot give back life, continued the voice relentlessly. But you are ready to take a life. Have you been appointed this man's judge and executioner? Scott had no answer to that. He knew he wasn't here for justice, but for vengeance. He tried to shut out the voice, to drive it away, and was surprised when he was successful. That takes care of that, he thought in satisfaction. Now he could get on with business. Only now there was another voice. It was at once compassionate and commanding. It spoke softly, yet would not be ignored. Father, it said, echoing down through the ages. Forgive them, for they know not what they do. It was the voice of utmost love, and gentleness, and yet it tore through Scott like a hot iron. It burned him, and in its burning, healed him. It was the voice of his Saviour. Scott blinked, and realized he was back in the real world. Alan was still there, waiting. Someone was banging on the door, and off in the distance he could hear police sirens. He swallowed hard, and knew what he had to do. The anger was still there, as was the desire to punish this man for the horrible grief he had caused. Now, though, there was something else. The part of Scott that was lost 2 days ago had been restored. He remembered his own fear on the way to that ill-fated meeting, and he found he could now understand Alan. Slowly, he put aside the anger and hatred. Just as slowly, he lowered his arm. Alan saw the gun go down, and blinked in confusion. He looked at Scott. Scott looked back, searching for words. The sirens were now closer, and whoever was banging at the door had almost battered it in. His time was gone. He moved toward the window, hoping no one was waiting for him on the other side. As he opened it, he realized he had to say something to Alan. His next words were the hardest he had ever spoken in his life. He turned to face his former enemy. Alan, he said, each word a struggle, I had no right to do this. I know it's a lot to ask, but will you forgive me? Instantly, Scott felt a tremendous burden lift from his shoulders. He had not even realized it was there, but now that it was gone, he felt as if he could soar. Alan just stared at him, not understanding. Finally, he managed to croak, I forgive you. Scott nodded. Just like I forgive you, he said softly. After all, if Jesus could forgive those who crucified him, can we do less? Will you forgive me? For a moment, Alan didn't move. Then, as if in slow motion, he nodded. Scott nodded in return, a ghost of a smile playing across his face. He took the pistol, and made sure the safety was on. Then he tossed it underhanded to Alan. Alan barely managed to catch it. He held it gently, as if it were a poisonous reptile. Then he opened his desk drawer and laid it inside. Go, Alan said. I'll tell them it was a thief, or something. I promise. Scott nodded, and began to climb out the window. Scott, Alan called, and Scott turned back. Thank you, said Alan, the words coming straight from his heart. There was nothing else to say. Scott nodded, and dropped through the window. His feet had just hit the ground when he heard the police sirens reach the front of the house and stop. He could see the reflection of their lights on the hedge, and could hear the car doors slam as they got out. There was only one avenue of escape. He headed away from the street, into the backyard. The lights from the house lit his way. He skirted the edge of the yard, following the hedge. He had just reached the border between Alan's house and his rear neighbor's when his eye caught a sudden movement inside the hedge. He turned to look, and was knocked flat on his back by a flying tackle. His assailant ended up on top of him. Scott struggled to get away, but was hopelessly pinned. His opponent had greater strength and size. The darkness masked his face, and Scott could only wait to see what would happen next. Suddenly, the weight on his chest disappeared. Scott took a deep breath, and then was hauled ruthlessly to his feet. A voice whispered harshly in his ear. "You want to live?" it asked. "Then don't say a word. Follow me." Like a shot, the dark shape took off, weaving back and forth. Scott stood there in indecision for a moment, then began to run after the mysterious figure. Whoever he was fast, and Scott had to struggle to keep up. They left Alan's house behind, going from yard to yard in a mad dash. Their route took so many turns and twists that Scott lost his bearings completely. He caught glimpses of swimming pools, picnic tables, and badminton nets on that wild dash. He listened for signs of pursuit, but heard nothing. Perhaps Alan had told the truth. Perhaps he did indeed mislead the police. Only time would tell. Finally, the mysterious shape stopped. Scott pulled up behind, gasping for breath. He wasn't in bad shape, but the past few days had taken their toll, and the adrenaline rush that had gotten him this far was wearing off. He was feeling dizzy and slightly nauseous. "Where?" he gasped. "Where?" He tried again, but had to pause to breathe. "Shut up," the man whispered fiercely. He pulled out a small dark object about the size of his hand. "This is Snoopy," he said into it. "The Red Baron is in the neighborhood. Request immediate pickup." There was a pause, then a feminine voice came from the object. "This is Lucy, Snoopy. Pick up in 10 minutes. Repeat, 10 minutes. Be there, or be square." Scott's guide replaced the communicator back into his pocket, then grabbed Scott's shoulder. "Come on," he said, and once again took off at a dead run. Scott groaned, knowing that he could not match his pace. Then he heard a sound that chilled him. Dogs. They were somewhere in the distance, but seemed to be getting closer. The police were tracking him. Instantly, the adrenaline surged again. He would pay for this later, but for right now, all he wanted to do was get away. His guide had gotten about 10 paces ahead of him, and was widening the distance. Once again it was helter-skelter through private yards. Several times they crossed empty suburban streets and splashed through the edges of glimmering moonlit lakes. It seemed to go on forever. The sound of dogs receded, then grew louder, then receded again. Finally, when it seemed he couldn't go on any longer, they emerged from yet another yard and ran smack up against a tall, chain-link fence. The man halted, then began to climb. "Move," he yelled over his shoulder, and Scott followed suit. He grasped the fence, his barely healed hand twinging. He could hardly get a grip, the cold metal biting into his flesh. His guide reached the top and flipped himself over with the ease of a gymnast. He dropped the 10 feet to the ground to land expertly on the other side, and waited impatiently. Scott continued to climb. A lancing pain shot through his arm as he reached the top. Barbed wire. He resisted the pain and pulled himself up. Long red gashes appeared on his arms and chest. With a mighty heave, he pulled himself over and dropped. His mysterious friend was there to catch him. He looked around in the darkness and realized he was standing underneath rows of bleachers. He was led out from under them and into a wide expanse of grass that he recognized as a football field. Across the field was the dark shape of a high school. Together with his guide he trotted out into the middle of the field. It was wide open, and there was a full moon. Feeling exposed and vulnerable, he turned to his rescuer and heard him muttering under his breath. "Come on, Lucy. Where are you?" Off in the distance Scott again heard the baying of the dogs, but at the same time, another sound announced itself. This was a dull whup. Whup, whup, and it was coming from overhead. Scott strained his eyes upward and found a large dark shape descending towards him. There were no lights, but he recognized the shape of a helicopter. Just what was going on? He felt a tug on his shoulder and followed as his guide led him off toward the side. Scott watched in amazement as a helicopter set down dead center in the football field. Automatically he ran toward it as if he had known the plan all along. The side opened, and a pair of hands reached out and helped him aboard. The door slid shut, and with a lurch, the helicopter lifted off. Scott lay panting on the floor, feeling like he was going to throw up. The cuts on his arms and chest burned, and his lungs felt like they were on fire. He rolled over on his back and sat up. The noise from the rotor was almost deafening, but he tried to talk anyway. He felt as if he had just stepped into some kind of spy thriller, and he wanted some answers. There were 3 people, including himself, in the cramped cabin. His guide sat cross-legged in the rear, and another, smaller person squatted next to him. They appeared to be having a conversation. In the dim light of the cabin, he could see that they were both dressed in black body stockings and caps. They looked like some sort of commandos in an action movie. "Who are you?" shouted Scott. It wasn't an eloquent question, he knew, but it got the point across. His fellow passengers ignored him. "Hey," he shouted at the top of his lungs, and this time they turned toward him. "I said, who are you? Where are you taking me?" The smaller person got up and came over to sit next to him. From the way she moved, he could tell she was a woman. She leaned forward to yell in his ear. "We're friends," she shouted. "We're taking you to a safe place, and we'll answer your questions there." "Okay," Scott nodded, and she patted him on the shoulder. "Just relax and enjoy the ride. You've had a rough time." A tiny glow appeared in her hand as she produced a small flashlight. He did not resist when she examined his arms and chest. The angry cuts were starting to look worse. "We'll get those taken care of soon. Can you hang on?" Scott shook his head yes, and she walked back to the other man. He wrapped his arms around himself, and leaned back against the cold metal wall. The cabin was not pressurized, and the wind whistling through the seams in the door was beginning to chill him. Worse than that was the rough ride. He felt as if he were in a truck with bad shocks instead of an aircraft. He tried to settle in for what he assumed would be a long ride. It came as a surprise, then, when his stomach lurched as the chopper started a rapid descent. No more than 10 minutes had passed since he had scrambled aboard. The man who had led him this far now came over and knelt down to face him. In the dim light, he could tell that he was a young man, probably younger than Scott. Wisps of blonde hair stuck out from the cap, matching a thick mustache. The younger man regarded Scott for a moment, as if judging whether he was worthy of all the trouble he had been put to. Finally he spoke. "We'll be landing in a few seconds," he shouted. "Once we're on the ground, you'll get out. You'll see a blue van about 50 yards away. Head straight for it. Walk, don't run. Get in. Inside, there will be a black man. He'll take care of you from there. Understand?" Scott nodded, and the younger man clasped him on the shoulder, giving him an affectionate shake. "You showed a lot of guts back there in that house," he said. "Don't worry, we'll get you to where it's safe." With that, the man stood up and disappeared into the pilot's cabin. The woman came over and made ready to open the door. Seconds later, the chopper touched down with a gentle bump. Instantly, the door slid back. Scott was on his feet quickly, and the woman helped him down. They had landed in some sort of empty field, probably back in the hills. Straight ahead, just like he had been told, was the van, barely visible in the moonlight. He started to turn back to the woman, but she pushed him forward. "Get going," she called. The chopper revved its engine and made ready to take off again. Scott started to jog toward the van. Just as the helicopter took to the sky, he heard a shout. "God be with you." There was a loud roar, and the chopper took off. Scott turned to watch it for a moment, wondering just who had saved him. Then he lit out across the field, stumbling more than running. Each step was agony. The pain in his arms and chest was almost unbearable, and his energy level was non-existent. The windows of the van were darkened. In the pale light of the full moon they stared back at him, empty and foreboding. A wild impulse came over Scott. Suddenly, all he wanted to do was run, to get away from the madness that had been his life over the past few days. Only the fact that his body would stand no more abuse prevented him. He knew that even if every cop in the city was breathing down his neck, he could run no further. He came even with the van, and leaned against the cool surface, panting for breath. All was quiet for a moment, then the door on the rider's side opened. "Scott Sampson?" a deep male voice questioned. Scott nodded, then realized that he probably could not be seen. "I'm Sampson," he gasped, sucking in air. In the back of his mind, he knew that admitting to his name was dangerous. If the man in that van was with the police or any other authority. Scott shrugged his shoulders. The truth was, right now he was just too tired to care. "Get in, Scott," said the voice kindly. "You're almost home." "Not likely," he muttered under his breath. It was highly improbable that he would ever see his home again. Like a bolt of lightning, emptiness and longing welled up inside of him. No time for that, he told himself ruthlessly, and climbed into the van. He settled in the captain's chair, sinking into the crushed velvet material. It was the first time he had sat down since reaching the Myers house. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. To counteract it, he sat up in the seat and looked over at the driver, who was staring back at him. "All set?" he asked. He was indeed a black man, well built, judging by his silhouette. "Where are we going?" Scott asked, not really expecting an answer. As if in reply, the driver started the van and pulled smoothly out into the deserted back road. When no other answer was forthcoming, Scott began to scan the countryside. If he hoped to pick out some sort of landmark, he was disappointed. They were deep in the back country. He could see the lights of the city off in the distance. If the current direction was any indication, they were heading toward it. The sweat he had worked up during that torturous run was beginning to dry. It was cool in the van, and he began to chill. He shivered involuntarily. The driver saw this, and jerked his head over his shoulder. "There's a jacket in the back seat," he said. Scott found the brown windbreaker and slipped it on. Although slightly too large, it was well lined. He wrapped it around himself, feeling warmth creep over him. Turning to the driver, he asked, "Are you going to tell me anything at all?" He tried to keep his voice steady, but there was an edge of frustration to it. He wondered if he should be afraid. The driver simply shrugged. "I know you've had it rough, Scott, but hang in there. Believe me when I tell you, you're among friends. All of your questions will be answered tonight. I promise." Something in the man's voice made Scott want to trust him. He leaned back in the chair and watched the trees whisk by. His eyes wandered to the glow of the dashboard. There, under the windshield, was a clipboard with a yellow, legal pad. A pen hung from a string next to it. On impulse, he picked up the pad. The driver saw him, but made no move to intervene. Squinting in the dim light, he drew a straight vertical line. Without a word, he handed it over to the driver. The driver took it, and stared at it for a moment. Then, chuckling, he added the curved line at the top, forming the shepherd's staff. He passed the pad back. "Like I said, Scott, you're among friends. Now, we've got about a half-hour ride in front of us. Why don't you recline that chair and get some rest? You look like you could use it." Scott didn't need any more persuasion. He found the control, and leaned back. The pain in his chest and arms was still there, subsiding into a dull throb. He closed his eyes, but as exhausted as he was, sleep would not come. His wounds would not allow him to get comfortable. Worse, he had too many questions. Things were happening too fast. He was riding an emotional roller coaster, hanging on for dear life. It had been a wild ride so far, and a tragic one. What was next? The van sped through the night, drawing ever closer to the city. The areas they were passing through were showing more and more signs of habitation. Soon they were back in Covington, heading toward the river. At first, Scott thought they were going over into Cincinnati, but just before they reached the bridge, the driver turned. Then they were passing a series of warehouses. Scott's stomach tightened. He didn't know Covington all that well, but he did recognize his general location. Only a few miles away was a certain furniture store. He closed his eyes, as if blotting out the city could blot out his memories. The van came to a stop at last, in front of a huge metal building. The driver reached past Scott and opened the glove compartment. Rummaging inside for a moment, he brought out a small remote control. He pushed the single button, and a huge reinforced door began to roll up. Scott strained to see inside, but it was pitch black. Without waiting for the door to finish moving, the driver edged the van forward into the darkness. The headlights picked out stacks upon stacks of crates arranged in small islands. There was just enough room for the van to enter. It crept inside and came to a full stop. The driver shut the engine off and closed the door behind them. "Let's go," he said, and climbed out. Scott followed suit, wincing at the pain the movement brought. The headlights were left on, and Scott followed his guide past the first stack of crates. The light diminished rapidly, forcing the driver to produce a small flashlight. He waited as Scott drew even with him, then continued on. Scott was led deeper into the warehouse, until finally they came to a small wood frame office standing against the rear wall. A curtained window allowed light to peek through, indicating the presence of others inside. Without hesitation, the driver opened the door and ushered Scott inside. The small office was sparsely furnished with a single desk and chair. Other than the curtain across the single window, there were no other trappings. It smelled of unfinished wood, slightly musty. A single light hung from the bare ceiling, bathing everything in its hard glare. Scott came in slowly, feeling as if he were an exhibit at some sort of museum. As the driver shut the door behind him, he became aware of another person standing in the far corner behind the desk. An elderly woman with silver hair watched him with a mixture of relief and suspicion. He returned her scrutiny, getting the impression of an immovable, unshakable object. It was immediately evident that this person was in charge. There was a single chair in front of the desk, and she motioned for him to take it. When he had done so, she moved to sit behind the desk. For a moment, they simply regarded each other warily, like a pair of boxers at the beginning of a match. Scott was not one to rely on first impressions, but of one thing he was certain: this was not a person to be trifled with. She had the easy assurance of one used to being in charge. Her eyes bored into his, demanding total honesty. Yet, underneath her stern exterior, he could sense both compassion and love. He found himself liking her, and had to remind himself to keep up his guard. This lady, he knew, could be a tremendous friend, or a dangerous enemy. The driver leaned against the door, watching the two. He displayed a vague air of amusement at the scene playing out in front of him. "Mr. Sampson," she said finally. Scott nodded, unsure of what to say. She continued to regard him quietly. Then, as if reaching a decision, she leaned back in her chair and sighed. "If you knew the trouble we went through to get you here," she began, but Scott interrupted. He had been kept in the dark long enough. "Excuse me," he said, lifting his hand as if he were in school, "but just why have you brought me here? Who are you people?" He looked back at the driver, who smiled and motioned toward the woman. "She answers the questions," he said. Scott turned back to face her, his eyes questioning. Again he was met with that penetrating stare. "As to who we are," she said, "my name is Helen, and that," she motioned toward the driver, "is Jeff. The reason we are here at this late hour is because you decided to shoot Alan Myers. That wasn't very nice, you know." Scott stared at her, unable to formulate a reply. Helen continued. "We thought, or rather Jeff thought, you might try something foolish like that." Helen's face softened for a moment, and she smiled gently. The compassion Scott had sensed now manifested itself. "We're very sorry about Beth," she continued. "I said you were foolish, but given the same set of circumstances, any one of us might have acted the same. Thank God you didn't go through with it." Scott did not say a word. Inside he was in turmoil. Who were these people? How did they know about Beth? He sat very still. Jeff walked past him to stand next to Helen. "Actually, Scott, you should know who we are," he said. "Your use of the staff says that much." Scott debated briefly whether or not to say anything else. Inwardly he shrugged. As much as they knew already, it made little difference. "I thought it was just a signal of recognition between believers," he said. "It is," agreed Helen, "and much more. It's the symbol for the shepherd's path. One of the symbols, anyway." "The what?" asked Scott in confusion. "The shepherd's path," said Jeff, "is a loose network of believers. We're trying to help people like you, people whose only crime is to profess a belief in Jesus Christ, and who claim Him as Lord." "Help? How?" asked Scott. Helen shrugged slightly. "By doing whatever we can," she replied. "Sending Bibles to underground churches who have none, hiding believers who are being hunted, playing courier, messenger, and 100 other things." "How did you find me?" Scott wanted to know. This time, it was Jeff who answered. "We knew you were at the furniture store, and weren't arrested. We also knew it was Alan Myers who betrayed the group." His voice dropped. "I got the passenger list off Flight 407, so when the Bureau of Religious Affairs issued an arrest warrant for you, it was obvious they were looking for a scapegoat. I played a hunch that you knew it was Myers who set you up, and thought you might show up at his house sometime." "You should be a detective," snorted Scott. Helen chuckled softly. "He is. Actually," she said. Jeff shook his head. "Even so, we almost blew it. I've had 2 agents watching the Myers home for the past 12 hours, and somehow you managed to slip past both of them. David, the man who got you out of there, saw you at the last minute. He tried to stop you, but you were too fast. He watched that whole scene with you and Myers from outside. Scott rubbed his eyes. He was fading fast, and could not think straight. Why? He asked in frustration. Why all that trouble for me? You had a helicopter, for crying out loud. He ran his fingers through matted, oily hair, wincing at the pain in his arms. His movement caused the jacket to fall away from his chest, revealing his blood-soaked shirt. Helen saw his wounds for the first time, and blanched. Jeff, she cried, springing forward, why didn't you tell me he was hurt? Get the first aid kit out of the van. Quick. Jeff threw his hands in the air. Idiot, he said, referring to himself. They called me from the chopper and told me about that. Scott, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'll be back in a minute. As he left, Helen reached under the desk and fiddled with something out of his sight. There was a soft click behind him. He turned to see a 4-foot-high opening appear in the back wall. Helen motioned for him to go through. Past the door, Scott found a tiny room, more of a closet than anything else. Against the opposite wall was a cot. Next to it stood a plastic nightstand with a small shaded light. Across from that was a sink. At Helen's command, he shrugged out of the jacket and began to unbutton his shirt. The blood had dried, causing it to stick to his cuts. He peeled it off, gritting his teeth at the pain. How did that happen? Asked Helen, as she helped him. We went over a barbed wire fence, he replied. He sat down heavily on the cot, causing it to creak under his weight. Jeff returned with the first aid kit and gave it to Helen, then left to keep watch outside. She went over to the sink and dampened a cloth that was hanging there, then came to sit beside Scott. Quickly she washed the angry-looking welts. Then she pulled a vial of antiseptic spray from the kit. This is probably going to hurt a little, she said, breaking the safety seal. She began to apply it. The stinging wasn't too bad compared to the pain he had already endured, but the sterile odor assaulted his senses. Instantly, he was transported back in time to 2 nights ago. He was sitting in his Lehman's with his wife. He could feel Beth's gentle touch as she wrapped his injured hand. He tensed, sucking in a quick breath to prevent himself from losing control. Almost done, said Helen, mistaking his tensing for pain. She finished with the spray and applied the plastiskin strips. The numbing agent in the strips went to work immediately, and within seconds, the pain was gone. Scott let out a deep sigh. He was actually beginning to feel human again. The absence of pain was an indescribable pleasure. It almost made him forget his situation. Helen surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction. You should be able to get some rest now, she said. As far as I could tell, there was no infection. You should heal nicely. Thank you, replied Scott, really meaning it. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Helen studied him for a moment, then patted his shoulder. We've talked enough for one night. I've got to leave, but someone will be keeping watch outside all night. Get some sleep, and we'll decide what to do in the morning. She got up and opened the low door, but before she left, she turned back toward him. What happened tonight, Scott? At the Myers house, I mean. Scott thought for a moment, trying to put into words what he was feeling. I was reminded about some things, he said slowly. Like the price that was paid for my salvation. He struggled, trying to communicate his thoughts. Finally, he gave up. He was just too tired. I was reminded about who I was, he said simply. Helen nodded, understanding. We'll talk more tomorrow, she said. I'll come back with some food, then. Good night, Scott. Good night, he replied, and watched her disappear through the door. He sat there for a moment, then carefully pulled back the blanket on top of the cot and crawled in. He lay there, looking up at the ceiling, thinking about what he had just said. He had remembered who he was. He had been healed of his hatred and lust for revenge, but there was still one thing he had to do. He crawled out of the cot and lowered himself to his knees. "O Lord," he prayed, "forgive me for the hatred I kept in my heart. If you forgave those who crucified you, can I do less for those who killed Beth?" He swallowed hard, fighting back the tears. "I don't know why you have allowed all of this to happen," he continued, "but I thank you for delivering me from my enemies. And Lord," he hesitated, wondering if he could do what he knew he should do. He thought of all he had been through, the pain, the loss, the grief. If he went through with this, There would undoubtedly be more. Was it worth it? He asked himself. The answer came back from his heart immediately. Yes, absolutely. Lord, he began again, if you can still use me, then I'm willing. Whatever the cost, Lord, use me. It was the first time in his life he had ever prayed that way. A great peace flooded through him as he made his commitment. This was right, this was good. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a very human part of him was afraid. It tried to call attention to itself, to worry about all of the terrible things that could happen, but it could not stand against that powerful peace. Scott finished praying, and climbed back into the cot. He lay there for a moment, then reached over to the nightstand and switched off the lamp. Total darkness descended, but this time it was a peaceful darkness. His thoughts turned to Beth. For the first time since they had parted, he could remember her face. He could see it in his mind, perfect in every detail. She was so beautiful. Beth, he whispered. At last, the tears began to flow. The grief that had locked itself away deep inside was finally able to express itself. He sobbed quietly, his heart aching over his loss, but the peace remained. He could feel the presence of the Holy Spirit, comforting him. For some reason, he remembered the old man at the airport. You will see her again, he had said, and he knew with a calm certainty that he was right. He would see his beloved wife again. She was as alive now as she was 2 days ago, and before too long he would join her in the presence of his Lord. That blessed hope gave him the strength to go on. The tears rolled down his cheeks and onto the pillow, soaking it. Now his body began to take over, demanding rest. With his physical and emotional wounds at last healing, ready for whatever might come his way, Scott Sampson quietly cried himself to sleep. And in conclusion, it is imperative that our government agencies, particularly the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Central Intelligence Agency, cooperate completely with the Bureau of Religious Affairs in the handling of this present crisis. In the 10 days since the bombing of Flight 407, over 100 new threats have been made by the Christian Liberation Front. It is imperative. Good grief, Marcy. Why do you keep staring at me like that? Jack looked up from his hastily scrawled notes to see his executive assistant blink in surprise at his comment. He had given her no indication that he was even looking at her. Sorry, boss, she said, not sounding at all sorry. You just seem different, that's all. An attractive, middle-aged woman with fiery red hair and a petite figure, she had been with Jack since before his election to the Senate. Her personality matched her hair. Jack had hired her not only because she was competent, but honest and outspoken as well. Different? He asked, leaning back in his swivel chair. They were in his office, just a few hundred yards from the Capitol building. In what way? Marcy shrugged. Can't put my finger on it, she said. You just seem to be more, I don't know, dynamic, I guess. Where did you pick up this, go get them, attitude? You don't get this job without that kind of attitude, replied Jack, smiling. I know that, said Marcy, aggravated at being told the obvious. You just seem to be, again she hesitated, then said, more of what you are. I really can't put it into words. Inwardly, Jack was pleased. He indeed knew that he had changed, for the better. Let's finish this speech after lunch, he said, gathering up his notes. I won't deliver it until tomorrow, anyway. Marcy nodded and got up to leave. Do you think Congress will go along with you on this? She asked, adjusting her horn-rimmed glasses. You're asking for a lot. They have no choice, said Jack shortly. He waved her away, but just as she got to the door, she turned, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Something I've always been curious about, she said. Who came up with the name, Bureau of Religious Affairs, anyway? Jack was surprised at the unexpected question. He squinted a bit, studying her aura. It flickered a pale green, which indicated she was amused. I don't know, he answered. I guess it's the logical thing to call it. It just seems strange that we have the FBI, the CIA, but it's always the Bureau of Religious Affairs. Isn't that weird? Now Jack saw where she was heading. It was an old joke. Very funny, he said. I can just see the logo now. Capital letters over the Bureau's seal. Brah, has a kind of ring to it, don't you think? He grinned at her, going along with the gag, but now Marcy was looking back at him in bemusement. She shook her head slightly. Are you sure you're all right, Senator? We can put this off till tomorrow morning, if you like. Why not take the rest of the day off? Again Jack checked her aura. A pale twinge of pink, indicating worry, was replacing the green. He shook his head, wanting to reassure her. I'm fine, Marcy, he said, meaning it. In fact, I've never felt better. Go have some lunch, and we'll get back to work in about an hour. Still radiating concern, Marcy left. Jack allowed himself to grin again, knowing it was out of character. He had something of a reputation for over-seriousness. The fact was, though, he truly never had felt better. Since his return from Menteses over a week ago, he had been a new man. The implant opened up a whole new world for him to explore, the world of the mind. His newly found ability to see and read a human aura, or in layman's terms, the emotional halo that surrounded every person, was just one of the benefits of the biochip. Others were manifesting themselves daily. While he could not actually pick up on another person's thoughts, he could get a distinct impression of what they were thinking just by concentrating. No one could lie to him now, and in his line of work, that was a priceless skill to have. He felt as if he had been asleep all of his life, and had just recently awakened. His mind was clearer, and sharper than it had ever been, and all of this was thanks to Jacob. Jack's heart welled with love and devotion at the thought of his friend. He felt ashamed of the way he had acted at Menteses. True, the methods being employed were harsh, but necessary. Information must be obtained, and what had been learned at that facility would forever change the world. He could see it very clearly now. Menteses was but one small step in Jacob's overall plan. Jack felt his eyes misting with tears of joy at the thought of that plan. A united planet. One world, at peace, sharing its resources equally. No war, no famine, no disease, utopia. A grand scheme indeed, and he was an important part of it. It was all he could do to keep from dancing around the office in his happiness. Abruptly, Jack's alarm watch sounded, reminding him he had a lunch date with his wife. She would be meeting him at their favorite place, just a few blocks away. He felt to make sure he had his wallet. Then, whistling a tune he had picked up on the radio that morning, he left his office. Marcy Cummings watched Senator Klein leave as she ate lunch in her office. It was situated across from the senator's, and she had purposely left the door open. She waited a good 10 minutes after he had walked past, to make sure he was out of the building. He would be gone now for at least an hour. Leaving her half-eaten tuna sandwich on her desk, she slipped quietly into the senator's office. Locking the door behind her, she moved over to the desk and began to leaf through the drawers. Marcy knew her boss. She had worked closely with him for the better part of 8 years. During that time, she had come to care deeply for him and his family. She had seen him at his best, and at his worst. Like everyone else, she had been astonished at his meteoric rise through the echelons of government. She knew Jack Klein was good, but not that good. Although they had never shared a bed, some on Capitol Hill thought otherwise. In many ways, she knew him better than his wife. One thing was certain, he was not himself. The Jack Klein she had served faithfully for so long had changed. It wasn't something she could easily identify, but the change was there nevertheless, and she was worried. He had been acting, well, creepy. The way he looked at her, it was as if he could read her thoughts. Something was wrong, and she was determined to find out what it was. If he was in some sort of trouble, she would do everything in her power to help. Quickly she looked through the desk drawers, searching for anything out of the ordinary. Forcing down the feeling that she was betraying him, she sat behind the desk and thought. What's going on, Jack? She whispered quietly. Abruptly she reached a decision. He had taken some sort of emergency trip a week ago. No one knew where he went, and it had raised several eyebrows in Congress. He had assured her it was necessary, and classified. In other words, mind your own business. For 2 days, he had literally disappeared off the face of the earth. Very well, she would begin her search there. She picked up the phone and punched in a certain number. It rang on the other end twice, then there was an answer. DuPont Investigations, the bland female voice said. Terry DuPont, please, said Marcy. Senator Klein's office calling. One moment. There was a click as she was put on hold, followed by sleepy elevator music. A moment later, there was another click, and a deep male voice answered. Terry DuPont. Terry, it's Marcy. Hi, Marcy. What skullduggery does the great Senator Klein want me to perform for him this time? Terry DuPont was a private investigator on permanent retainer to Jack's office. He had come in very handy in obtaining information that was not readily available, or ethical. It's not for the senator, Terry, replied Marcy. It's for me this time. Wow, Marcy, I really don't have time for a new client. In fact, I'm backlogged as it is. Why don't you let me refer you to the Remington agency? They're very good, and I'm sure they can help you. Terry, said Marcy urgently, it's got to be you. You're the only one I can trust. There's something wrong with the senator, and I need you to find out what it is. There was silence on the other end. Finally, Terry spoke. That sounds pretty serious, Marcy. What kind of wrong are we talking about? If I knew that, I wouldn't be talking to you, she snapped, and immediately regretted it. I'm sorry, Terry, but this whole thing has me upset. I can see that, answered Terry slowly. Why don't you start at the beginning? Tell me anything that might have a bearing on this, no matter how trivial. Taking a deep breath, Marcy began. She filled Terry in on everything, ending with his mysterious trip. I think that's the key to it all, she finished. When he got back from wherever he went, he had changed. Her voice cracked a little. Terry, I think he might be in some sort of trouble, big trouble. Okay, settle down, said Terry. Let's think about this. Do you think he might be cheating on his wife? Keeping a mistress on the side somewhere? No, replied Marcy emphatically. I would be able to tell if it were that. Besides, she went on, her voice dropping, if he were going to do that, it would be with me, and we settled that issue years ago. That brought a small chuckle from the detective. Okay, let me look into it, he said. I'll do some nosing around and see what I can come up with. Thanks, Terry, said Marcy in relief. DuPont was the best in the business, and his discretion could be trusted. Just send the bill to me personally. Not this time, Marcy, said Terry. The senator is my friend, too. This one's on the house. That means a lot, Terry, said Marcy. I don't know how to thank you. The tone in your voice just did. I gotta go, now, but don't worry. I'll keep in touch. Bye, Terry, and thanks again. Marcy hung up and sighed a sigh of relief. She had gone past the worry stage and done something. It felt good. Carefully, she made sure everything was back in place in the senator's office, then slipped back into her own. All she had to do now was wait. Terry DuPont replaced the receiver and sat thoughtfully at his desk. He had known something like this was bound to happen, but had not expected it to come from Marcy Cummings. She had always impressed him as the ideal organizer, but lacking in the initiative department. She's better than I thought, he said to himself as he picked up the phone again. He dialed a certain long-distance number known only to a handful of people. He waited impatiently as it rang several times. Finally there was a click as a connection was made at the other end. There was no answer, as Terry had expected. Instead, there was one long, shrill tone. This lasted for exactly 3 seconds, then silence. Carefully, he punched in a 5-digit code on his keypad. Again the tone sounded, followed by a series of musical notes. Finally, there was another ring. This time, when the connection was made, there was a human voice. Sierra Foxtrot Nevada, it said without any preliminaries. It was a male voice, totally devoid of emotion. Delta 55 Delta, replied Terry in the same tone. Again there was a pause, then another voice answered. This time there was human feeling in it. Mr. DuPont, what can I do for you? This voice was somewhat higher in pitch than the previous one. Problem, sir, replied Terry respectfully. It seems that someone close to Klein is getting suspicious. They want me to investigate the trip he took a few days ago. Humph. Who is it? His executive assistant, Marcy Cummings, said Terry. She knows something is different, so she called me. She knows she can trust me, he added wryly. Indeed, responded the voice in the same tone. There was a brief pause. Then it continued. We need one of our own people in her position anyway. I think it's about time to arrange an accident for Miss Cummings. Would you like me to take care of it, sir? Asked Terry. No, I don't think that would be proper, said the voice. This presents an opportunity for some excellent publicity. We will handle it from this end. I understand certain materials are already in place for just such an occasion. You have done well, DuPont. It will be reflected in your next bonus. Thank you, sir, said Terry. I just want to do my part. You have done that, and more. I knew we chose well when we put you in Klein's circle of associates. Now, Is there anything else? No, sir. I'll continue keeping an eye on our senator. If anything else pops up, I'll call you. Very well, DuPont. Until next time. The phone went dead, and Terry replaced it on its receptacle. Leaning back in his chair, he puffed out his cheeks and blew a sigh of relief. In his line of work, he had been forced to kill before, but he didn't like it. He was very glad that he wouldn't be involved in Marcy's fate. I'm sorry, sweetheart, he said softly. It's nothing personal. You just got yourself in the way of some very powerful people. I'm truly sorry. Shaking his head in regret, he went back to work. I am Wolf, of the Christian Liberation Front. Listen carefully. In exactly 15 minutes, a bomb will explode in the offices of Senator Jack Klein. Marcy listened in growing horror to the voice on the speaker phone. She was back in Jack's office, helping him finish his speech. It was late in the day, almost 5 o'clock. The call had just come through the switchboard. Jack, sitting behind his desk, motioned to get her attention. Get security, he mouthed silently. Quickly, Marcy picked up the second phone on the desk and keyed in a 3-digit number. Phone tap, Senator Klein's main line, she whispered hurriedly to the security chief. Trace, if possible. She put the phone down, and listened to the man who had identified himself as Wolf. We demand that Senator Klein back off of his position of religious persecution. We demand the return of total freedom of worship in this country. At the present time, we estimate that over 3,000 citizens are being held against their will because of their religious beliefs. We demand their release. To demonstrate our commitment, we will explode a bomb in the senator's office building in 1 hour. To demonstrate our compassion, we give this warning. Comply with our demands, or the next time there will be no warning. The phone went dead, and Jack and Marcy sat there staring at each other for just a moment. Then Jack grabbed the other phone and called security. Did you get it? He asked urgently. Sorry, sir. Whoever it was using a scrambler. That makes it impossible to do a trace. They know their stuff. Yeah, agreed Jack sourly. What are the chances it's a hoax? I wouldn't want to bet my life on it, sir. Would you? Of course not, snapped Jack. Okay, evacuate the building, and call the Bureau of Religious Affairs. It's their bailiwick. Marcy watched as Jack hung up. Get the backup files out, he ordered. Then shut down everything. Make sure the whole system is safeguarded. That won't help much if a bomb really does go off, she observed. Of course not, agreed Jack. But it will stop someone from entering the system while we're not here. Now get moving. Exactly 1 hour later, Marcy stood beside Jack and watched with the rest of the office staff as a bomb deactivation team left the building, rolling a pot-shaped, armored canister. A tall, blonde-haired agent for the Bureau came over to speak with them. He had introduced himself as Agent Lynch. Our friends from the CLF were thorough, he said, nodding to them. We found 3 separate explosives in key parts of the building. They were set to go off in sequence. If they had, the whole building would be dust by now. He shook his head, as if in confusion. Exactly what time did you say this threat happened? He asked. Jack. Almost an hour ago, he answered. Why? What we found in there was a precision setup. It would take at least 2 people who knew what they were doing to pull it off. More importantly, it takes time to accomplish. Judging from the dust we found on the bomb casings, they had been set for at least a week. You mean we've been working around those things for days? Demanded Marcy. She paled at the thought. Exactly, said the Lynch. The question is, why now? Any ideas, Senator? It's no secret that I'm planning to ask for emergency powers for the Bureau in order to deal with the CLF, answered Jack. I'm scheduled to address a combined session of Congress tomorrow, in fact. That's probably it, then, said Lynch. If you don't mind my suggesting so, sir, why don't you let us put you and your staff in protective custody? No, said Jack adamantly, just as Marcy was opening her mouth to say, yes. Definitely. I will not be bullied by terrorists. It's time to close up shop anyway. I'm sending everyone home. I wish you would reconsider, Senator, said Lynch. Sorry, Mr. Lynch. If I let this Christian Liberation Front know that they have succeeded in intimidating me, they will continue to do so. I won't allow that. Yes, sir. In that case, I am assigning agents to keep an eye on you. He raised a hand to forestall Jack's objections. You won't even see them. They'll follow you home and keep watch outside your house. Tonight. Think of your family, Senator. It's a reasonable precaution. All right, Jack agreed. I suppose I can go along with that. Just be sure they stay out of the way. You won't even know they are there, assured Lynch. I'm also assigning agents to the rest of your staff. Without anything else to go on, I'm assuming everyone is a target. Good idea, said Jack. That okay with you, Marcy? As far as I'm concerned, you can lock me up until this whole thing blows over, but, she added, as Jack started to speak, I'll settle for someone keeping watch at my place. You live alone, don't you? Lynch asked. Marcy nodded. Fine, he continued. If you just wait here for a moment, I'll go make some arrangements. Lynch walked off, leaving Jack and Marcy watching as the bomb squad gently placed the canister into a special trailer. You sounded a little scared there, said Jack finally. You want to come home with me? Jenny is making enough dinner for one more. Thanks, but I'll pass, replied Marcy. Right now, all I want to do is go home and lock the world out. It has not been a good day. You need to get home, too. She pointed at the dozen or so news teams gathered a discreet distance away. I'm sure Jenny has seen this mess already. You need to get home to her and fill her in. Jack shrugged. You learn to take these things in stride in this business. It's part of the game. I'm sure Jenny has figured out I'm fine. Again Marcy was disturbed by Jack's words. It seemed the change in him was growing by the hour. The Jack Klein she had known would have been outraged by the attempted bombing. He would have taken it as a personal insult. Not only that, but the first thing he would have done, once the situation had stabilized, would have been to call his wife. He would have been frantic to assure her that all was well. She dearly hoped Terry would be able to find something that would help shed light on this change. You take it in stride, she said with dry humor, masking her concern. I'm taking my car and going home. Good night, Senator. Don't go yet, said Jack. Here comes Lynch. Let's see what he has for us. Besides, you have to help me run the gauntlet. Marcy sighed the sigh of the long-suffering. I was hoping you would forget to ask, she said in a resigned tone. Lynch returned to inform them that they had each been assigned an agent. They would be waiting to follow them home. That settled, Jack and Marcy, with Lynch in tow, headed toward the police barrier. Like hounds on a fresh scent, the reporters who had been restricted behind the line, converged on the three. Their questions overlapped each other, making it almost impossible to understand them. Senator, does this attempt have anything to do with your stand on organized religion? Senator, would you be willing to speak with leaders of the CLF to try to negotiate some sort of settlement? Senator, what about the rumor that? Senator, will you comment on? Senator, somehow they threaded their way through the mass of reporters. As they got to the street, a black limousine pulled up. A no-nonsense looking man in a grey suit and dark glasses got out and opened the door for Jack. As he reached the car, Jack turned and motioned for quiet. I will give a full statement tomorrow at a press conference, he said over the din. For now, let me say that this incident in no way changes my stand on organized religion or terrorism, nor will I negotiate with terrorists. Thank you. He turned to get inside the limousine, motioning for Marcy to follow. I'll get you over to your car, he said into her ear as she got in. Thanks, she replied. I owe you one. She was driven to her car, which was parked in a lot just half a block away. Waiting next to the compact Saab was a nondescript black van. Leaning against it was another of those stern-looking agents in the obligatory grey suit and dark glasses. He opened the door for Marcy and introduced himself as Agent Peter Crawford. Waving goodbye to Jack, Marcy got into her Saab. It started smoothly, and within seconds she was heading home, followed by the van. It was well past 6, and the rush hour had long since died down. She made it home in less than 30 minutes. She pulled into the driveway of her two-bedroom home on the outskirts of Washington proper. Many of her friends had tried to talk her into buying a condominium. She was single, had a good job, and didn't need the aggravation of home repairs and upkeep. Marcy was just old-fashioned enough, however, to want to come home to a real house. While she was not married, and her family lived 1,500 miles away, she still wanted the hominess that only a house could bring. She got out, and Agent Crawford followed her up to the front door. He was carrying a rather large briefcase. Marcy found herself uncomfortable with this stranger in such close quarters. They reached the front door, and she brought out her keys. Crawford moved to stop her. Please, he said, holding out his hand. His voice was flat and unemotional. Excuse me, Realizing what he wanted, Marcy reluctantly handed him her keys. Carefully, Crawford inserted the proper one into the lock. Then he took a device that resembled a fountain pin out of his pocket and held it up next to the lock. It immediately beeped and a tiny light at the tip glowed green. Electronics detector, he explained in answer to her unasked question. 90% of all explosives are rigged electronically. This would detect any such device. What about the other 10%? Asked Marcy. As if in answer, Crawford carefully ran his hands around the door frame. Marcy shook her head, not quite believing that there was someone at her house checking for bombs. It did not seem real. Crawford finished his inspection, and carefully turned the key. It opened normally, and they were inside. Wait here, he said, and was off checking out the rest of the house. It was a simple design. The front hall led directly into a small living room. From there, it branched out into opposite directions. Left were the kitchen and bathroom, and right were the 2 bedrooms. Marcy watched as Crawford went through the living room and headed into the kitchen. She knew the search was for her own good, but resented it nevertheless. Having a total stranger examining her personal belongings made her feel violated. She waited impatiently in the hall, listening to Crawford check the cabinets. In a few minutes, he reappeared and headed into the master bedroom. Assuming the rest of the house was okay, she stepped forward into the living room and plopped on the couch. It was over 10 minutes before she saw Crawford again, this time heading into the guest bedroom. Strangely enough, he was only in there for a few minutes before heading back out. He came back into the living room and smiled reassuringly. Everything's fine, he said. I'll be going now, but if you need me, I'll be in the van outside. Here, and he handed her a number written on a small business card. That's the number to the van. By the way, I'll be monitoring your calls tonight. Swell, said Marcy dryly. Crawford caught the disapproval in her tone, and shrugged. Just doing my job, Miss Cummings. We can't take chances with these people. You understand, don't you? Yes, of course, replied Marcy in resignation. I just don't have to like it. Thank you, Agent Crawford. She smiled in apology for her attitude. I'm really glad you're here. I feel a lot safer. It's just been a long, frightening day. Crawford nodded in understanding. I'll say good night, then, he said, moving to the door. Remember, if you need me, just call. With that, he left. Marcy stared after him for a moment, then sighed deeply. At least she was home. Right now, all she wanted was a quiet dinner, a shower, and about an hour inside her favorite novel. Going to the kitchen, she picked a dinner out of the freezer and tossed it into the microwave. On a night like this, she was not going to cook. While it was in the thaw cycle, she took her shower and put on her nightgown. It was still early, but she wanted to get comfortable. By then, her dinner was ready. She ate in front of the television, replaying the evening news on her video disc recorder. It always gave her a secret thrill when she saw herself on TV. Because of her close association with Jack Klein, it happened quite often. Using her remote control, she fast-forwarded to the section she was looking for. Sure enough, there was the senator's office building, big as life. A crowd was gathered outside, watching the action. She saw the bomb squad come out, carrying their canister. Then carrot smiling, she watched herself as she walked next to the senator, helping him elbow his way through the crowd of reporters. Through it all, the news commentator kept up a running dialogue. He paused only when Jack turned to face the cameras and give his brief statement. When the story was finished, the newscast ran a special report on the Christian Liberation Front, who they were and what they hoped to accomplish. Marcy had already heard this before, and turned off the television. She ate the rest of her meal in silence, throwing away the disposable utensils and plate, she brushed her teeth, got her book, and settled into bed. The soft mattress conformed to her body, and she stretched in contentment. She had just found her place in the novel when the phone beeped. She looked over at the nightstand and realized she had forgotten to bring the wireless receiver to bed with her. Throwing aside the covers in irritation, she padded into the kitchen and picked up the receiver. Hello, she said, trying to keep the annoyance out of her voice. Sorry to bother you, Miss Cummings, said Agent Crawford, but I left my briefcase in the second bedroom. Do you think you could get it and bring it to the door? All right, said Marcy. Give me a minute. Where did you leave it? Just inside the closet, he replied. Sorry for the trouble. No problem. I'll meet you at the door. Marcy hung up and went back into the bedroom. Strange place to leave it, she thought, as she opened the door to the large walk-in closet. Feeling along the wall, she found the light switch and flipped it on. It took a moment for her to realize what she was seeing. The briefcase was there, sitting on the floor in the middle of the closet. It was open, and Marcy moved closer to examine it. What she saw stopped her heart. The inside was filled with electronics. Wires, chips, 4 long cylinders, and a timer. She didn't have to be a bomb expert to know that she was staring death in the face. The timer read 4 seconds and was counting down to 0. In the final moments of her life, time slowed to a crawl. She realized 3 things. 1. Crawford had to have set the bomb. Some twisted sense of humor must have made him wait till the last second to tell her, so she would know what was going to happen to her. 2. The Bureau of Religious Affairs was not what it seemed, and 3. Jack was in mortal danger. Even as these thoughts raced through her head, she ran for the front door. She almost made it. Just before her outstretched hand touched the doorknob, the bomb went off. The entire house disintegrated, severely damaging the 2 on either side. Marcy never felt a thing. From several houses down, Peter Crawford, special operative for the Bureau of Religious Affairs, watched in satisfaction. Smiling at a job well done, he started the van. He would have to lay low for a while, then pick up a new identity. It didn't matter. Peter Crawford was only one in a long list of aliases. He would take a month or so off and then be ready for reassignment. He was dreaming of skiing in Switzerland and warm Irish coffees as he drove off. It was past 11 o'clock when Jack got the call. His wife Jenny came into the family room where he was sprawled out watching the replay of the bomb threat that afternoon. Her face was sheet white as she handed him the phone. What is it, Jenny? He asked, not liking the look on her face. Something terrible has happened, she whispered. Jack felt a cold fear grip his insides. It took a great deal to jar his wife, and when she reacted like this. Mentally he scanned the whereabouts of his family. Jack Jr. was upstairs studying, and his daughter Sandy was over at her best friend's house. His parents then. He sat up and took the phone gingerly, as though it would bite him. Hello, he said, his voice betraying his fear. Senator, it's Agent Lynch. Yes, Mr. Lynch. Inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. This had nothing to do with his family, but work instead. No matter how terrible, the news couldn't be as bad as he had first thought. He smiled at Jenny reassuringly. Senator, I hate to be the one to tell you this, said Lynch, his voice low and solemn, but there's been an incident. The CLF has set off another bomb. Oh God, no, he muttered. Another flight. No, sir. There was a pause. I'm afraid they hit Miss Cummings' house. They used enough explosives to level it. Marcy. Jack asked weakly. I'm sorry, sir. She had no chance. Jack could only sit and stare at the phone. Marcy. It couldn't be true. He had just watched her on television, at his side as she had been for years. Sir, Senator, are you still there? Yes, Jack answered thinly. Are you sure she was in the house when he couldn't continue. I'm sorry, sir. We're investigating now, but we are almost certain that she was inside. The agent we assigned has also vanished. We think he's been kidnapped and fear the worst. I don't understand, said Jack in confusion. I thought you people were supposed to protect her. Senator, what can I say? Said Lynch, sounding tired and frustrated. We tried. I lost a good agent, too. I'm sorry, replied Jack, not caring at all about Lynch's friend. Where are you now? I'm at her house, or what's left of it. I'm coming over, decided Jack, rolling out of the couch. It should take me about 30 minutes. Senator, with all due respect, there's no need for you to be here, said Lynch. You don't need to see this. I do need to see it, Jack replied, almost shouting. My friend has just been killed by animals, do you hear? If I don't see it, I won't believe it, I won't feel it. I've got to feel it, Lynch. I've got to know that she's dead. He lowered his voice to a dangerous whisper. We're going to get them, Lynch. Do you understand? We're going to get the monsters that did this. I'm with you, Senator, said Lynch vehemently. I'll be waiting for you here. With that, Lynch hung up. It took Jack almost 40 minutes to drive to Marcy's house. So intent was he on his thoughts that he missed the exit off the cross town. When he turned onto her street, he could see the fire trucks and police cars, their red and blue lights flashing in a complex rhythm. He had to show his identification to an officer who was blocking the street several houses down. When he got through, his heart sank. During the trip over, he had had the wild hope that Lynch had been mistaken. Perhaps he had the wrong house, or maybe Marcy might have survived the explosion. After all, she could have been in another part of the house. When he saw the wreckage, he knew better. It was Marcy's house, all right, or had been. Not even a shell was left. The houses on either side were heavily damaged as well. One had a huge gaping hole in its side, and the other was missing a large chunk of roof. Jack spotted Lynch standing in the front yard talking to a young woman. He headed toward him. "Get forensics on this right away," Lynch was saying. "I want a positive ID by morning." "Yes, sir," replied the woman, and hurried off to comply. Lynch saw Jack as he approached and nodded. "You found M?" He found he could not say her name. He tried again. "You found a body." "Out here in the front," said Lynch, pointing to a spot about halfway to the road. "From what we can tell, it was blown through the front door and out onto the lawn." "Was it her?" Jack asked in a whisper. Lynch shrugged. "It was pretty disfigured, but definitely female. We'll have a positive ID in a few hours, but I'm betting it was her." "I'm sorry, Senator." Jack just stood there, feeling numb and useless. A strange lethargy was settling over him. Somewhere deep in his mind, he knew he should be feeling something, but all emotions had fled when he spoke to Lynch. His mind was sluggish and unresponsive, and he struggled to speak. "Are you sure that it was the CLF?" he asked with an effort. Again Lynch shrugged. "We got a call from this Wolf, claiming responsibility. Until there's any evidence to suggest otherwise, we go on that assumption." Jack opened and closed his mouth several times before he was able to speak again. "So what do you do now?" he asked, his voice devoid of any emotion. "What we've been doing ever since the CLF announced itself, track them down. Our primary targets are these underground churches that keep popping up." Lynch studied Jack carefully. "I'm told that you know of the Shepherd's Path, Senator. The feeling at headquarters is, the two groups are working together. They may even be one and the same. If we can lay our hands on one of them, we'll have a starting point. Until then. Quote. Jack nodded slowly, trying to pierce the haze that surrounded his mind. The longer he talked to Lynch, the more dense it became. "I understand," he said thickly. Lynch looked closely at him. "Are you okay, Senator? Why don't you let one of my agents drive you home? I know that this has really hit you hard." Jack shook his head no. "I'm fine, really. I guess there's really nothing for me to do here. I just had to come and see for myself." He drew a shaky breath, as if struggling with some unseen foe. "Good night, Lynch. Call me as soon as you have something, please." Lynch nodded once sharply. "Count on it, Senator. I promise, we'll get the monsters who did this." "I know you will," replied Jack blandly. He tried to smile, but gave up the effort and shuffled toward his car. He was almost halfway there when he heard Lynch shout for him to wait. He turned to see the agent trotting after him. "Miss Cummings' family should be notified," he said as he drew even with Jack. "Normally, we would handle it, since she has no relatives in the area, but I figured that you." He trailed off, leaving the rest of the unspoken sentence hanging in the air between them. Jack thought about it for a moment. He really should call Marcy's parents. After all, it would be better if they heard the news from a friend rather than a total stranger, wouldn't it? He tried to concentrate, to focus his mind and will on formulating an answer. His thoughts were disjointed. It seemed that something was scrambling him around in his brain. Strange. Today he had felt so in control, so sharp. What was happening to him? He squinted, trying to read Lynch's aura, but nothing would come. He realized that Lynch was waiting for him to answer. "Why don't you handle it?" he finally said, as if talking through cotton. "I really didn't know her parents all that well, and you have all of the facts." Lynch simply looked at him a moment longer before nodding an affirmation. Without waiting for him to reply, Jack turned and covered the rest of the distance to his car. He did not notice or care that Lynch continued to stare after him as he drove off. The ride home was a blur. Jack existed in a limbo, as if his mind, emotions, and will were being put on hold. His body ran on automatic, finding its way home. When Jack turned onto his street, he saw that there were several news vans parked outside his house, obviously waiting for him. The glare of their television lights hurt his eyes. Word traveled fast in this city. Slowly he pulled up to his driveway, ignoring the shouting reporters. He used the remote control to open his garage door, and park the car inside. The reporters still shouted questions, but he ignored them. Let them shout all they wanted. He didn't have to answer. They could wait until tomorrow. He shut the garage door and went inside. Jenny heard him and met him in the kitchen. She had obviously been crying. She had always been very fond of Marcy. He looked at her for a moment, then moved to embrace her, not because of any feeling or thought. It simply seemed to be expected of him. He always did what was expected of him, didn't he? Jenny held him for a moment, then pushed away. She brushed away a strand of prematurely graying hair and looked a question at him. They're pretty sure she was in the house when the bomb went off, he said. They found a woman's body, and they think it's her. Jenny closed her eyes, trying to control her emotions. My God, Jack. I can't believe it. Marcy was like family. Her voice trembled. She tried to control it, but a sob escaped. What if we're next? What if our house goes up in flames, Jack? She started to cry again. Jack put his arm around her shoulders and guided her to their bedroom. We'll be all right, he said mechanically. They've beefed up the guard on our house, and you and the kids will have round-the-clock protection. Jenny started to say something, but Jack interrupted. Jenny, it's late, and this whole thing has been awful. We're both exhausted, and need some rest. Let's go to bed, and talk about it in the morning. Again Jenny started to protest, but Jack shook his head. Please, Jen, do this for me. Just wait until morning, okay? Jenny hesitated for a moment, then said okay. She got into bed and pulled the covers up. Jack changed into his night clothes and joined her. He gave her a perfunctory kiss goodnight, and turned out the light. What was happening to him, he wondered. He should be feeling something, anything, but his whole being was a void. He lay there in the darkness, his thoughts going nowhere. Finally, he drifted off to sleep. He did not dream. The implant prevented it, just as it had prevented his mind from functioning normally on certain, specific occasions. Tonight was one of those occasions. There were things that his masters did not want him to get too close to, and Marcy's death was one of them. Tomorrow, he would be back to normal. He would remember little of this evening. His newly found abilities would return, and he would meet his new executive assistant. The fact that he would have no say-so in hiring him would never cross his mind. He would grieve for Marcy, but leave the investigation of the bombing to the Bureau. That would be tomorrow. Tonight, Jack Klein slept. Deep inside his mind a very important part of him screamed in agony, like a caged animal. It tried to get out, to free itself, but could not. It tried to throw off the grip of the implant. The implant, in turn, sensed his resistance and moved to counter it. There was a brief battle, and his mind lost. Ruthlessly, the implant bound his will, imprisoning it. It writhed in agony, but could not escape. Finally, exhausted by its effort, it gave up the struggle and slumped in defeat. Through it all, Jack slept, never knowing that he was a prisoner in his own body. Early the following day, Jacob Hill sat alone in his suite at Menteses and studied the image of Agent Crawford, which was displayed on the central monitor. He was speaking with him via direct satellite link to New York, where Crawford was preparing to fly to Switzerland. Such calls were expensive, but Hill gladly paid the price. Judging from the reports, you have done very well, Crawford. Jacob Hill smiled thinly at the image of the agent. As always, he was meticulously dressed in grey suit and tie. Thank you, sir, responded Crawford. It did go well. Did they identify the body? Just a few hours ago, replied Hill. It was definitely Cummings. As I said, well done. What about Lynch? He's heading up the investigation. Could he be trouble? Now Hill frowned slightly, and Crawford realized he had overstepped his bounds. He operated on a need-to-know basis only. Sorry, sir, he said. I was just wondering why he isn't working for you. He's pretty high up in the Bureau, after all. Hill relaxed a bit, his smile returning. Inwardly, Crawford breathed a sigh of relief. Let me tell you a secret, Crawford, said Hill, leaning back in his chair. There are relatively few of my people actually working inside the Bureau itself. The organization heads, of course, and a few scattered agents. The rest are there solely on their own volition. I don't understand, sir. The best way to get people to do what you want is to let them think that they are acting on their own free will. The agents of the Bureau are a dedicated group. They are convinced of the danger of uncontrolled religious organizations, and are committed to keeping them under tight rein. Our agent Lynch is just such a man. He would never be part of a conspiracy such as ours. He will, however, work hard to do his job because he honestly sees religion as a threat to personal freedom. In that context, he serves me far more effectively than if he were to be, in the know, so to speak. Crawford's brow wrinkled in thought. Couldn't he be dangerous? He asked after a moment. Indeed he could, agreed Hill. That's why his immediate supervisor and the agents under him all belong to me. They control him, and properly controlled, he is of great value. Whatever you say, sir, said Crawford, not really understanding. He looked at his watch, then backed up. I've got to get on board, he said. My flight leaves in a few minutes. Very well, said Hill. Again my compliments on a job well done. Why our Swiss account should be more than adequate to cover your expenses over the next few months. Enjoy your vacation. Thank you, sir, replied Crawford. You know where I'm at. I'll be ready when you need me again. Goodbye, said Hill, and broke the connection. For a moment he sat facing the wall of screens, contemplating the progress of his work so far. Things were proceeding rapidly, and would continue to do so. Hill was not a man given to emotion. The work he carried on was begun many generations ago. Now, though, it was coming to its final phase, and even he felt the thrill of the coming culmination. His immediate predecessor had told him that this would happen in his lifetime. He was but one in a long chain of servants, dating back for centuries, but he would be the last. Mr. Hill. His watch intercom interrupted his thoughts, carrying the voice of the Menteses receptionist. It was an expensive toy, and, he realized, a bit self-indulgent, but he considered it a reasonable vice. He thumbed the mic button. Yes, Doris. You wanted me to tell you when your conference call was ready, said the dark-haired receptionist. All of the participants are standing by and waiting for you to join in. Thank you. Please see that I am not disturbed for the next hour. Yes, sir. Doris broke the connection, and the most powerful man in the United States took a moment to compose himself. In his position as the head of his inner circle, he assumed the role of absolute dictator. Now, however, he must change that mindset. For this conference, he was the servant, not the master. Taking a deep breath, he touched the proper controls and the screens lit up. Instantly, 5 of them displayed images of his fellow servants. Each was of a different race and nationality, and each was his equal. Between the 6 of them, they controlled the economy, and thus the course, of the entire world. They were called the sextuages by their master. He nodded to his cohorts, and then fixed his eyes on the center screen. Power incarnate stared back at him. Hollow eyes that could decide his future in an instant regarded him keenly, as if passing judgment. The face and scalp was completely devoid of hair. The skin had an oriental flavor, though the rest of the features were heavily Nordic. The overall effect was one of sharp contrast. He was known to asterisk this elite group simply as Brennan. Greetings my friends, he said, surprising Jacob once again with his high tenor voice. He had always felt that a man who wielded such power should be a base. Things are proceeding well, he continued, inviting comment with an appraised eyebrow. The man on the screen furthest to the left spoke. His features marked him as Arabic, and his name was Reese. The Middle East is ready, he said in a sharp, clipped accent. By Brennan's command, their common language was English. Thanks to pressure from the European common market, the economy of the entire region is about to collapse. Add to this the resentment of the United Arab States to the presence of American troops in both Iran and Israel and you have an explosive situation. It will require only the proper touch to ignite it. Very good, said Brennan. Rosolov, the short, stocky Russian nodded, then spoke. We need more time to deal with the Siberian situation, but other than that, everything is as planned. How much time is required? Asked Brennan, his voice taking on a dangerous lilt. Rosolov blanched, then consulted something or someone just off screen. Not more than 12 months, he replied, looking back at Brennan. 12 months, he mused. It must be accomplished in no more than 8. Rosolov swallowed hard and nodded. We can succeed in 8 months, he agreed. Brennan then asked for and got reports from each of the other members of the sextuage. All amounted to the same thing, a world teetering on the brink of world war. Jacob waited patiently for his turn, knowing he would be the last. This did not rankle him. Members of this circle had long ago submerged their egos for the greater good. Jacob, said Brennan finally, tell me how things are in the Western world. Reluctantly Jacob tore his eyes away from Brennan's. They were hypnotic. Although the face gave the impression of a man in late middle age, the eyes were ancient. They could grab and hold a person, much like a cobra held its prey in a trance. The pattern is set, he said. By this time next year the United States will be in the middle of the worst depression of its history. When it is forced to escalate the Middle East conflict, it will be totally unable to bear the expense. Thus, the government will have no choice but to seize private assets for the duration of the emergency. This will move them one step closer toward a totalitarian state. We now own key people in every area of the government. The implants are a success and will greatly ease our task. Others of the sextuage nodded in agreement. And what of the suppression of Christianity? Asked Brennan. Jacob found this difficult to answer honestly, but one lied to Brennan at his peril. We will have it stamped out by the end of the year, he said carefully. We have managed to change the jargon of the American people. The term, religion, is now substituted for Christianity. Thanks to the Christian Liberation Front and the Bureau of Religious Affairs, we have it in a stranglehold. You have not told me everything, warned Brennan. The United States was the last bastion of freedom for practicing Christians. Have they been controlled? Mostly, said Jacob, beginning to feel the heat of Brennan's gaze. There are still pockets of resistance, but we hope to have them cleaned out soon. You speak of it as if waging a war, said Brennan, and well you should. Mark this well, Jacob Hill. You have done well in guiding the United States toward a dictatorship, but this is only secondary. The rest of you, and his eyes swept the rest of the sextuage, remember this. Our greatest enemies are not governments, or tyrants, or economics. These can be manipulated and controlled. The greatest threat to our plan is Christianity. It must be stamped out, obliterated. Is that understood? There were nods from everyone, and Brennan went on, now addressing just Jacob. I understand that you are having problems with this so-called shepherd's path. Jacob's heart froze for an instant. If Brennan took this as failure, his usefulness, and his life, were over. We are dealing with it, he answered carefully. They are a minor annoyance, nothing more. They are not a minor annoyance, interrupted Brennan. They are a dangerous threat, Jacob. They are organized, and they are nationwide, perhaps even worldwide. Those ageless eyes narrowed. You must remember this, Jacob. There are two major traits distinctive to Christians. 1. They reproduce themselves. It only takes one Christian to produce another. 2. They are never more dangerous than when pushed into a coma, persecuted is their word for it. Do not underestimate them, Jacob. Yes, sir, replied Jacob meekly. I will not rest until they are eliminated. Make it your first priority, agreed Brennan. Gentlemen, he said, addressing the rest of the group, you still have much work to do. Remember, the entire planet must be brought to the brink of a war that will cause complete annihilation. Nothing less will serve our purposes. Are we in complete agreement? The sextuage nodded as one. Then I will no longer keep you from your duties. Without another word, the connection was broken. Jacob sat and stared at the now blank monitors. He realized that he was breathing heavily, and a thin sheen of sweat covered his forehead. Angrily he wiped it away, forcing himself to control his breathing. It would not do for any of his underlings to see him like this. Jacob Hill was the type of personality whose anger and fear displayed itself in the extreme of cold aloofness rather than heated outburst. His normal icy demeanor reasserted itself in seconds. Once composed, he punched a code into his wrist com. There was a short buzz, then Steiger answered. Doctor, what is your status on our new guests? Proceeding at a normal pace, responded Steiger. They should be going into phase 2 within 4 weeks. We need to pick up the pace, Doctor, said Jacob firmly. I need answers immediately. He could almost hear Steiger's brow wrinkling in anxious confusion. To do so would be to risk permanent damage to the subjects, Steiger said finally. Even then, I can't guarantee the outcome. There have been some abnormalities. This time it was Jacob's turn to wrinkle his brow. Explain, he said shortly. I can't just yet, said Steiger. All I can tell you is, some of the subjects are not reacting normally to phase 2. How so? Well, somehow they are resisting the suggestions we are sending them. They're okay if the setting in their mind is peaceful, but when we induce fear and horror, they are not reacting normally. They are fighting it, asked Jacob. No, they're enduring it. I don't know how to describe it. To most people, the greatest horror is being utterly alone and defenseless. That's the scenario we try to induce. It makes the mind more pliable and readable, driving it into a state of catatonia. Once we achieve that, we can extract any information you want. There was a pause. The problem is, they aren't getting as scared as they were before. The monitors show them in the dream state. Everything is functioning properly, and the scenarios are just as frightening as always. They just seem to be taking it in stride. Some of them are speaking to something or someone, we can't be sure who. It's almost as if someone is in there with them, keeping them company. Very strange. So increase the power of the mind probe, said Jacob. We're doing that, replied Steiger, but you must remember that this is not an exact science. If we push too far too fast, we'll lose them totally. The usefulness will be at an end. Doctor, said Jacob, running out of patience, I do not need a rundown of your problems. I need answers to my questions. Get them. Without waiting for Steiger to reply, he broke the connection. He punched in a new number. This time, after the buzz, there was no answer. He had expected none. Come to my office immediately, he said to the silence. Again he broke the connection, then turned away from the monitor wall and rested his elbows on the desk, steepling his fingers. Things were about to heat up. He detested rushing his schedule, but now he had no choice. Brennan would expect him to have things well in hand the next time he called. If he did not, he would likely be replaced. He opened the panel in the top of the desk and activated the keyboard and monitor that were recessed there. Signing into the mainframe, he called up the information he was looking for. The screen displayed what he privately called his flow chart. Even members of his own inner circle had not seen it. It contained a graph that charted the overall flow of his part in Brennan's plan. On the left side, in a vertical column, were several categories, including government, economics, business, public opinion, and a host of others. Along the top, certain target dates were indicated, reaching back as far as 1976, when he had assumed his current role from his predecessor. Different colored lines flowed horizontally across the graph, steadily rising, though some occasionally dropped. He studied it for a moment, then began to change some of the target dates, moving several up by a factor of several months. When he had finished, he touched a control and the chart realigned itself, conforming to the new information. Indeed, he said softly to himself. The new schedule was risky, but could be accomplished. He started to fine-tune it, but was interrupted by the door chime. Saving the new information, he shut down his terminal and closed up the desk. Swiveling in his chair, he activated the security camera hidden just outside. There, waiting patiently, was a rugged-looking man with a thick black beard. He was well over 6 feet tall, and dressed casually in jeans and plaid work shirt. Recognizing him, Jacob thumbed the hidden control next to the monitor controls and opened the outer door. Come in, he said calmly. The bearded man entered, and without hesitation crossed the suite and took a seat in front of the desk. He remained silent. Jacob regarded him for a moment, then nodded. I've been reading about your exploits. You have become quite famous. The big man shrugged and said nothing. The threat against Jack Klein, and the subsequent death of his assistant were well executed. I congratulated Crawford a short time ago. Let me extend the same to you. Again silence. Just idle curiosity, said Jacob, but I must ask. How long ago were those bombs placed in the senator's office building? Now for the first time, the mysterious man spoke. 6 weeks, he said shortly. Jacob nodded in approval. I suppose that other key areas are, shall we say, equipped as well? He asked. Of course, said the man, a trace of scorn now coloring his voice. Very good, said Jacob, taking note of the tone of the man's voice. He was undoubtedly formidable, and Jacob decided it was time to make it clear who was in charge. I'll remind you of who you are working for, sir. I will also remind you that I know who you are. You may head a very impressive and organized band of terrorists, but you can be replaced. Do you understand, Wolf, or should I say Mr. Harry Belmont, of Sacramento, California? Jacob put as much authority and menace into his voice as he could, which was considerable. It had the desired effect. The man known as Wolf locked eyes with Jacob for a moment, then looked away. That's better, said Jacob, smiling his thin smile. From now on, you will not use that tone of voice with me. Is that clear? Yes. Jacob raised an eyebrow. Yes, sir, Wolf amended, not meeting his eyes. Better, said Jacob. Remember your roots, my dear Wolf. But for me you would be just another white supremacist, waving your pathetic swastikas in parades and killing the occasional black man or Jew. I have elevated you above that. With the Bureau supporting your people, you can go anywhere and accomplish anything. Thanks to your demolition training in special services, you are a valuable asset to me. We are playing out quite a scenario, don't you think? Very subtle, agreed Wolf. You have my people, the Christian Liberation Front, running amok, performing the worst terrorist acts this country has seen since the Muslim attacks of the 90s. The Bureau of Religious Affairs is heroically pursuing them, always a step behind. Caught in the middle are the ones taking the blame for the whole mess. Very pretty indeed, agreed Jacob. And quite effective. As it stands now, Christianity will be totally obliterated within 6 months. Even churches already state-sanctioned will have to shut down. Things are proceeding as planned, which brings me to the reason of your visit. Wolf leaned forward unconsciously, his blue eyes bright pinpoints of light. I want you to step up your timetable, said Jacob. You have 7 congressmen to hit within the next 3 months. I want them all eliminated by the end of this month. Wolf frowned. That's a bit risky, sir, he said slowly. Even with the Bureau keeping the heat off our backs, we still have to watch out. A few FBI guys have been snooping around on their own, as well as a lot of local authorities. I think they might be suspicious why the Bureau hasn't put away the CLF yet. Nevertheless, I want you to do it, said Jacob. If anyone gets in your way, eliminate them. Besides, the Bureau will have some arrests soon. You have some information on the Shepherd's Path? Asked Wolf eagerly. Not enough, yet, admitted Jacob, but it's now only a matter of time. We are getting close. The arrest I spoke of, however, will be that of one of our scapegoats. Scott Sampson, said Wolf. You know where he is. We traced him and his wife to Cincinnati International Airport, where he put her on Flight 407. He popped up a few days later at the home of one of our informants, Alan Myers. We almost had him then, but he eluded our agents. We believe he had help, and it appears that help came from the Shepherd's Path. Since we believe they are based in that area, it is reasonable to assume he has made contact with some of the ringleaders. When he next shows his face, we'll have him. If he has made contact, began Wolf, then he will be of even more value to us, finished Jacob. And he will tell us everything he knows. All right, said Wolf, sensing that he was dismissed. I'll get things in motion from my end. You should see results within 5 days. Make it 3. I want to see the first of those congressmen taken out by then. Very well, sir, said Wolf. He started toward the door, but turned back. You know, he said, it's a shame Sampson's woman had to get on that flight. You could have used her to get Sampson. Really, Mr. Wolf, said Jacob, frowning disapprovingly. Do you really think me as inefficient as to miss an opportunity like that? He turned and activated a monitor. The 12-bed ward of Phase 1 came onto the main screen. There was Dr. Steiger, hovering over his charges. He looked not unlike a vulture waiting for his dinner to die. We knew that Missy Johnson was on that flight before it ever took off. While we missed her husband, we were able to secure her. He turned the control of the observation camera. It centered on one particular bed and zoomed in. She will be quite useful, he said with satisfaction. The camera finished zooming, and there on the screen was Beth Sampson, deep in an artificially induced dreamless sleep, and very much alive. Scott stood in front of a dirty mirror studying his reflection. He was still in the hidden room at the warehouse, where he had lived for the past 14 days. Before him was the face of a stranger, slowly shaking his head. His once fair skin was now darker by several shades, and his hair had been dyed a deep, jet black. A thick moustache was beginning to fill out on his upper lip, and contact lenses turned his once bright blue eyes into murky brown. The whole effect was quite disorienting. Missy Johnson wouldn't know her only son, now, he said to himself. Absently he rubbed his fingertips together, barely feeling the molecule-thin plastiskin that covered them. This had been the final touch in his disguise. The covering effectively changed his fingerprints. Within a few days, he was told, it would chemically bond to his own skin, making the change permanent. Unbelievable, he said to no one in particular. With the exception of a lone security guard, who was also a member of the Shepherd's Path, he was alone in the warehouse. Jeff had left him strict instructions not to go outside. Instead of cooling off over the past 2 weeks, the hunt for him had heated up. There had been that bombing in Washington. Jeff had brought in a small television for him to watch, as well as a Bible, and just a few days ago one of the congressmen from Kentucky had been ruthlessly gunned down in his home in Frankfort. Each time, the mysterious entity known only as Wolf had claimed credit for the atrocities in the name of the Christian Liberation Front. The president had declared a state of emergency, and Congress had granted unprecedented powers to the Bureau of Religious Affairs for the duration of the crisis. All in all, things looked bleak. In spite of everything, though, Scott felt better than he had in days. His wounds had healed, and he had rested and eaten well. Jeff had put him on a strict exercise program that had slowly brought his strength back. More importantly, he had found peace with God. Beth's loss still hurt like a kick in the stomach, and more than once he had cried himself to sleep, but he was healing. The process would be slow and painful, and he would carry regrets with him for the rest of his life. He would heal, though, and his newly found closeness with the Saviour sustained him and comforted him. His new friends helped, too. His fondness for Helen was growing daily. He had never met anyone like her. Her dedication and courage astounded him. Once, jokingly, he had told her that if they had been the same age, he would have married her. Without missing a beat, she had responded that she was out of his league. Mouth hanging open, he had simply stared at her. Taking pity on him, she had patted him on the arm and said, "Don't worry. I was out of Roy's league, too." That was the first time he had run up against her deadly and offbeat sense of humor. When he had mentioned it to Jeff later, the agent simply shrugged and said something about plowboys pulling on #1 guns. Scott gathered that Jeff considered him out of her league, too. Jeff was turning into another friend, although in a different way. It was he who had formulated Scott's new look. Scott had never met an FBI agent before, but had always thought of them as grim and serious. Jeff certainly was that, but also a great deal more. He was unstoppably dedicated to the Shepherd's Path, and to Helen. Scott had no doubt that he was willing to die for his beliefs and loyalties. There was a quiet strength inside of him that could only come from God. It awed Scott, and made him just a touch envious. If he had that kind of strength, he could take on the world, and win. Scott was equally in awe of the Shepherd's Path. Just days ago, he had felt completely and utterly alone, with no help in sight. He had known that other Christians existed, but had no idea where to find them. Now, through the Shepherd's Path, he had thousands of friends. All were brothers and sisters in Christ, and spanned the length and breadth of the nation. It was staggering. Scott had no idea what was going to happen to him, but he was sure of one thing. He wanted to join these people. They were doing something important, and he wanted to be a part of it. They were in the thick of the battle. The question was, would they have him? His thoughts were interrupted when the red warning light over the door began to flash. He looked quickly at his watch, which read 10:30 a.m. That meant it was probably Jeff, who had promised to be here by then, but he could not be sure. Quickly he doused the light on the nightstand. Darkness descended, interrupted rhythmically by the amber glow of the warning light. He debated unscrewing it, but decided not to waste the time. He went to the wall that separated the secret room from the office and pushed a certain panel. It clicked open, revealing a space just wide enough to squeeze into. Even if this room was discovered, no one should notice that the separating wall was somewhat wider than normal, he hoped. Through the thinness of the plywood, he could hear someone moving around in the office. Then there was the sound of the small door opening. Scott tensed, waiting. "It's okay, Scott. It's me, Jeff. Come on out." Sighing in relief, Scott pushed open the panel. Jeff stood there by the bed, having just turned the light back on. When he saw Scott, he shook his head disapprovingly. "Wrong, Scott," he said, his tone matching his face. "You didn't wait for me to give the recognition signal." Inwardly Scott groaned. That had been the most important thing Jeff had insisted on. He was under strict instructions not to reveal himself to anyone who did not give the proper recognition codes. Trying to hide his embarrassment, he searched for an excuse. I recognized your voice, Jeff, he said lamely, and I could hear you were alone. Scott could see he wasn't buying it. Jeff reached into his pocket and pulled out a small electronic device about the size and shape of a pocket calculator. He pushed a button. It's okay, Scott, came Jeff's voice from the device. It's me, Jeff. Come on out. Scott could hear no difference between it and Jeff's real voice. Digital voice recorder, Jeff explained. Standard FBI issue. He tossed it to Scott. Neat little toy. It can sample any voice you want. Just have the subject say a few words into it, and it does the rest. Once it has your voice on file, it can be made to say anything. His face hardened. Never, he said sternly, never respond to anyone without the correct signal. Scott held up his hands in surrender. You've made your point, he said. A man who is laden with the guilt of human blood will be a fugitive until death. Let no one support him. Better, Scott. A little late, but at least you got it right. How's the rest of your memorization coming? Rough, admitted Scott. I feel like I'm back in Sunday school again. It's been a long time since I had memory verses. The stakes are a lot higher, too, replied Jeff, but it could save your life someday. This month, the recognition signals are being taken from the last 5 chapters of Proverbs. You need to have them memorized by the time you leave here. Wouldn't it be easier to just have 2 or 3 verses to choose from? Seems like there's a lot of potential for mistakes. True, agreed Jeff, but it would be too easy for someone to crack that system. That's the same reason we're phasing out the shepherd's staff. Too easy to recognize. This way, there's no set signal. Your contact will simply choose a verse at random, and all you have to do is respond with the following verse. The bad guys could memorize scripture the same way we are, commented Scott. Again true, Jeff grinned. That's the beauty of the system. Personally, I don't think the bad guys will figure this out too soon, but even if they do, well, memorizing God's word has a tendency to change bad guys into good guys. Scott had to chuckle at the way Jeff put it. They shared a smile for a moment, then Jeff sobered. Never forget, Scott, he said, that there are no bad guys, only lost guys. Those people hounding us and trying to destroy us need Jesus Christ in their lives. It's our responsibility to share him with them. Otherwise, we're no better than they are. All of this, he spread his arms, encompassing the tiny room, and by symbolism, the entire network, would be just so much cloak and dagger, if we don't proclaim the gospel of Christ. Understand? I do, nodded Scott. For the first time in a long time, I really do. Good. Enough said. Now, he continued, rubbing his hands briskly together, let's see about getting you out of here. I'm more than ready, said Scott, with deep feeling. Though functional, the warehouse was hardly a place for an extended stay. Scott was grateful for the protection it offered, but felt that if he had to remain much longer, he would be climbing the proverbial walls. Jeff grinned at his reply. Feeling a little crazy, eh? Well, I've done some checking, and Helen's made a few calls, he said. There's a place in Tarpon Springs, Florida, that would suit you, I think. We have several families down there that could take you in for a while. How would you like to be a dock worker? Never been one, said Scott doubtfully. Frankly, the idea didn't appeal to him. He was a creature of air-conditioned offices and computer terminals. Jeff noted his hesitation. It's your choice, he said, shrugging. The thing is, it's a very closed community, mostly Greek. That's why we darkened your skin, by the way. Our families down there are full-blooded Greeks, and will absorb you into their culture. You could disappear there for years if necessary. How about it? At least give it a try. Abruptly, Scott realized how self-centered he was being. These people were risking a great deal for him. What right did he have to spurn their offer? Somewhat embarrassed, he nodded in agreement. That sounds good, he replied. My geography is a little off, though. Just where is Tarpon Springs? Around the Tampa Bay area, on the Gulf, said Jeff. The big problem is, how do we get you there? It's a good 1,000-mile trip. My disguise would be worthless if you were picked up, finished Jeff. Even if your ID checks out, and it will, they'll still take retinal prints. We can't change those. They'll have you identified in minutes. They were silent for a moment, then Jeff sighed. Helen and I talked about this last night, he said. It's too risky to take a flight, but I think we can put you on a bus. They are on the same computer network as the airlines, but security isn't as tight. Also, if anything goes wrong, you can get off a bus. Try doing the same thing in a plane. Right, replied Scott wryly. How long a trip is it? If you were to go straight through, it would take just over 24 hours, said Jeff. However, in your case, we think it would be better to make the trip in short hops. I've got your route mapped out, and we'll go over it in just a minute. How's that sound? Fine, said Scott. Actually, it was beginning to sound better and better. Now that he had an idea of what he was going to do, a plan, he was anxious to get going. It's settled then, said Jeff. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small wallet. Here, he said, handing it to Scott. Inside were several forms of identification, including a driver's license and several credit cards. The name on the license was Gregory Andropoulos, and the picture looked enough like Scott to be his twin brother. Is this a real guy? He asked. He was very real, answered Jeff. In this case, he died about 3 months ago. I'm going to be walking around with a dead man's identity? Asked Scott incredulously. Pardon me, but isn't that a bit risky? All anyone has to do is run a check, and poof, he threw his hands up in the air, I'm history. Relax, Scott, replied Jeff. As far as any government agency is concerned, Gregory Andropoulos is alive and well. Let me explain. He motioned for Scott to sit down on the cot. My office investigates hundreds of homicides a year. A lot of times, one will surface that suits the needs of the network. Normally the victim will be a loner, with no family or friends. When that happens, well, I won't give you the details, but to satisfy your curiosity, it only takes a small bit of tampering to erase a death certificate. When we need to smuggle one of our people to a safer location, we just pull out one of these IDs we have on file. Usually, with a minimum of disguise we can make a fairly close match. Wait a minute, interrupted Scott. I don't know anything about the capabilities of the FBI, but I do know a lot about the computer systems the government uses. It takes more than just saying a particular person is still alive to convince them. What about taxes, social security, census? There must be 100 details that could give you away. Like I said, Scott, I won't tell you all of our secrets. Jeff frowned. The fact is, you know too much already. The only reason you met Helen and me is because we needed to find out about you. Why was the Bureau of Religious Affairs using you as a scapegoat? What makes you so special? Well, asked Scott. Did you find out? Actually, Jeff replied, there was nothing special about you. I could have told you that, said Scott, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Don't take it personally, said Jeff. You just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Since you managed to elude them during the bust, that was a neat trick. By the way, they used you to their advantage. I could be a spy for the Bureau, you know. What do you guys call it? Plant. You've been watching too much television, grinned Jeff. Of course, the idea has occurred to me. That's why I ran a thorough check on you before we picked you up. That's why we kept you here so long. We had to know if we could trust you. Jeff shook his head, and shrugged. Even if you aren't a spy, he continued, you could still hurt us badly. You know too much. That's why we want you to disappear. Yeah, I can see that, said Scott. I guess I owe you guys a lot. One question, though. He looked at Jeff expectantly. Well, asked Jeff, do you trust me now? He said, looking Jeff straight in the eye. I mean, do you still think I might be a part of this terrorist group? Jeff smiled grimly and shook his head. As a matter of fact, I never did, he replied. You don't fit the profile. When David told me about that little scene in Alan Meyer's house, I was sure you were being set up to take the fall. So you trust me, then? I believe that you are who you say you are, said Jeff. You're on the run, your only crime is to have attended an illegal gathering, and you need help. Jeff looked closely at Scott. Why do you want to know, anyway? It should be enough that we've hidden you, and are getting you to someplace safe. Scott hesitated. He knew that he didn't have to say anything. All he had to do was to keep his mouth shut, and he could walk away from here. Chances were that he could probably make it all the way to Florida, and disappear into another world. Part of him was screaming inside of him to do just that. Get away, it said. Haven, you suffered enough. Haven't you lost enough? What more could God want from you? Take their help, and leave. He couldn't do it. Maybe the Scott Sampson of 2 weeks ago could have, but too much had happened since then. True, he had suffered a tremendous loss, but he had also experienced a deep personal growth. Above all, he had made a commitment to God. I want to join you, he blurted out. The words came quickly. He knew that if he stopped, he would not be able to start again. I want to be a part of what you are doing. He smiled a deprecatory smile. I'm not much, Jeff. Like you said, there's nothing special about me. I just know that I want to be a part of this. Jeff looked hard at Scott for a long moment, then shook his head. You don't know what you're getting into, he said finally. This isn't a one-shot deal. Do a couple of missions and you're through. It's a lifetime commitment. Look around you, Scott. Things aren't going to get any better. I know, said Scott, getting up off the cot and moving to stand face to face with Jeff. The agent stood a good 4 inches taller. I was never much of a Bible student, but I think we both know we are living in the last days. I want in, all the way in. I want to count for something. I want to put what I've been taught all these years into action. I want, he groped for the right words, I want to make a difference, he finished. Jeff just looked at him, as if trying to gauge the depth of his commitment. Scott returned his gaze, not flinching. Suddenly, Jeff grinned, showing a wide expanse of teeth. Helen was right, he said, clapping Scott on the shoulder. She said by the time you left here, you would want to join up. Okay, Scott, you want in, you're in. That's it? Asked Scott in surprise. Yep, replied Jeff, his smile growing larger. What? Did you think that maybe we have a boot camp set up somewhere for new recruits? I don't know, said Scott. I guess I thought it would be much harder. Jeff shook his head. Every believer is a part of us, Scott. After all, we serve the same Lord, don't we? Scott nodded silently. We don't require our people to be experts at this, continued Jeff. We just need them to be committed enough to put their lives on the line. I think you have that kind of commitment. At least, you're starting to get it. Like I said, if you want in, you're in. Scott felt a shiver run up his spine, part fear, part exhilaration. There would be no going back now. Like Jeff said, he was committed. So what do you want me to do? He asked, trying to sound casual. Jeff was not fooled. Exactly what we talked about earlier. You're headed for sunny Florida. But, and, continued Jeff, holding up a hand to silence him, you, 11 be making a few stops along the way. Turning his back, he opened up the small door and stepped out. In a moment, he was back, holding a small suitcase. He threw it on the cot and opened it, revealing assorted clothes and toiletries. Ignoring Scott, Jeff ran his hands along the bottom of the suitcase. There was an imperceptible click, and he removed what proved to be a false bottom. Inside, neatly packed, were 10 small Bibles, each no bigger than a dime novel. Involuntarily, Scott raised his eyebrows and whistled. Jeff nodded. You're looking at about $100,000 worth of contraband. If you're caught with it, it could mean life imprisonment. If I am caught, I get the chair for committing an act of terrorism, said Scott dryly. True enough, grinned Jeff. We want you to deliver these to selected towns along your route. I'll give you the locations to meet each of your contacts. You'll be expected, and you know how to be recognized. Scott could only stare at the precious cargo. There was a time when you didn't have to hide them, he said softly. Jeff nodded. There was also a time when too many of us took this beloved book for granted, he said. But times have changed. Will you do this? Many of the people you will meet haven't seen a Bible in a long time. I'll do it, answered Scott. Gladly. He watched as Jeff replaced the false bottom and closed the suitcase. Keep it with you, he said, handing it to Scott. It's small enough that you can carry it on the bus, so don't put it with the other luggage. He looked at his watch. Let's get to the bus station, he said, ushering Scott to the door. I've got a map in the van. We can go over your route on the way. Together, they made their way out of the warehouse. Scott waved to the security guard. He felt a pang of regret that he had never met the brother who had kept watch over him the past 2 weeks. They stepped outside, and he had to squint at the unaccustomed brightness. He took a deep breath of semi-fresh air. He was just about to get into the van when a sudden thought struck him. Hey, wait a minute. He called to Jeff, who turned to face him. How come you already had those Bibles packed in my suitcase? You didn't know that I would ask to join. Jeff actually looked embarrassed. Didn't, he admitted, but Helen did. Don't ask me how, but she did. With that, he turned away and got into the van. Scott stood there for a moment, just staring. How about that? He said to himself, and got into the van. Exactly 35 minutes later, Scott found himself alone at the Covington bus station. It was like most bus stations, dirty and rundown, and had that air of decay that seemed to hang over most of Covington. Cement floors and dull grey walls made up the decor, with 5 stained wooden pews lined up in the center of the large waiting area like yard lines on a football field. Jeff had made sure that he understood his itinerary, and then left with a warning. Remember, he said, you don't trust anyone until you have exchanged proper signals. In fact, it hurt to go through it twice. Let them give one, and answer it, then you give one, and let them answer. He gripped Scott's arm with a reassuring strength. It's not just you alone anymore, Scott. Others are depending on you. Remember that. With that, he was gone. Scott had wanted to see Helen one more time, to thank her for all she had done, but Jeff had flatly refused. It was too dangerous, he said, for her to be directly involved with him. It had saddened him to think that he would likely never see her again. He sat quietly on the back pew, casually looking over the map that Jeff had given him. With half an eye, he scanned the station. Only a handful of people were scattered across the mostly empty space. This suited him fine. He had already resolved not to speak unless spoken to. The last thing he wanted to do was to draw attention to himself. Instead, he reviewed his travel route. His ticket only went as far as Cynthiana, Kentucky, less than 75 miles away. This had been part of Jeff's plan. He told Scott to take his journey in short hops, taking his time and distributing the Bibles along the way. He would make a pre-arranged contact in Cynthiana this afternoon, and spend the night. From there, he would head for Somerset, another 150 miles south. The procedure would be repeated, and the next day he would be on his way to Kingston, Tennessee. Then would come Woodrow, Hogginsville, Bainbridge, Chiefland, and finally Tarpon Springs. All told, the entire trip should hopefully take 9 days. During that time, Scott would make contact with 9 small underground churches, bringing them Bibles and encouragement. It would be quite a dangerous challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, bus number 176 for Knoxville, with stops in Cynthiana, Somerset, and Whitney City is now boarding. The tired voice of the attendant came across the intercom. Scott hurriedly gathered his things and stood up. He was relieved to see that no one else was moving to join him. He made his way toward the huge double doors in the back of the station and out onto the landing. The stench of diesel fuel assaulted him, and he had to force himself not to hold his breath. Several buses were lined up there, and he had to search for the right one. He found it at the end of the row, a tired, old bi-level job that badly needed a coat of paint. He climbed aboard, ignoring the musty odor that replaced the smell of diesel, and moved toward the back. It was less than half full, for which he was grateful. He found an empty row and slid into the window seat. Lifting his suitcase into the rack above his head, he reclined the chair back to a comfortable position. Within a few minutes, the engine revved and the bus pulled out. Scott watched as first the station, then the rest of the dying city went by. Strangely enough, he felt no regret at leaving northern Kentucky, even though the area had been his home for the past several years. Too much had happened. Too many memories. It was almost as if a heavy burden was lifted when the city fell behind. The bus turned south on State Route 27, and the country began to open up. Beautiful rolling hills replaced the drabness of pavement, and bright green trees began to multiply. Summer was in full bloom. Scott slid back the huge window and drank in the fresh air. It smelled bright and alive, and seemed to cleanse his lungs with every breath. For just a while, he cast aside grief, and simply enjoyed the sensations that traveling in the country brought. The first leg of his trip was accomplished without incident. Cynthiana was a bustling town, comparable in size to Covington. Unlike Covington, however, it had managed to stay alive and prosperous. There was a feeling of cleanliness there that Scott found refreshing. He left the bus station, carrying his precious suitcase. Jeff had given him explicit instructions on where to be and when to be there. Since he had arrived about 10 minutes early, he took his time walking toward the appointed rendezvous. It was near the center of town, in a small public park. His watch told him that it was just past 1 o'clock, and there were still several folks enjoying their lunch hour. Gripping his suitcase tightly, Scott made his way toward the center of the park, where he found a large statue of some long-ago hero. There was a wooden bench next to it, and he sat down, scanning the area. No one seemed to take any notice of him. All he could do now was wait. "Excuse me, but do you have the time?" Scott jumped at the high feminine voice that came from over his left shoulder. He had heard no one approach. Looking back, he saw a cute, blonde-haired girl no older than 12. She wore denim jeans and a bright blue cotton shirt. A red knapsack hung from one shoulder. She was smiling, her blue eyes studying him appraisingly. It took him a moment to realize that she was expecting an answer. "I beg your pardon," he responded brilliantly. "I said, do you have the time?" she asked, moving around to stand in front of him. "Oh, yes, of course," said Scott, regaining his composure. "It's 1:05. Thank you," replied the girl politely. She made no move to leave, but instead sat down on the bench with Scott, placing her knapsack in between them. "I'm supposed to meet my boyfriend here," she explained. "Is anybody sitting here?" she asked after the fact. "Humph. You are." His reply caused her to wince. "I mean, are you with someone? Is this seat saved?" "No, I'm alone. Just got into town, actually." Her question made him slightly uncomfortable. He really did not want this girl hanging around. It might make his contact nervous about showing him or herself. At the same time, he could not leave this place. He might miss them altogether. He thought about it for a moment, then shrugged inwardly. Best to remain here, he thought. Perhaps her boyfriend would come soon. "Are you a Mexican?" asked the little girl, peering at him closely. She was sitting cross-legged, looking at him carefully. "No," said Scott in surprise. Then he remembered his altered appearance. "I'm Greek." He wished she would go away. "Wow," exclaimed the girl. "Can you tell me about Greece? I've seen pictures in school." No, I was born here," he stuttered. Jeff had given him a false biography to go with his new identity, and he struggled to recall it. "I mean, I was born in Detroit," he amended. "I've never been to Greece." "Oh," said the girl, obviously disappointed. She sat in silence for a moment. "Do you have friends here?" she asked finally. "No, I'm just passing through," replied Scott. "I'm on my way south." Again the girl was quiet. He thought she was done, but she piped up again after a moment. "Are you thirsty?" she asked. Scott was surprised and gratified that she was evidently finished with the personal questions. He also realized that he was indeed quite thirsty. "As a matter of fact, I am," he replied. She smiled at him and managed around in her knapsack. "Here," she said, handing him the water bottle that appeared in her hand. Scott took it gratefully and put the spigot to his mouth. Cold fruit juice splashed into his throat, quenching his thirst. He took a couple of gulps and handed it back. "Thank you," he said, wiping his mouth. "That's okay," she replied. "You're a nice man. Sheriff Kane says to always be nice, even to my enemies. He says, if your enemy is hungry, give him food to eat. If he is thirsty, give him water to drink. I hope fruit juice is okay instead of water." She looked at him expectantly. "Sure," said Scott. "It was fine. Sheriff Kane is a smart." Suddenly the girl's words came home to him and he turned to stare at her full face. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice rising. The girl was all wide-eyed innocence. "I said," she replied, "that you're a nice man." She turned away and returned her water bottle to the knapsack. Scott's mind was in a whirl. Had he just heard right? Mentally he ran through the chapters in Proverbs he had had to memorize. Sure enough, this little 12-year-old had just quoted, word for word, Proverbs 25:21. She was his contact. One side of his brain said surely not. No one would send a little girl out on something as dangerous as this. The other side wasn't so sure. What if she was here to meet him? What should he do? Conflicting thoughts warred inside of him, washing back and forth. He finally decided to take a chance. He watched as the child finished arranging her knapsack, then spoke. "Sheriff Kane sounds a lot like my dad," he began as she turned back to him. He prayed desperately that he was doing this right. He used to say that if you're nice to someone who doesn't like you, you will heap burning coals on his head. He smiled wanly, half hoping the girl would not know what he was talking about. She merely sat there, looking at him, as if waiting for something else. Scott could not imagine what. Well, she asked finally. Well, what? He asked, confused. Aren't you going to tell me the rest of it? Ha, the rest of it. Her voice lowered, practically hissing. Are you going to say the rest of the verse, or what? I don't know what you're. Oh, abruptly, Scott remembered that he had left out almost half of his reply. And the Lord will reward you, he said quickly. He was so rattled that he forgot Jeff's advice and did not use a countersign. Satisfied? The girl nodded. That's better. This is your first time, isn't it? Sort of, he admitted reluctantly. He hoped she would not see him blushing. Thought so, replied the girl. Don't worry, you'll get better. Now, are you ready to go? Scott nodded, and she gathered up her knapsack. Taking his hand, she led him out of the park and through the center of town. It was a busy day there, with numerous people coming and going. Scott felt both visible and vulnerable as his pint-sized guide led him to wherever they were going. My name's Marion, she told him as they passed a hardware store. She was leading him toward a large, columned, 3-story building that squatted at the end of the street. It looked like a courthouse. A police car was moving slowly toward them. Although the officer inside appeared not to take any notice of them, Scott found himself getting decidedly nervous. What? He asked, not hearing her. Aggravated, the girl tugged at his arm. I said, my name is Marion. What's yours? Gregory, he answered, catching himself barely in time. The girl shook her head knowingly. That's not your real name. Too bad you can't tell me what it is. This was getting out of hand, he thought as they drew ever nearer to the courthouse. First he was accosted by this child. Then she leads him down the middle of a crowded town, casually chatting about his fake identity. He began to scan the area in earnest, looking for a way to disappear. The courthouse stood at the end of the street they were now on. On either side were rows of 2-story buildings housing places of business. Parking meters lined both sides of the street, and several cars were parked along the curb. Not too promising, he thought, if he had to make a break for it. They reached the cross street opposite the courthouse. Come on, said Marion, yanking at his hand. The light's green. Before he could protest, she half-dragged him across the intersection and up to the concrete stairs that led to the entrance. With a dawning realization, he realized that she was actually expecting him to go inside. He pulled up short, causing her to stop. I can't go in there, he whispered urgently, pulling her toward him. I'm a wanted man. Marion looked at him as if he had just remarked that the sky was blue. I know that, she replied. Didn't they tell you anything before you came here? Very little, he admitted. Marion shook her head at this. The sheriff always says, if you want to hide something, put it in plain sight, she gestured toward the courthouse. That's in plain sight, right? Well, so that's where we're hiding. Now come on. Marion released his hand and started up the stairs, leaving Scott with 2 choices. He could follow, or he could walk away. There would be a bus going to his next destination later that afternoon. Marion turned, and saw him still standing there. Come on, she demanded, actually stamping her foot with impatience. What finally helped Scott decide was a perverse curiosity. He simply had to know what was going on. If a church was truly based here, right under the noses of the local law enforcement, then these were people he wanted to meet. Besides, it sounded as if the sheriff himself was involved. He took a firm grip on his suitcase and an even firmer grip on his courage and followed Marion up the steps. Marion obviously knew her way around. Boldly, as if she owned the place, she led through the foyer, up 1 flight of stairs, and down a long hall. She stopped before a door that was clearly marked Sheriff. Underneath was the name Marshall Kane. Without missing a beat, Marion opened the door and went in. Scott followed, constantly trying to look in every direction at once. Inside was a fairly large outer office outfitted in royal blue. A secretary sat behind a desk that held a computer terminal and various other objects. She looked up and smiled at Scott's self-appointed friend. Hi, Marion, she said sweetly. Sheriff Kane is inside. He said that if you came to go right in. So saying, she resumed her work, ignoring Scott completely. Marion nodded, and motioned for him to follow. Scott was beginning to understand why this little girl had been sent to meet him. He also understood why she was so confident. Was the entire city government in on this? He followed her into the inner office. This one was decorated in much the same way the outer office was. Royal blue carpet contrasted with ivory-painted walls. 2 large portraits graced the wall opposite him. One was of the president, and the other was of the governor of Kentucky. To his left were shelves containing trophies, plaques, and countless other awards. Under the portraits sat a very large desk, and behind the desk sat a very large man. Marion ran over to the man, who pulled away from the desk, and promptly hugged him. "Hi, Sheriff," she said. The man returned the hug, then ruffled Marion's blonde hair. "Hi, Marion," he said in a deep voice that matched his physique. "Did everything go okay?" His gaze turned to Scott questioningly. Scott was caught by the intensity of that look. Here is a man to be reckoned with, he thought to himself. He was middle-aged, seemingly in his late 40s. His light brown hair and chiseled features gave an aura of perpetual youth. Slowly Marshal Kane set his little friend back down on the floor and stood, revealing a 6'6" frame. He nodded toward Scott. "Sheriff, this is Gregory," said Marion eagerly, "except that his name really isn't Gregory." Marshall smiled down at Marion. "Good, honey. Why don't you head for home, now? Your mom and dad will be worried about you. Tell them that everything went fine." "Okay," said Marion, and bounced out of the office. The 2 men studied each other for a long minute. Then the sheriff spoke. "A man who hardens his neck after much reproof will suddenly be broken beyond remedy," he said, wasting no time. Inwardly, Scott breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't really believe that Marion would betray him, but there had been a tiny bit of doubt. Mentally he repeated the verse that Sheriff Kane had given and then gave the counter-signal. "When the righteous increase, the people rejoice, but when a wicked man rules, people groan." Quote. The sheriff nodded and smiled, motioning for him to sit in one of the 2 cushioned leather chairs that were placed side by side in front of the desk. Scott hesitated, remembering Jeff's advice, then said, "Do not boast about tomorrow, for you do not know what a day may bring forth." Now it was his turn to look at Chief Kane expectantly. Kane blinked in surprise, but recovered immediately. "Let another praise you, and not your own mouth, a stranger, and not your own lips." He smiled as he finished the quotation. "Can't say as I blame you," he said, again motioning for Scott to take a seat. "This isn't exactly the place one would expect to make contact with a fellow Christian, at least not in this day and age." "No, it isn't," agreed Scott. "Jeff Anderson teach you that?" asked Kane. Scott nodded. "Thought so," he said. "He was always cautious. I worked with him on a few cases, years back. He's the one who brought me into the shepherd's path, in fact." "Oh," said Scott. He was not really sure how to respond to this. "Man." Kane sensed this, and leaned forward, getting down to business. "I know who you are," he said bluntly. "Jeff got word to me over the computer network. I've made arrangements for you to stay overnight, and we'll have you on your way tomorrow at the crack of dawn." He frowned, then asked, "Have you been following the news?" "Not since yesterday," replied Scott. "It's not good. What we've been going through before was a summer storm, now we're bracing for a hurricane. Things haven't been too bad here in Cynthiana. We're too small to attract much notice." "Your being the sheriff can't hurt too much either," commented Scott dryly. "True," smiled Kane, "but as I said, that's about to change. The Bureau of Religious Affairs is setting up shop here, and I've been informed by the mayor that they'll have complete authority in matters of underground activity." He raised an eyebrow at Scott. "They have stepped up their search for you, too," he added. "If you're curious, it's worth $100,000 to the individual who turns you in." Scott's heart sank. He had hoped that things would quiet down when he didn't surface anywhere. It was all a bad dream, he thought. Kane caught the look on his face and made a decision. "Come on," he said, slapping the desk with the palms of his hands and standing. "They haven't caught us yet. Let's get you over to the safe house. I understand that you have a tremendous gift for us." He led Scott out of his office to an elevator. Taking it to the ground floor, they walked to the other side of the building where several unmarked cars were parked. Sheriff Kane picked one out and got in, unlocking the door for Scott. Within minutes, they were driving back down the street he had originally followed in. Scott took the opportunity to get to know his new friend a little better. "Marion said that the best way to hide things was in plain sight," he remarked. Marshall chuckled. "She has a bad habit of listening too much to the sheriff," he said. "Like I said before, small towns like us have escaped the worst of the persecution, up until now, that is." "The persecution?" That's what it's being called. I don't know who started calling it that, but it's caught on. A little too dramatic for my taste. Anyway, we really haven't had too many problems here. I know who can and can't be trusted on the force. Those who can't, I make sure are working on something else when our churches meet. You have more than one? Asked Scott in surprise. Somehow, he had imagined that each town or city would only have one church. Of course. More than you would think, in a town this size. Anyway, we don't have to worry too much about the local law. He shook his head sadly. That's about to change now, I guess. With the Bureau moving in, things are going to get a lot more dangerous. I guess so, said Scott. Marshall seemed about to say something else, but changed his mind. They rode in silence for a while. At length, he turned into a large subdivision just outside of town. He motioned toward the glove compartment. Open it, he said. Scott did so, and among other things, found a long strip of cloth. Cover your eyes with that, he said. Ha, I said, cover your eyes with that. You don't need to see where we are going. This is a safe house we're headed for, and it needs to remain a secret. Once we're inside, you can take it off. What about you? Asked Scott as he tied the cloth over his eyes. I can identify you and Marion. Although he could not see him, he could feel Marshall's smile. In the first place, you can only identify me. I'm a widower, and I don't have any children. In the second place, I have contacts all over. If you were to be caught, I would know. I've long since planned my escape route. And what about Marion and her family? Asked Scott. Marshall laughed a full-fledged laugh. Marion is not even a girl, he replied, the amusement evident in his voice. Nor is he a child. And I don't think you could pick him out of a lineup. Scott was amazed. Wow, he said quietly, drawing out the vowel. He sure had me fooled. That's the idea, said Marshall. Scott felt the car round a curve. It bumped slightly as it obviously pulled into a driveway. There was a pause, then he heard the sound of a garage door being opened. It stopped, and Marshall eased the car forward, bringing it to an easy halt. You can get rid of that blindfold now, said Marshall, getting out of the car. Scott did so and took a look around. They were in a typical two-car garage. The walls were lined with old furniture, lawn tools, and other items that always accumulated in such a place. Scott got out and followed Marshall through the only door and into a laundry room. From there he was led into a small bedroom. Light peeked around a single, shuttered window. You can stay here for a while, said Marshall. I'll be back to get you in a few hours. We're having a meeting later this evening, and I think it would be good if you join us. I'd like you to give your gift to the whole church, not just me. Are you up for that? Okay, replied Scott reluctantly. He could not help but remember the last time he had attended such a meeting. Good, said Marshall. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to stay in this room. There's no one here, but you don't need to see what the rest of the house looks like. Are you hungry? I haven't eaten since this morning, said Scott, aware of the empty feeling in his stomach. Just a second, then. Marshall disappeared for a moment. When he returned, he was carrying several sandwiches and a pitcher of lemonade. Help yourself, he said, setting the food down on a small table. I've got to get going. I'll see you in a little while. With that, Marshall left. Scott finished off 2 of the sandwiches, then opened his suitcase. After making sure the Bibles were safe and secure, he stretched out on the small bed against the wall and settled himself in for a long wait. It was almost dark when Marshall finally returned for him. Scott had followed instructions and stayed in the bedroom. The first few hours had not been so bad. After he had eaten he had taken a short nap. After that, he had worked on his memorization. Jeff had suggested he start with the book of John next, and by the time Marshall walked in he had committed the first 2 chapters to memory. The afternoon and evening dragged on, however, and when Marshall arrived, he was more than ready to leave. Between the time he had spent at the warehouse, and now this, he fervently hoped he would never see a small room again. Once again Scott was blindfolded and led to the garage. After they had driven for several minutes, he was allowed to take it off. He saw that they were somewhere in the open country, heading along State Route 27. He did not ask the destination, and Marshall did not volunteer any information. Instead they talked about their lives before the persecution. Scott was surprised to learn that Marshall had been a captain in the Middle East during the late 90s. A tough time, he said, reminiscing. The heat was the worst part. During the day it got up to 110 degrees. We were in more danger of heat prostration than we were of the enemy. Scott listened attentively. He had registered with the Selective Service, but had never been called up. A small part of him was envious of Marshall's experiences. Did you see any fighting? He asked when his companion paused. Some, he admitted. I was in Israel at the time of the big push to Turkey. That was the Third Gulf War, you know, although I tend to think of them all as one big mess. Still, I saw some fighting along the West Bank. Mostly terrorist stuff, nothing real big. Another pause, then, I lost some good friends there. Our headquarters were bombed by one of the splinter groups of the PLO. They were almost impossible to stop. He sighed at the memory. We fought an enemy we couldn't see. Scott was silent for a moment, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. He changed the subject. How were you saved? He asked. His question caused Marshall to smile. The same way you were, he replied innocently. By accepting Jesus Christ as my personal Saviour. No, said Scott, I mean, where were you? He caught Marshall's smile and groaned. I hate being a straight man, he said, shaking his head. Marshall chuckled, then sobered. I'm sorry, Scott, he said. I shouldn't joke with you about that. It actually happened when I was in the Middle East. I visited Jerusalem on leave. I really didn't believe in anything at the time. I was seeing the sights like any other tourist. Then I visited the tomb. He paused, his mind reliving that time. No matter what you believe, he continued, you can't go there and not be moved. I bought a Bible and started to read it. Before too long, I knew that what I had been looking for all my life was Jesus. It was that simple. Scott nodded, and was about to relate his own salvation experience when he suddenly realized something. Hey, you just called me by my real name, he said in surprise. Marshall nodded. And you said earlier that you knew who I was. Just how did you know that? Demanded Scott. Easy, replied Marshall. I've been on the computer net. Your friends in Cincinnati let us know you were coming just yesterday. They gave your name and description, so we would be looking out for you. After I left you at the safe house, I activated the net and sent a picture of you back there. They confirmed it was indeed you, Scott Sampson, terrorist on the run. I'm not a terrorist, objected Scott vehemently. Marshall raised a calming hand. I'm sorry, Scott, he said earnestly. I didn't mean it. Sometimes my sense of humor doesn't know when to stop. I know you're not responsible for the things they're blaming you for. Forgive me. Yeah, sure, Scott said after a moment. It's just that, too many bad things have been happening. I lost my wife, you know. The government is blaming me for the explosion in which she was killed. It's still too soon to talk about it easily. I understand, said Marshall. An uncomfortable silence settled into the car, each man alone with his thoughts. Fortunately, the ride ended soon after. Once again Marshall insisted that Scott be blindfolded before they reached the destination. He could feel the car making several turns before it finally stopped. We're here, announced Marshall, shutting off the engine. You can take that off now, he said, referring to the blindfold.